Arc 8, Chapter 29, Did Not Want to Love. Human translated by Archbishop, Parts 2224 Machine translated by Archbishop Punibaba proofread by Archbishop hash 750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources Magician Hoshi 100730. Translation note. The title for this chapter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, has a double meaning. The way it is written uses the kanji for love, meaning I did not want to love, but the conjugation makes it read as eta kanakata, which would have the meaning of did not want to meet. Standing atop a hill, the man gazed out toward the distant horizon. The sun had already long since set, and the poor village, lacking in light sources, was no match for the dead of night. All the more so, with many of the male laborers injured, and with fewer bonfires than usual, the sight of a man standing in the darkness seemed very strange to the girl's eyes. Bandits had been raiding villages in the vicinity, and her hometown had borne the brunt of the raids, having just suffered major losses such as livestock, food, and the men becoming injured. But even so, it was a silver lining of a dark cloud that the village had not perished, and the person atop the hill could also be said to be one part of that good fortune. When the bandits had attacked the village, the men who resisted had been killed or wounded. The women and children had been captured one after another. As the girl was facing the possibility of being sold, or of going through something even worse, appearing there were soldiers who had been dispatched from the capital, including the man atop the hill. They had surrounded the bandits in the blink of an eye and annihilated them with little resistance. Afterward, they were stationed near the village to help protect and rebuild it, responding rapidly, and the village obtained a sturdier fence than it had before it had fallen victim to the bandits. If the injuries of the men healed, the village would be secure for the time being. Like the grown-up women, the young girl was busy bustling about, tending to the wounded, serving food to the soldiers, and taking care of the village's children. On her way home, after she had finished working, she spotted the man atop the hill. Man. The sight of the man, silent, staring into the darkness of night, could be described as comical. Deeds akin to staring into the darkness, where there was likely nothing to be seen, were the height of futility. The value of acts that did not lead to results was not recognized. Such was the harsh way of the empire. However, the man did not look comical to the eyes of the young girl. The man looked into the distance with undivided attention, as if he were trying to ascertain something that the others could not see. And what happened next was because she was irresistibly curious about what exactly he was trying to see. Girl, would it not be more comforting to count the stars in the sky than to look out into the darkness? The next thing she knew, she had called out to the man's back. The man turned around with a slight surprise in his eyes, which made her somewhat proud. This encounter between a girl and a king would become a fairy tale that would go on to be recounted for a very, very long time. That reunion was something that could not have been foreseen. Perhaps it ought to be called a cruel twist of fate, or a strange stroke of chance. In the midst of the unprecedented peril that had befallen the Valetian Empire, the full face of the great disaster had become known by almost everyone simultaneously. The march of the undead, risen from the grave, had plunged all the living into the midst of mayhem. However, there were those who experienced that inevitable plunge into mayhem and managed to crawl out of it. Regardless of the physical degree of strength, they could rise as beings of immense mental and spiritual strength in the eyes of mediocre and ordinary people. They were perceived as heroes and exceptional beings. Often, such formidable individuals were also physically strong, but their actions significantly influenced the fate of the imperial capital either way. The horrid surprise attack on the living, the strike of the great disaster, had resulted in casualties below what was initially expected. But that did not mean it was the best outcome, even if it signified the valiant efforts of the living. That was because, at the outset of the initial mayhem, individuals who should have rightfully been counted among the exceptionals were engulfed by the initial ambush much quicker than they could rise above it. NGH. A faint breath escaped from their lips, and consciousness gently drifted towards awakening. The eyelids, framed by long lashes, quivered like the sun that fears the dawn, The eyes slowly began to reflect the world. Once, twice, the blue eyes blinked in an instant. The ephemeral dream burst, and consciousness firmly settled into reality. HK hastily sitting up on the spot, the sight that was reflected in those eyes was an unfamiliar place. The room had a high ceiling, and both the materials of the walls and floors, along with the craftsmanship, were top-notch. Fine furnishings adorned the luxurious room, giving it an easily recognizable air of nobility. The fact that they were lying on a soft bed in this spacious room only added to their realization, and the realization itself was peculiar. It was a fact that, when compared with the memories that immediately preceded it, this was extremely unnatural. I should have been participating in the battle for the imperial capital. They reflected upon themselves that way. Instantly, they recalled a world where both heaven and earth were painted with crimson, along with the memory of working hard together with their miraculously reunited daughter to try and comfort a weeping child. Quite literally, it was a situation in which their hands were burning, but the attempt itself should have been successful. One, however, they had found themselves in such a place. It was far too incomprehensible. My kimono. After thinking that far, they belatedly noticed the unfamiliar sensation of the touch of their own hand resting on their chest. Looking down at their own body in the bed, the attire adorning their limbs was not their familiar kimono, but a blue dress made with fabric of the highest quality, which also exuded an air of luxury. Their tied-up hair was now undone, and it seemed that both their hair ornaments and earrings had been removed. All of those items were irreplaceable to themselves, things that they would have never parted ways with, even while unconscious. Haste thou awoken, O star of mine. Just as they were about to leave the bed in search of their lost ornaments, they heard that voice. Ah! The voice, which unexpectedly struck their eardrums, stole every bit of their brain's activity without exaggeration. The voice was uttered from the entrance of the room, which was adorned with elegant and dazzling furnishings that were captivating enough to seize one's gaze. However, none of that entered their vision whatsoever. As if their ears had been ensnared, as if their heart had been ensnared, their consciousness was drawn in that direction. For them, for Yorna Miss Higgia, that was unavoidable. Yorna, with eyes wide open, Yorna, still on the bed, was fixated on the figure standing at the entrance. There stood a petite figure. It was significantly shorter than Yorna, who was already tall for a woman, and their slender frame gave the impression of a child. However, he was a handsome man with sharp facial features. His hair, a shade of green that neared black, reached down to his shoulders, and the unhealthy deep shades around his eyes that suggested displeasure seemed to vividly reflect his unfriendly personality. However, Yorna knew that, in reality, it was just that people feared him, and he did not try to keep people at a distance. In fact, he had not tried to distance himself from her. Even when she had been facing her final moments, he had sincerely refused to distance himself. So right now, Yorna knew that was why she was here. Because she knew, Yorna, your excellency is it. Man, a strange manner of speaking, but I shall allow it. All that is concerned with thy soul I shall allow. 2. Harboring a thought utterly unbelievable, Yorna posed a question, and that man of small build answered so. Terribly blunt, cold, and pregnant with melancholic weight. For such a short declaration, that voice was packed with so much emotion that it seemed like it would burst apart. That was the excess of obsession present within himself, and the source of that obsession was love. The man before her eyes was in love with Yorna Miss Higgia. That was not understood because he possessed a special power as a result of being loved by Yorna, but rather it was a powerful emotion so abundantly clear that it would be immediately obvious to anyone else if they were present in the room. But then again, it was absolutely impossible for any other person to be present here. After all, this was, man, a tryst after a period of near 300 years. None shall pose a hindrance to myself and thee. Yorna, man, show me thy face. Even if thy form is altered, I wish to behold a glimpse of thee from close by. As the man slowly approached her as he spoke those words, Yorna's heart trembled. Just what sort of emotion that was the result of, she herself could not clearly tell. Of course, there was joy in this impossible reunion, and it made her feel the urge to jump into his chest. However, at the same time, there were 300 years' worth of reasons why she should not do such a thing. The most recent decades, for the moment, were the biggest reason why Yorna did not act so impulsively. Hence, Yorna harbored conflicting emotions concerning the man approaching her, and her lips quivered. Yorna, Your Excellency Ugard Varlatia. At her call, the man halted his step, and Yorna tightly shut her lips. Since he halted his step upon being called so, then she had not mistaken him. There was no way that she could mistake him in the first place. Even if anyone else were to mistake him for another person, only for Yorna was it impossible to ever mistake him. Only for Yorna, no, only for this soul that started out as a girl named Iris, was it utterly impossible to mistake the one known as the King of Thorns, Ugard. Iris and the King of Thorns. It was a fairy tale recited in this world since long ago, and simultaneously it was an old story of historical fact. A story known for the meeting and separation of the girl known as Iris and the Valatian emperor known as the King of Thorns, as well as the tragic conclusion depicted therein. Iris's soul did not ascend to heaven, and instead it was fettered to the vast lands of the empire, resulting in the existence of Yorna Mishigia after reincarnating many times. And the one who had fettered Iris's soul to the vast lands of the empire was none other than the King of Thorns, Ugard Varlatia. In other words, this was an unwritten epilogue to the story of Iris and the King of Thorns, Yorna. That could never be such a beautiful tale. Slowly shaking her head, Yorna suppressed the urges she felt in her heart. A reunion with Ugard after an undesired parting, one could say that such a thing had been Yorna's dearest wish. In that sense, one could also probably say that this was the very moment that her dearest wish had been granted. However, that would be incorrect. The reunion Yorna had envisioned did not take this form. Yorna, I did not wish to see you with such a face and eyes, Your Excellency. As it seemed the malicious nature of fate was ridiculing her, Yorna looked to Ugard while bearing a sorrowful ire. Having halted his step, Yorna's beloved emperor received her gaze. He, with pallid skin and golden irises, had been completely altered from the form which Yorna knew. She did not know what had happened to him, exactly. But she was confident that Ugard's form was unusual, and that it would definitely not bestow any positive influence upon her or her beloved children. With a completely altered form, Ugard had achieved an impossible resurrection if by some chance this unfamiliar place she had awoken in was a room of the Crystal Palace. The worst possibility passed through her mind. The possibility that some sort of absurd situation had occurred and the state of the empire had changed. Yorna, Your Excellency, my lord, just what in the world has happened for you two? There were as many stories to be exchanged as there were tears to be shed. Yet Yorna tried to shake those feelings off, attempting to ask what needed to be asked. However, Ugard, O star of mine. Yorna's intended question was silenced by Ugard's simple gesture of raising a finger. It was not the gesture itself that sealed Yorna's lips. Along with it came a sharp pain that constricted her heart, compelling her silence. Yorna, ah. The sharp pain pierced her heart, and instead of a question, a moan spilled from Yorna's throat. Yorna reflexively clutched at her chest, and a glance revealed a design on her dress that had not been there before thorns of ashen hue had been added. These thorns spiraled around the center of her chest, slipping through her pale skin and reaching inward. They thrust their spikes into Yorna's heart, causing a tremendous pain that overwhelmed her entire body. Trying to touch them was futile. They would slip through Yorna's fingers, remaining intangible. As her thoughts were clouded with pain, what flashed through Yorna's mind was Ugard's alias successive Valatian emperors had been addressed by various names based on their governing style and the conquests they had achieved, but the title for Ugard was Emperor of the Briar. 3. Quite literally, Ugard had the power to bind and subjugate others with the pain of thorns. After all, Ugard subjugated his imperial subjects with untouchable thorns he had planted. The great emperor who used pain and fear to expand the empire's territories into what they currently were. Tormented by unbearable pain, Yorna's throat quivered as she gasped for breath. And then she remembered. In the midst of that battle concerning the imperial capital, after she and Priscilla had subdued the crying and raging Arakia, just what kind of defeat had she suffered? It was nothing at all. Enthralled by the sudden appearance of Ugard, Yorna was unable to avoid the binding of the thorns. And then, holding both the bound Yorna and the unconscious Arakia, Priscilla had found herself facing off against Ugard, and the many beings with golden eyes behind him. Yorna, Priska, is she safe? This question was posed amidst sharp, intense pain. The fact that her lips, which had previously only let out moans enduring the pain, could form a coherent question was purely because her feelings surpassed her suffering. In truth, the pain she felt had not wavered in the slightest. Ugard did not loosen the binding of thorns. Whether the victim was Yorna or anyone else, it mattered not. To begin with, Ugard's actions were not aimed at venting anger or chastisement. For Ugard, planting thorns and binding others were acts as natural as breathing. Just as people would amble on 2 feet, Ugard bound others with thorns. The cries and the blood that flowed from those pierced deeply by these spikes were nothing more than means for him to interact with others. Therefore, being with him meant being together with this pain. Recalling this through personal experience, a faint smile played on Yorna's lips as she posed her question. Yorna, the two who were with me at that place, are they safe? You, God, if thou were with them, they did not catch mine eye. What falls within mine sight, O star of mine, is naught but thee. Yorna, is that so? Ugard's response to her repeated inquiry was not what she had desired. But hearing the tone of Yorna's voice worsen by this, Ugard narrowed his eyes, as if contemplating something. Ugard. However, the witch hath brought some living beings into the castle. Perhaps those of whom thou spoke are amongst them. At Ugard's addition, Yorna drew a sharp breath. Distinct from the indigo eyes in her memories, Ugard had a golden radiance housed within his black eyeballs, but the gentle gaze he gave Yorna and his tactless consideration seemed unchanged from his original self. Feeling a pain, one separate from the thorns, squeezing her heart. Yorna, if that is the case, your excellency, I have a request. Ugard, a request. Yorna, that, a witch was it? The ones whom the witch brought in, I wish to ascertain if they are my companions. Priska and Arakia, she wanted to ascertain if those two were safe. For Yorna, who did not fully understand the current situation, the highest priority at the moment was the well-being of those two. If that were to be granted, Ugard, wilt thou give up on death, O star of mine? The words uttered by Ugard pierced Yorna's chest once more with a different sort of pain. Yorna. As Yorna raised her face without releasing any vocalization, Ugard looked down on her. Hearing Ugard's words, Yorna was unable to say anything at once. There was no way she could say something like, "What nonsense!" That had unmistakably pierced Yorna's true motives. Her soul fettered to the vast lands of the Empire, she had been resurrected with a new name in a different body each time she died. Repeating that over and over, Yorna, Iris, had harbored a desire. Ugard Valacia had seen right through that. Yorna, blood is something that cannot be disputed. And that very same thing had also been seen through by Vincent Valacia. For that reason, Yorna had chosen to join forces with Vincent and to throw herself into the battle to recover the imperial capital from traitors. Of course, the collapse of the demon city played an important role, but Yorna thought it dishonest of herself when she was lost on where her intent truly lay. That was why Yorna nodded at Ugard's question. Yorna, if it saves the lives of those children, then my death is but a trifling matter. Ugard, that shall do fine. I shall grant thy request, O star of mine. As Yorna smiled through the pain, Ugard nodded with no change in his expression. Then he resumed his halted step, came right before Yorna's eyes, and gently touched Yorna's cheek with his outstretched hand. Contrary to that affectionate hand motion, his fingers were cold, and in proportion to the distance he had closed, the spikes of the thorns pierced her more deeply. Ugard, wait for a brief moment. In both heart and body, Yorna felt a piercing pain. Letting go of her, Ugard left those words behind as he turned his back to her. As always, he was quick to decide on his actions. While bearing such deep emotions, Yorna issued a question to the back, heading for the door of the room. Yorna, what happened to the kimono I was originally wearing, as well as my hair and ear ornaments? Ugard, they were not to mine liking, but they were articles which hadst adorned thee. I have set them aside. Speaking thus, Ugard gestured to a shelf beside the bed and concluded his reply to Yorna without wasting any more words. Proceeding to exit the room, that candidness of Ugard was undoubtedly that of the man which Yorna knew. During his lifetime, he had always lived fast and recklessly, as if he had always been pressed for time. Wanting to tell him that there was no need to rush, Iris once lined up next to him. Yorna, just like a helpless little girl. Loosely shaking her head, Yorna slipped out from the bed and reached for the shelf. Opening the drawer, Yorna's kimono and obi were carefully folded, and there was also a pouch that contained her hair ornaments and earrings, making her let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps because that sense of relief was too great, Yorna, an unusually feeble sound leaked from her throat, and at the same time a heat ran through her cheeks. Yorna, ka. Her body bending forward, Yorna tightly clenched her teeth and choked back a sob. She could not allow the likes of tears to flow. That was a curse that would revert the firmly constructed flamboyant, the mistress of the demon city known as Yorna Mishigya, into the mere village girl Iris. To return to being Iris would mean narrowing her focus down to only just one person whom she loved. In these 300 years up until now, she had been someone's child, someone's parent, someone's wife. To return to being Iris would mean to pretend that all those days gone by had never even happened. Yorna, why, Your Excellency, why now? Priska, the residents of the demon city, many of the people living in this empire. She wanted to remain as herself, who loved them. The pain of the thorns asserting themselves through spikes within her heart was trying to make her forget all of that. That nostalgic sweet pain was enough to drive her mad, and frighteningly, Yorna could not resist it. She could not resist it. Translation notes. 1. The Japanese expression here of hands burning, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, has the meaning of having difficulty and not knowing what to do. 2. Here, the man is making reference to Yorna's unique way of speaking in Japanese, arinsukatoba, which is unfortunately lost when translating to English. 3. In Ugard's title Emperor of the Briar, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the term briar can also be used idiomatically to mean obstacle or cause of difficulty. Arc 8, Chapter 30, Bad News. Human translated by Archbishop, Parts 24, 25 Machine translated by Archbishop Bruce F. Datchazam Archbishop Proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Eternitishak Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Rejasu Art Sources Magician. The fortified city of Garkla was a great city listed among the top 5 of the Valatian Empire. Garkla essentially resided alongside the national border of two countries, the neighboring being the Kingdom of Lugunica and the Kararagi city-states, with a large mountain at its back, with the numerous robust forts lining the insides of its defensive walls. The city had become an important location of mighty defenses. However, the legend of the city extolled for such sturdiness had come crumbling down by hand of the witch cult's Sin Archbishop of Greed, who had assailed Garkla by his lonesome over a decade prior. The damage to the fortified city included the death of several thousands in the standing army, the death of the one who was considered the strongest warrior in the Valatian Empire, Korgan, the Eight Arms, and finally, the annihilation of several forts, leaving it as one of the worst losses in the history of the empire. Since then, a deep scar had been carved into the fortified city. Coming to the present day, the restoration of the city and recovery of its functions had not been complete, and the international tension between countries remained high. And that was the kingdom's understanding of the fortified city's state of affairs tilde. In the deepest part of the city, a large fortress had been carved into the side of the adjacent Mount Gildray. Roswell stood by the window of the conference room, smiling as he looked over the cityscape. The city had plenty of shelters that were amply stocked and sufficiently spacious, which now accommodated the soldiers and refugees who had barely escaped the imperial capital with their lives, finally allowing them to welcome the sensation of relief. Below, several forts erected during this lifetime were used to realize that scene, but not even a single one of those buildings were under construction. Roswell, this is quite different from what I had heard. Even within the empire, the only rumor about the fortified city was that it was in the medial tilde of reconstruction. Let alone citizens of other countries, the true state of affairs in the fortified city was not even well known to the people of the empire. If any country had taken action on the information that the fortified city was incomplete, it would have been greeted by the perfect structure imposed by the empire. As expected, the empire utilized its own scandal for the sake of war. He was more impressed than he was initially surprised. And thereupon, if even the famous #1 mage of the kingdom was not aware, then it seems that our information control has functioned quite well. Raswal, you wouldn't leave such visible and audible weaknesses lying around, would you? Goodness, Tilda, I tag Tilda my hat off to the Empire's meticulousness. With this tone of admiration, Raswal turned around as he shrugged his shoulders. In front of him, standing there, was a grey-haired old man, the Imperial Prime Minister, Bastet's Fondalfin. During the attack on the coupled dragon carriages, he had assisted in breaking the deadlock of that strenuous fight. At one point, he had been ejected from the coupled dragon carriages, his survival in jeopardy, but he had been rescued by a mere hair's breadth, by Frederica, who had been chasing the dragon carriage, allowing them to rejoin forces in the fortified city. Nevertheless, under those circumstances, he had not returned unscathed. Raswal, how are you feeling? The degree of your burns, Tilda, were quite extensive. Bastet's, much gratitude for your concern. Fortunately, thanks to the power of that Hilo girl, I have escaped death. My arms and legs are just a little impaired, but I suppose this is already too much good fortune for myself. Raswal, I see. As Bastet said this, he struck his cane using one of his hands, limping along with his right leg. No matter how great the effectiveness of healing magic, it would take a miracle to create results far beyond the upper limits of an individual's resilience. Unfortunately, Bastet's miracle seemed to have ended when he narrowly escaped death. But then again, the old man appeared to consider even this event to be far too miraculous. In any case, it is fortuitous that we were able to enter the fortified city with minimal human casualties and without losing any significant war potential. It is regrettable that the Prime Minister's leg is impaired, but we couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. Stating this, having entered the conference room together with Raswal, was Serena. She sat at one of the seats of the round table in the middle of the room, and while tracing the scar on her face with her finger, she pulled out the chair beside her for Bastet. Towards this unbefitting consideration of hers, Bastet bowed, and then took his seat. Bastet, the words of High Countess Drakroy are lacking manners, but her gestures are considerate. I am at a loss for how to perceive you. Serena, don't think too hard about it. Both are parts of me. If this fortress were to crumble, I'd be running around propping up the withered Prime Minister and expressing my honest opinions regarding the effort without hesitation. Bastet, I see. This is quite challenging to comprehend. That frankness added a layer of complexity to Serena's charm, but Bastet's attitude also gave the impression of having peeled away a veneer. The attack of the flock of undead flying dragons led by the Poison Princess. In addition, the appearance of the three-headed Valgren, whom Halibal, the admirer, had personally put a halt on, was honestly the worst turn of events. However, one could say that, including Bastet's survival, it all was a miraculous settlement for the battle array. Nevertheless, there were still some controversial aspects regarding how that miracle had unfolded. Bastet, by the way, are you certain about this? That Her Excellency Lamia can no longer be resurrected? Raswal noticed a strange trace of warmth in Bastet's question as he took his place at the round table. However, unlike Serena, he refrained from making tactless inquiries. Instead, Raswal just simply stroked his chin. Raswal, it seems that the other party has found a way to Briak Tilda the technique that combines the sacrament of the immortal king with restoration magic. Princess Lamia Godwin has been cut off from her means of resurrection through that method. No, in this case, Serena, has been saved, perhaps, is a tad bit too arrogant of a way to say it. The bit that had been hesitated upon was pointed out by Serena, devoid of any mercy. Regarding that point, neither did Raswal himself have a clear answer. He could not gauge whether or not a life resurrected as an undead would welcome its own existence. If he was to give his own personal opinion, he would not necessarily condemn the resurrection of life itself as evil. However, the state of being resurrected as an undead, Bastet, saved, or perhaps liberated, may be a more appropriate way to put it. Serena, oh, it's quite surprising to hear you say that, Prime Minister. Raising an eyebrow at Bastet's words, Serena murmured inquisitively. With her gaze fixed upon him, Bastet, with both of his hands on the handle of his staff, let out a deep breath. Bastet, I do not believe that Her Excellency Lamia would have approved of such a state of affairs. Her Excellency must have been aware of her own defeat. That was an unwelcome opportunity. Serena, in that case, you mean to say that she would have preferred to have been vanquished? Considering that, the fact that she attacked us in such numbers still doesn't quite add up. Bastet. Even so, I believe Her Excellency had different intentions. Bastet, with his thread-like eyes cast down, held an unhidden desire in his heavy murmurs. Raswal had a sense that he understood Bastet's emotions. Unfortunately, Serena, her palms propping up her chin, did not seem to have grasped the same sentiment at all. In any case, this was a significant part of the discussion. Raswal, the enemy is formidable, and the situation is tumultuous. It's a precarious situation that requires us all to unite. This isn't the time for us to have internal conflict, Tilda. Isn't that so, Subaru-kun? I know that without you having to point it out. With a wry smile, Roswell called out to the entrance of the conference room. A black-haired boy, who had just opened the door and peeked his face in, answered with a bitter look on his face. Subaru, I wasn't able to talk more because it was an emergency, but I'd like to share the information again. This girl, Spiker, formerly known as Louis, was originally a Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. Spiker? Ow! At the very beginning of the discussion in the conference room of the large fortress, Subaru openly revealed the true identity of Spiker, who was standing next to him. The side that had already been aware of the situation from the start on the coupled dragon carriages accepted the confession quietly, of course. On the other hand, the reaction from those of the Empire, who did not know about it, was as one would expect. Dumbfoundedness and astonishment came first, followed by a reaction whose nature would remain the same whether the confession was the truth or a joke, that was to say, it was rage. What? What are you saying? A Sin Archbishop? Impossible. You say this thoughtless remark knowing that this is the fortified city, the city that was once felled by a Sin Archbishop. Indeed, it was Gars Ralphon who yelled even louder than usual. Gars, who had made great contributions to the defense of the coupled dragon carriages, and had hurriedly joined the meeting after receiving treatment for his wounds. His cry was probably the consensus of those who were hearing the situation for the first time. However, this was neither a joke nor a game. Subaru, I've also heard about how that piece of shit Regulus went on a rampage in this town. I don't know if it's any consolation, but we took care of that bastard, so forget about him for now. Gars, I care not about that abhorrent villain. What matters are the sins carried by that cursed title of Sin Archbishop. Do you understand? Subaru, I know. Gars's voice was so loud that it created an illusion of a wind that made one feel as if they were about to be blown away. But Subaru did not take a single step back from Gars's angry bellow and instead answered him head-on. Even Gars widened his eyes with a HMPH as he heard the direct response from the child Subaru. Bastet, may I? Just when Gars's momentum had stalled, it was Bastet who raised his hand instead. As the Imperial Prime Minister looked upon Subaru and Spiker beside him with his thread-like eyes, Bastet, the fact that you went through the trouble of confiding this to us is a sign that you consider her presence and skills to be necessary for further discussions. In other words, you believe that she has something to do with liberating Her Excellency Lamia from the yoke of the undead. Subaru. Yeah, that's right. It's helpful that you spoke up so quickly. As expected, I'd be in trouble if Bastet-san had passed away of his own volition. Bastet had inferred the general situation from the flow of the discussion, and while nodding his head in affirmation, Subaru unintentionally said such a thing. During the battle of the coupled dragon carriages, Bastet had faced Lamia alone, even risking his life to remove her and her additional bodies from the divine protection of wind evasion. Nonetheless, his actions had been completely up to his own judgment, nearly costing him his life. Subaru, please, don't let even the smart people be infected by the Empire's customs. There's nothing great about accomplishing something at the cost of your life. Bastet, it seems there are differing opinions on that, but at the very least, I do not think there is much to be gained in exchange for my life. I shall admit that. Bastet spoke while compromising where he had to, and remaining stubborn where he could not. Subaru thought in a similar way, so it seemed likely that they would remain on parallel paths when it came to the value of life. But then again, Subaru had no intention of letting them die in the line of duty nobly. Serena, so, since you affirmed the Prime Minister's question, there's no doubt that the Sin Archbishop girl has an immediate effect on the undead. But what in the world did she do? Subaru, it's hard to give a specific explanation about that, but Serena rested her chin in her hands atop the round table and prioritized her curiosity over her hostility toward Spiker. She asked the obvious question, and Subaru glanced over at Spiker. Receiving his gaze, the girl blinked her blue eyes, and as her hand was lifted by the one holding it, Subaru, with the authority of gluttony, Spiker can eat the special powers of anyone whose name she knows, is what I think. With that, she can nullify the technique of the zombies that makes them revive infinitely. What sort of weightless explanation is that? If you ain't clearer about that, we'll be left feeling uneasy and not the least bit relieved, you know. Subaru, look, even I would like to give a more convincing and concrete explanation. Anastasia, who was supposed to be his ally, mercilessly shot Subaru in the back after that vague statement of his. But naturally, it was logical she would shoot that at him, and the contents of the shot were fatally unavoidable. On the other hand, it was also true that Subaru could not explain it in any other way. In any case, Subaru's aim was right on target, in fact. With that girl's authority, that troublesome zombie princess fled, I suppose. Her retreat wasn't a lie or a bluff, in fact. I am in agreement with Beatrice-sama. And the pruning corps held their ground in order to help buy time for their master's retreat. It is hard to believe that all of their valiant efforts were the product of some compromise. Anastasia, the two of you are given emotional answers. But that's just circumstantial evidence. And if you ain't sure of its effectiveness, you'd know it's too dangerous of a drug to use, right? Subaru. That's, of course, I think I get it. Even with Beatrice and Julius's support, the validity of Anastasia's points remained unassailable. The correctness of her argument was made clear by the reaction of the imperial side, which needed to be persuaded anew. The empire ought to be protected, but it also must be said that whether burdening themselves with a Sin Archbishop for that purpose was worth the risk involved or not was a difficult decision to make. That which the stargazer Ubulk had spoken of, the two lights to oppose the great disaster, the survival of one of them was hopeless, and Spiker was the only one who could be relied upon. Subaru's realization of Spiker's potential came after Beatrice and Roswell's exhaustive investigation concerning the onslaught of zombies, which turned out to be utilizing the sacrament of the immortal king and restoration magic. Using the authority of gluttony to interfere with the souls of the zombies as mentioned before, the exact result that would be yielded upon Spiker's authority being exercised was not known. But as for Lamia Godwin, the target of Spiker's authority, her name was not forgotten by Subaru and his group, nor by her half-brother Abel. And upon her departure, Lamia showed no signs of having amnesia. Therefore, her memories had not been eaten either. So, just what had Spiker eaten? In this current situation, there was no other choice but to put forward all kinds of wild theories, such as their fates, causalities, roles, or the abnormal conditions that were cast upon them at the time. Of course, Anastasia's point that this all was lacking in persuasion was understandable. But this girl might be able to stop the other zombies too, right? I think that's really important. Then, while Subaru struggled with that, Emilia, seated at the round table, raised her eyebrows and spoke up. Anastasia narrowed her pale turquoise eyes at Emilia's remark. Anastasia, I ain't saying that I don't understand Emilia-san's feelings. I'm also fed up with all this clamorous great disaster stuff, and I likewise want to jump on the winning strategy. Even so, using the power of a Sin Archbishop's just. Emilia. That's not what I meant. Of course, it's true, but I want to do something about the fact that people who have died are being turned into zombies. Subaru, you want to do something about the zombies. Emilia, I don't know how to put it, but I really hate that people who are no longer here are being turned into zombies and manipulated like that. Abel, for instance, I'm sure he didn't want to meet his sister like that. And the same goes for Medium Chan. Emilia's eyes, framed by long lashes, were downcast, and she touched on the absent medium. Her absence was in larger part due to her current condition rather than her being excluded from the conference. The final undead she had encountered aboard the coupled dragon carriages was the cause. Receiving Spiker's star eating, Lamia had lost her ability to multiply and was about to be destroyed. Obeying her call, an undead flying dragon, along with its commanding undead flying dragon rider, had recovered her. It seemed as though that person had had a relationship with the siblings Flop and Medium during their lifetime. Now that the crisis was over, and shocked by the fact that someone close to her had turned into an undead, Medium was holed up in a room in the fort, refusing to show her face. The event had been such that it had done that to the always bright and positive Medium. Subaru, too, felt pain in his heart, but he had not been concerned about her in the same way that Emilia was. That was why, even after all this time, Subaru was surprised by Emilia's comment. He had been so focused on the threat of the zombies that he could not even stop to think about the grief that they were causing. Emilia-sama may have a slightly different view, but there is no doubt that those zombies are troublesome things. To begin with, the form they have been resurrected in is unnatural, though to say that they are completely flawless would be far too convenient. While Subaru was feeling ashamed after hearing Emilia's opinion, it was Otto who interrupted her. After observing the situation for a while, he looked up at the ceiling, leaning his back against the wall of the fort. Otto, the zombies are likely not merely resurrected beings. Until now, a great number of, though one part of that was many of that one woman showing up. Ignoring that, we have seen many zombies. I do not believe that all of them had a grudge against His Excellency the Emperor during their lifetimes. Naturally. Subaru, yeah, naturally indeed. Beatrice, no matter how you look at it, such a thing would naturally be impossible, I suppose. At Otto's interjected doubts and advocacy, a forceful sense of trust compelled Subaru and Beatrice to nod. No matter how much Abel might have seemed to others to be a callous and cold-blooded emperor, there was no doubt that he was not only hated, but respected as well. Subaru had witnessed and heard about this unbelievable fact during his travels throughout the empire. In other words, Otto, we should assume that the aggressive sentiment toward His Excellency Vincent and the Valetian Empire was implanted or amplified in the process of being resurrected as zombies. Brainwashing, is it? I think that is a valid point. Beatrice, I heard something from the soldiers fighting at the rear, in fact. It seems that there have been cases where when a soldier who was fighting with them died, that same soldier would immediately turn into a zombie and attack them, I suppose. Julius, those who were fighting as allies until just previously attack as soon as they turn into zombies. It appears that Otto Dono's assessment is certain. Otto, indeed. Having expressed his opinion regarding the zombies, Otto gave a curt response to Julius's affirmation. Subaru furrowed his brows at that distant response, but Julius and Anastasia did not seem to bother and accepted it as a given. Anyhow, Roswell, about Otto-kun's opinion, it is something I have discussed with the Prime Minister and Countess Drakroy just before you all arrived. According to that, don't make such an unpleasant face. Serena, postponing the delving into the details of Roswell's relationship with the Internal Affairs Minister, the Prime Minister also held a similar opinion. Isn't that right? With the subject from Roswell and Serena taking a stab at his interest, Bustetz nodded. He kept his hands resting on his staff, and as he surveyed the participants of the meeting with thread-like eyes that were difficult to read, Bustetz, considering Her Excellency Lamia's character, she would not wish for a second life. Much less would she ever do something akin to planning to overturn the death of her first life. Subaru. So as expected, they were brainwashed into attacking us in such extremely high spirits, right? Bustetz. I suppose we ought to consider it as such, of course. It is also possible that they were revived without any resistance and deliberately cut no corners to test whether the current empire is worth preserving. Gars. In that case, the Valetian imperial family. Beatrice, like you to drop that fervor right now. In fact, while prefacing that he would not have made that judgment under normal circumstances, Bustetz was strangely proud that he could not deny the possibility of making strange judgments even if some aspects of normalcy remained. In any case, it appeared that the consensus was that the zombies' thoughts were not normal. Subaru. The zombies who have come back to life will be hostile to us no matter what. In that sense, just like Emiliatan said, we need to stop the enemy zombie attack as soon as possible. For that purpose, Spiker's power is necessary. In practical terms, I don't think this can be conceded. Arto, but with that many zombies, you want to take the time to eat them all up one by one. If we are speaking in practical terms, I do not think that can be ignored either. Subaru, if it's necessary, then I'll do it. Just munching on the yummy bits and discarding the rest, that's not the kind of resolve I grabbed this girl's hand with. In more than just a figurative sense, Subaru tightly clutched Spiker's hand and declared so to Otto. Receiving Subaru's gaze, Otto turned to look at Spiker as if peering into her heart. It was a gaze filled with unrelenting suspicion, and Spiker, facing him while clutching Subaru's hand back, Spiker, Orao. With such vigor, she growled as if to assert that she had made up her mind to tread this thorny path. Hearing Spiker's response, Otto exhaled through his nose. And Otto, I will say this now, but there is no use in persuading me. After all, I do not have the authoritative power to decide whether to incorporate her into the plan or not. Subaru, even if you don't have an authoritative voice in the meetings, your presence is significant among us. At least, how am I supposed to persuade anyone else if I can't even persuade the people in my own party? Otto, is that so? If that is the case, then I suppose I ought to have been a bit tougher in my assessment. Although Otto shrugged his shoulders and let out a good grief, it seemed that he had no intention of retracting his previous statement. Perhaps from his perspective during the battle of the coupled dragon carriages, when Spiker used her star eating against Lamia, he was probably prepared to draw the same line. It was just that Subaru did not like leaving this unfinished without ever confirming that. Anastasia, seems Tilda like y'all have settled down, but I still ain't adequately convinced, you know. Subaru. Ugh, on the contrary, Anastasia-san, what would it take to convince you? With the consensus of his companions in place, Anastasia, who had the judgment of a semi-companion, stood in the way. Within this empire, she at least was in the same boat as the bitter-faced Subaru, and putting her finger on her lips at his question, Anastasia. If I'm bane, honest, I'd like you to think 'bout that on your own as well, but it's lots better than just pouting. En groaning without giving a response. First of all, ascertaining what that girl's capable of, and if possible verifying the subsequent impact it has. Subaru, what she's capable of and the subsequent impact. Emilia, by what she's capable of, you mean that she can stop the zombies from getting up again, right? But as for what happens afterwards, Anastasia, both Natsuki-kun and Emilia-san should know just how horrible the authority of gluttony is. At Anastasia's soft remark, Subaru held his breath, and Emilia widened her eyes. That was, though an obvious matter, something that could not be left unmentioned. The authority of gluttony, victims that it had brought about, were present throughout the world. In the conference room alone, that applied to both Emilia and Julius, and Rem was also present inside the fort. Well, in the sense that everybody else also suffered the impacts, everyone could be said to be a victim of gluttony. Since they were intentionally making use of that authority, it was natural to assess the risks. Beatrice. So far, nobody has forgotten about the girl who multiplied herself, I suppose. Anastasia, that's right. But nobody thinks that she didn't eat nothing. It may not be the name or memories, but once whatever she ate accumulates, what'll happen to the girl? Subaru, that's Anastasia. Like Natsuki-kan admirably suspected, what if she ends up going back to Bane, the girl she once was? Anastasia's probing was merciless, and Subaru had no choice but to hold his tongue. All he could do was pray with a baseless, purely emotional belief. Belief in the girl who had been granted the new name of Spiker and chosen a different way of life from Louis Arneb. Belief, in a way, that this authority, which could be said to have been with the child since birth, would be guided in a way in which many people would deem it as just. Julius, Anastasia Sama, it can be said that there is no way to ascertain that. Of course, I believe we ought not to be lacking in vigilance, but, Anastasia, I can't give you proof that I ain't scheming, a business plan that I ain't got either, so that I at least want the certainty of a reward for going down a dangerous path. Julius, so I take it as you want the definition of the results from employing Miss Spiker's authority. Julius touched the scar under his left eye, and Anastasia nodded with a quick, yep. Then, as she gazed over both Subaru and Spiker, Anastasia, there ain't no merchants who go to a negotiation with treasure of unknown value. At least, without knowing, how it'll be useful, your sales pitch'll be irrelevant. Julius, without a doubt. Since Lamia's attack had ceased, it was probably safe to assume that she had been crushed. However, the only other evidence was the oracle of the stargazer Ubulk, whose existence, words, and conduct were all dubious. Since those concerns had no way of being resolved, Anastasia was in fact more than willing to compromise. At the very least, if they could not satisfy everyone with just the fact that Spiker's star eating was certainly effective on the zombies. Unfortunately, we do not have time to spare for such an inspection. The low voice that barged in there rudely stirred the inferior air around Subaru. Everyone's gazes were instantly directed to the black-haired lean figure that had appeared in the entrance of the conference room. Though he should have been the leading figure of the conference, Abel had arrived late, accompanied by Flop, and for some reason, Jamal, he calmly proceeded without halting his step and imposingly sat on an empty seat at the round table. And then Vincent. What? Your face is befuddled. Subaru. I was just surprised at how overly imposing you're acting for being late. We already started talking earlier. What were you doing? Vincent, there was something I needed to verify urgently. That was the largest part of the reason why we hastened towards the fortified city, to ascertain the meaning of the words left behind by that enormous fool. As Abel responded with no shame, Subaru hesitated to question him further. That was because Subaru could imagine that the enormous fool he spoke of was likely the retainer who had deceived Abel and then allowed him to live. But on the other hand, the reason for hastening to this fortified city caught his attention. Emilia, that thing Abel heard, that's the reason why we rushed over to this town. Vincent, of course, though it is also a fact that this was the most suitable location to receive refugees. Anastasia, can you tell us without using any sluggish bloat? What do you mean when you said we ain't got time earlier? Both Emilia and Anastasia directed their questions towards Abel. Those same questions were harbored by everybody present in the conference room. Receiving those gazes questioning the meaning of his statement, Abel shut a single eye and tapped the round table with his finger. A firm sound rang out, and the attention of Subaru and everybody else concentrated on his hand, whether they wanted to or not. Vincent, I shall put it plainly. That which I wish to ascertain in this fortified city was the unchanging sanctum. Confirmation of the location and status of the Empire's Great Spirit enrolled among the extraordinary four greats, the stone. Subaru, Great Spirit among the four greats, you mean the four great spirits? Vincent, indeed. With the sudden appearance of unexpected information, Subaru blinked his eyes many times. In regards to the four great spirits, he had heard about them when he first came to this other world, and learned more about their existence when he contracted with Beatrice and became a spiritual arts user. Spirits amongst the most powerful spirits in this world, though, the moment he associated with that blundering grey-colored cat, who was one of them, he became dubious of their credibility. Julius, then, have you discovered the whereabouts of one of the four greats, the one that is in the Empire, the stone, Muspel? Subaru, is that really something so surprising? Julius, of course. The slasher of the city-states, the sacred beast of the Holy Kingdom. In each nation they are the respective targets of unwavering faith and reverence. The stone, too, is a being that hides similar power. Anastasia, if you can secure cooperative ties with a great spirit of the four greats, that be a matter of great importance for the state, it'd be a much bigger deal than that darn lie about the fortified city Bane in the midst of reconstruction. As Julius and Anastasia informed him of the importance in succession, Subaru could not do anything but dart his eyes around in honest astonishment. But since nobody stepped in to correct them, and since Emilia and Beatrice were making proud expressions for some reason, there was no doubt that their perception was correct. The problem was Julius. If you rushed to the fortified city to confirm the location and state of the stone, does that mean the Great Spirit is in this land? Certainly, borrowing that power will be a major backing, but confronting enemies that arose inexhaustibly, Spiker's star eating alone was not enough. Of course, until star eating could be detonated, it was best for them to have as much fighting strength as possible to fend off the zombie onslaught. Or in the same way that Puck could specialize in area attacks better than the current Emilia, the promising power of the stone could as well. Flop. Regrettably, that's not how things work. Does everybody remember just before His Excellency the Emperor Kun said we don't have time? Subaru, Flop-san. With a slow shake of his head, Flop restrained those positive thoughts of Subaru's. He, who always maintained a bright positive attitude like medium, now had a strained expression and uttered those words in a serious manner. For some reason, having accompanied Abel, he appeared to be the same as the Emperor. If that was Flop's expression after learning of the conclusion a little earlier than Subaru and the rest, Vincent, you cannot expect the assistance of the stone. If anything, the existence of the stone is being put to use by the opponent by the great disaster. Subaru, what do you mean? The great spirit, Vincent, is in the palm of the enemy's hand. Likely, in order for the great disaster to inexhaustibly give rise to the undead from the grave, it is utilizing that extraordinary amount of mana. Henceforth, they continue to appear in perpetuity. Everyone, Vincent, and eyes widened at the horrible report. Subaru looked in disbelief at Abel as the latter still proceeded to continue. But Subaru did not possess the ability to deter his words. In the midst of the strained air of the conference room, Abel continued without halt. That was Vincent. I expressed it as in perpetuity, but that is not accurate. No matter how much mana is in the stone's possession, it will eventually run out. When that happens, the vast lands of the Empire will meet their demise. After all, the sanctum protected by the stone, the power sustaining the vast lands of Valatia, will be forfeit, and there will be no escaping collapse. Announcing the true nature of the great disaster destroying the Empire, it truly was bad news. Arc 8, Chapter 31, The Stone. Human translated by Nejamize, Parts 1. 415 Archbishop, Part 3 Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Datches M. Archbishop proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Eternitishek Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Rejasu Nejamize Art Sources. Magician. The stone must spell. Enrolled as one of the four great spirits, it was an ancient great spirit rooted within the vast lands of the Valatian Empire. Unlike the sacred beast, the slasher, and the arbitrator of the other countries, it was a being that had not left any voluntary actions or claims in the annals of history. Though it was known to exist in Valatia, no further information or observations of it had surfaced. One could even say it was the most spirit-like spirit. That was the nature of the stone, Muspel, considered to be an unchanging sanctum. Subaru, which is how Biko cutely explained it to me, but isn't this different? Since Subaru lacked knowledge of the four great spirits, Beatrice had recounted an anecdote about Muspel to him. As such, Subaru listened to Beatrice's anecdote with great interest, but the contents of the anecdote clashed greatly with the actual situation. The great spirit whose whereabouts and true form were unknown, such was the story of Muspel, but Subaru. You being so confident that the opponent has stolen it is contradictory to you having grasped its location. But actually, conversely, Muspel was here in the fortified city. Is that wrong? Subaru thrust his index finger with a question before Abel's surly face. Abel's black eyes narrowed at Subaru's questioning, but before he could open his mouth, "Oi, you got some damn nerve to talk to His Excellency the Emperor like that." An unexpectedly harsh tone wedged itself between Subaru and Abel, and a wind blew out of the scene. Immediately after, the tip of Subaru's pointed finger, the white part of the nail, was suddenly shaved off. With a whoosh, a drawn blade sliced through the wind and his fingernail, the result of which caused Subaru to scream, "Dowhoa!" And then, "You brat! Know your place, goddammit." Subaru, that's what I should be saying. You don't suddenly cut a kid's fingernails with a sword. Holding his hands over the sudden outburst, Subaru spat at the perpetrator of the heinous act, Jamal. For some reason, Jamal, who had been allowed to accompany Abel ever since they had arrived at Garkla, had suddenly cut Subaru's fingernail using the blade he had pulled out. Subaru looked at him in disbelief at that overly rash behavior. "Subaru, I thought you got a little better, but as expected, I hate you." Jamal, I don't want a brat to like me either. And he was naive to think that he could have a rational conversation when telling Katia the news of Todd's demise. When Subaru protested against Jamal's unchanged, crude attitude, the latter tried to ignore the age difference and get confrontational, but that immature attitude was stopped with the raise of a hand. It was none other than Abel, seated at the round table, who had ordered him to cease. Vincent, do not start unnecessary squabbles. Be aware that your value, as I recognize it, is that you are a relatively easy pawn to use. Now is not the time to fight with the kingdom. Subaru, fight with the kingdom. Ah, Subaru furrowed his brow at Abel's way of saying it, then turned around when he realized what the intent was. When he did, those on the kingdom's side, witnessing the current exchange between Subaru and the others understandably, Emilia, Beatrice, and Spiker looked at Jamal with reproachful eyes. If this standoff continued, the girls joining the fight soon would be unavoidable. However, not understanding the gravity of the situation, Jamal frowned and reluctantly sheathed the brunt of his outburst. Jamal, if His Excellency the Emperor says so. Tusk, you escaped death, brat. Subaru, it's amazing you still have the guts to say that in this situation, I feel like we were just on the verge of our alliance breaking up and the Empire being destroyed. With the Emperor's stoppage, sighing at the sight of Jamal, who was still unashamed under the gaze of Subaru's friends, Subaru looked at Abel. He evaluated Jamal as being easy to use, but it really did not seem like that. Subaru, you're not going to do something like a careless assassination this late in the game, are you? Vincent, in fact, if someone were to surrender with my head in their arms, I suppose it would not be a detriment to them. This attitude is extremely normal for an imperial soldier, a little too short-tempered, but not to the extent of Cecilus. Subaru, it's not fair to use Ceci in your comparison. Subaru was infuriated by Abel, who said such an unfunny joke and gave such an example that could not be confirmed nor denied. Ignoring his reaction, Abel gestured for Jamal to stand down and then looked back at Subaru. His posture, answering Subaru's pointed finger and question, showed that he was ready to disclose information about the stone that had almost veered off into a tangent. Vincent, the question which you snorted out a moment ago, I shall affirm it. The stone was indeed within this fortified city. Measures have been taken to detain it here, turning this city into a sanctum. Beatrice, unbelievable, I suppose. Abel once again tapped his finger on the round table, producing a firm sound as he divulged the truth, and it was Beatrice who involuntarily voiced a sound at Abel's response. With her adorable profile, as she tightly pressed her lips together, Beatrice, what an outrageous story, in fact. Among the four greats, the stone is the most challenging one to come to a mutual understanding with. That's how it was described by Mother, I suppose. Subaru, among the four great spirits, the most challenging, Beatrice. By the way, among the four greats, the one which just doesn't really listen the most is the sacred beast, and the one which should not be talked to the most is the slasher. The one that is most futile to talk to is the arbitrator, in fact. Subaru, aren't those all pretty much the same? Puck, please come back. He could not hide his astonishment at the line-up that made him increasingly yearn for Puck. Compared with the disturbing titles of the slasher and the arbitrator, the titles of the stone and the sacred beast oddly gave off a softer impression. Subaru, if you can't speak with the stone, I thought the sacred beast at least sounded to be a little better, but... Beatrice, Mother used to call the sacred beast a benevolent monster, I suppose. Subaru, oi, I'm inclined to see all of the landmarks in this world, but there isn't a single celebrity who I'd like to meet. Isn't that actually kinda incredible? Having spent over a year in this world, Subaru would occasionally hear the names of famous individuals, but most of them held rather disturbing titles, so he was a bit sick and tired of them. Though the fact that he was already acquainted with positive celebrities, such as the royal candidates and the Sword Saint, may have played a big part in that. Nevertheless, Otto, this is the first time that I have heard expressions like the sanctum and the detaining of the stone. I think those are perhaps phrases unique to Valatia, but what exactly do they mean? Vincent, to put it plainly, the stone is a great spirit that governs the earth attribute. Therefore, the land it uses as a resting place naturally receives the protection of its special qualities. In addition to cultivating fertile soil, it also yields a positive impact on the recuperation of those who live on that land. Otto, I see. It is a much more significant role than I thought. Having interjected with a question, Otto placed his hand over his mouth in wonder regarding Abel's response. In essence, within the scope of Muspel's influence, agriculture flourished, and the recovery of the sick and injured was accelerated. It seemed to have benefits akin to a hot spring consisting of nothing but good things. If one could control the position of Muspel as they pleased, that would be Anastasia. I gotta say, that's a story that's gotta be hidden much more than the lie that the fortified city's in the midst of reconstruction. That one of the pillars supporting the strong national power of the empire is the stone. Julius, and he has disclosed all of this to us, the people of another country. I shall take this as a sign of the degree of His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent's resolve. Anastasia, I dunno if they'd feel too threatened if they were overly open about their secrets, but I kinder understand the sentiment about wanting to avoid internal conflicts. Anastasia and Julius's attitudes were natural for representatives of foreign powers. Of course, as Anastasia had added at the end, it was not as though there was no prospect for the Empire to reveal too much unfavorable information. Emilia, if this was something he really wanted to keep hidden, couldn't Abel have used various different ways of speaking to cover it up? Since he didn't do that, it makes me think that wasn't exactly that case. Subaru, it's as Emilia Tan says. This guy has a nasty personality and functions with twisted wisdom. He could have even deceived people like Roswal or Anastasia-san if he wanted to. Even if it doesn't seem like it, this is Abel's utmost sincerity. Vincent, it is still surprising that the half-elf girl does not exude any sense of insolence. Such praise is not given lightly in this day and age. Even though Subaru had gone out of his way to follow up, Abel gave a reply to which following up would be of no avail, so Subaru pursed his lips. Bringing a halt to this act of Subaru and the others, Flop clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. He then nodded with a Itz's husband Kun, and the others say, Flop, His Excellency the Emperor Kun has disclosed the truth. That alone signifies the urgency of the matter, along with a topic that cannot be avoided in order to explain the worst-case scenario. Roswal, worst-case scenario, you mean, the demise of the vast lands of the empire that His Excellency the Emperor mentioned tilde. Flop, that's right. Nodding vigorously, Flop affirmed Roswal's ascertainment. The demise of the vast lands of the empire, utilizing the stone, Muspel. That was the worst possible scenario of the great disaster assailing this Valatian empire. And before that scenario was revealed to Subaru and the others, the reason why Abel was accompanied by Flop, who was supposed to be nothing more than just a civilian, Flop. It was the fake Emperor Kun who entrusted me with the information about the sanctum to deliver to His Excellency, the Emperor Kun. But his intentions were not to cooperate with the great spirit that is the stone, but to warn of the possibility that the stone was being utilized in the opponent's plans. Subaru, I see. Flop-san, you were able to directly meet Abel's imposter, huh? Flop, yeah. I don't have the qualifications to give an answer or an opinion as to why he behaved that way, but it's in my nature to accomplish what's entrusted to me. Flop still looked pale due to all the blood that he had lost. His answer, showing his unchanging strong sense of duty, was a relief to Subaru, who now thought of the fake emperor. The fake emperor who had ousted Abel from the throne and lost his own life in the latter's place. His true intentions could only be guessed, the same as when he had quarreled with Abel, and an answer would not be heard for the rest of eternity. Still, the fact that the person he had entrusted with the message was Flop was one of the best possible moves the fake emperor had made. Emilia, based on what you're saying, does the Empire perhaps have a contract with Muspel? Vincent, if the contract you are thinking of is that which binds a spirit and a spiritual arts user together, you would be incorrect. The stone has no such consciousness for that. There is no way for us to offer it a contract that has our side as superior or equal. Subaru, Valatia would be one to bring up the advantages and disadvantages in contracts with spirits. Take a look at me and Biko's pure, righteous, and charming relationship. Beatrice, that's right, in fact. Vincent, it looks like naught but children playing. Holding hands with Beatrice, the two of them made a display as they lightly took steps together, and Abel gave a comment. Ignoring Subaru, who puffed his cheeks out together with Beatrice in response, Abel went on with the discussion. Vincent, no vows have been made with the stone, yet it continued to reside within the territory of the Empire. That is why we made use of our relationship with it, but at the same time, it continued to move into the Empire's bowels, spreading its roots. Subaru, its roots. Vincent, think of it as the roots of a tree. A tree with thick, long branches may strengthen the ground it is affixed to, but conversely, if that tree were to be uprooted, what shall become of the land? Anastasia. It'll get so porous and fragile that it'll crumble with just a teensy poke. Anastasia summarized Abel's question in a nutshell. In exchange for continuing to enrich the vast lands of Valatia, Muspel had tied its fate to the Empire itself. And then, Subaru. Wait, so when you say that it would be the end of the line for Valatia if Muspel were to die, you mean it would literally be the end of Valatia? Isn't that insanely bad? In other words, it was something akin to revealing the existence of a bomb that could blow the Empire itself to pieces. It was a state secret that needed to be concealed, something that Valatia would have to deal with not just for now, but forever on after this. At that fact, Subaru's surprise finally caught up with the intelligent people. However, Vincent, fool, do not be so panicked. Subaru, how can you not be in a panic? Ha, don't tell me once this is all over, you intend to silence all of us who know the secret. Vincent, do not underestimate us in that regard. If such was my intention, do you believe I would have allowed you to harbor such suspicions? Intrigue and conspiracy are not the prerogatives of the Holy Kingdom alone. Subaru, wouldn't it be better if the empire that boasts about it and the Holy Kingdom that's famous for it were destroyed? Due to the magnitude of the matter, topics of national scale were raised with wild abandon, and though the empire went without saying, the Holy Kingdom did not seem to be anything decent either. Subaru also thought that he had suffered through some pretty bad things, but one should remember that the kingdom of Lugunica was a much more pleasant place to live. Subaru. Well, even though it was hell on earth, as soon as I met Emiliatan and the others, no more doubt remained that the kingdom of Lugunica was the most heavenly place. Emilia. Sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Subaru. That's fine, that's fine. I'm just talking to myself. So, the meaning of the previous topic is for him to discuss. Subaru smiled at Emilia as she tilted her head, then returned to trying to catch Abel's interest regarding the topic at hand. In response to it, Abel quietly closed an eye and crossed his arms. Vincent, a ruler who turns a blind eye to a ridiculous act, a blatant one to this extent, such as entrusting their heart to another, must not be in their right mind. Of course, the process of decoupling the roots of the stone from this country had been underway. Your concerns are oblivious to the difficulty of discovering that and claiming lives in accordance with it, which is, simply put, nonsensical. Such is the equivalent of challenging a dragon with a pen. Subaru, if I went, gotcha, glad to hear that. Then it wouldn't match up with how we were talking about running out of time earlier. The decoupling process might have been underway, but it couldn't be done in time, which caused this situation, isn't that right? Vincent, Subaru, don't stay silent just because the odds are against you. Abel's silence in reaction to the accurate guess was confirmation that Subaru's suspicion had hit its mark. Someday, Valatia might be able to sever their shared destiny with Muspel. However, the time was not now, and it could not be cited as a clue to break through their plight. Vincent, in other words, the fates of the stone and us citizens of the Empire remain intertwined. As long as those hordes of undead are in pursuit of us, and we desperately continue to drive them away, the stone's mana shall eventually be depleted, and the lands of Valatia shall be unable to escape from its ruin. I also hear the soldiers who lost their lives in battle would undergo immediate resurrection. In short, Raswal, we're in a situation where defeating too many of our opponents and casualties on our side are both undesirable, it seems. Serena, seems like it. Their intentions are thrillingly illogical, and there's no end to their cruelty. On top of being forced to respond to the opponent's initiative, even the terms of their defensive battle had been set as something terribly evil. Subaru did not understand why Serena seemed to enjoy this, but looking closer into the enemy's relentless tactics, which did not stop at using the undead to force their way through, he could catch glimpses of their proactiveness in bringing the Empire to its definite downfall. Emilia, but I wonder why Sphinx is doing such a thing. Subaru. Eh? As Emilia voiced the doubt that surfaced in her mind, Subaru blinked at her words. The fearsome enemy, who had resurrected many of the dead resting below the Empire's soil, and was currently taking measures to act on its demise, an event regarded as the Great Disaster. The identity and schemes of such a faux sphinx, the witch, had been made quite clear in detail. However, the witch's motive that Emilia had expressed her doubt about was Subaru. Of course, isn't that because she wants to destroy the Empire? It's not like I don't understand how she feels, though. Otto, leaving aside Natsuki-san's true feelings, that is not an adequate answer to Emilia-sama's question. Assuming the identity of the opposition's leader is the witch that had rampaged through the kingdom of Lugunica in the past, any grudges they hold should be pointing towards the kingdom. Julius. Nonetheless, the witch has created an uprising with the dead in the Empire. It is certainly implausible. However, there is a possibility that the Empire was where the conditions could be fulfilled. Otto. Conditions. Designating Emilia's inquiry as the beginning of their theorization, Otto and Julius made eye contact with each other. As Otto sought out the rest of Julius's deduction, the knight placed his fingers on his narrow chin. Julius. An army of zombies, with a combination of the sacrament of the immortal king and restoration magic, for it to come to fruition. The existence of the four greats, who all possess an extraordinary amount of mana, was essential. Therefore, the witch had managed to actualize the spell in the Empire. And there, Julius paused for a brief moment, and then took a sweeping glance at the faces of everyone in the meeting room. Julius. Perhaps it may be a plan to invade the kingdom after tearing down the Empire. Subaru. Wah, Gaz. That is ridiculous. Just as Subaru fell speechless upon hearing about the likelihood of such an occurrence that Julius dreaded, Gaz exploded with a roar of indignation. Balling his hand into an excessively tight fist the size of a child's head, Gaz gnashed his teeth together while retaining the bare minimum of his rationality to not break the table. Gaz, if you are correct in your thinking, are you suggesting that the fact that our dear homeland is on the brink of annihilation is merely a byproduct of this predicament? Anastasia. To be exact, it's probably the first stage of the plan to strike the real target. Well, with the whereabouts of the stone N, stalking up on the zombies N, all that stage has probably been moving on from step to step since a really long time ago. Gaz. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr explanation was unsuccessful in placating Gaz's anger. Rather, he was growling with frustration, and Jamal seemed to be similarly furious. No one could possibly accept it if they were told the crisis occurring in their homeland was purely incidental. Subaru thought over their feelings with a dose of sympathy, then noticed the expression of Beatrice, who was beside him. Subaru, Biko, Beatrice. Julius's idea is understandable, I suppose. But Roswell, certainly, I recognize your concerns. Could it be that Sphinx truly carries human emotions with her, enough for her actions to be considered as vengeance upon the kingdom? It's precisely why I can't help but think that the idea suggested by Knight Julius is only half correct. Subaru. By half of Julius's idea, you mean, Roswell. The conditions were satisfied in the Empire. So she did what she did. That's all. Roswell closed one eye, leaving his yellow eye open, while Subaru took a sharp intake of breath at his words. If Julius's line of thinking was accurate, then the current occurrences in the Empire were not unrelated to the kingdom, and therefore the kingdom could be facing the same crisis very soon. However, if Beatrice and Roswell's theories were correct, then the situation between them and the opposition was beyond salvaging. And then Bastet's. Either way, the witch has already taken up arms and drawn the bow against the Empire. Now that even the lives of the imperial nobility have been disgraced, we're left with no other option but to eradicate our enemy. Is that not the case? Serena, I'm receiving quite the hot-blooded impression from your statement, Prime Minister. As I thought, has the incident regarding Her Excellency Lamia birthed an anger your stomach can't suppress? Bastet's. Yes, is there a problem? If Serena had meant to poke fun at him, his reaction was not quite what she had been expecting. Although Bastet's maintained an attitude of superficial calmness, his fury towards the opposition could be clearly felt from his unexpressive, narrow-eyed face. At his words, Serena traced the scar left behind by a sword wound on her own face. Serena, no, the way you are now aligns much more with my taste in men. Bastet's, that is quite a frightening thing to say. Serena, ha ha ha, though I consider myself good-looking if you pretend my scar doesn't exist. Praising Bastet's, who had undergone a change of heart as such, Serena let out a guffaw. Setting aside the exchange between the two, the truth of the matter was exactly as Bastetts had told them. They had no choice but to face the commander of the undead army, Sphinx, in a final showdown. No matter her objective, they had to. Subaru, so are you all right, Emilia-tan? Emilia, MHM. It's something that we don't know, even if we try our best to think about it. It would be great if we had an opportunity to hear it directly from Sphinx, but Subaru. We only ran into her for a moment, but she didn't seem like someone we could talk to. Beatrice. Betty agrees with Subaru, in fact. Betty also thinks it's difficult to hold a conversation with that one, I suppose. Utilizing her own life in the form of escape by death, Sphinx had targeted the coupled dragon carriages. Within the scarce number of conversations that had been held between him and Sphinx, Subaru had felt as if she was completely devoid of any zeal, just like her tactics, which considered life as a disposable resource. She did not respond to any provocation coming from those whom her emotions remained unmoved against. She was the type of competition that was rough to deal with for Subaru. Hence, even with return by death, she was a tremendously powerful opponent. Subaru. In the meantime, our opponent is steadily increasing the number of her zombies, and she's also shaving down the power that's left in the Great Spirit Muspel. We're just going to be at a disadvantage in a battle of endurance. Anastasia. Though Gathrin, battle-ready forces from all over the Empire, and launching another attack on the Imperial capitals. No good, either. Large armies clashing against each other's a simple war of attrition. The damage is gonna be worse. Otto, a condition that we are bound by, where we cannot afford any casualties from our side and the opposition, which means there is practically only one option left for the plan to save the Empire from the impending great disaster. Subaru, Anastasia, and Otto spoke one after another, and spontaneously all eyes were on Abel, who was seated at the round table. Every citizen of the Empire was involved in this incident, and as the man among them who stood on the crest, he regarded everyone's gazes as something that was to be expected. And Vincent, we shall invade the Imperial capital with a small elite unit and capture the witch masterminding it all. Thus, the path to the great disaster that they had laid out so scrupulously shall be dismantled. Marking the start of the final phase of the battle that had begun in the Valatian Empire, he assuredly announced their strategy to halt the great disaster, just like that. With the conclusion of the round table meeting, they reached a stopping point. In accordance with the policy established, from this point forward, the selection of personnel to dispatch for the Blitzkrieg and the plan for the attack on the imperial capital would be developed. However, before that discussion began in earnest, I had not realized that the stone had been stationed in Garkla. In the conference room, where only the Emperor and the Prime Minister remained, Bastetts was the one to break the ice. It was a short time where not only the members of the Allied Kingdom, but also those on the Imperial side, such as Serena and Gaz, were not present. Even Jamal, an escort, was kept waiting outside the room, so that it was just the leaders of the Empire in discussion, although if that were true, then there would have been one more person present. Vincent, in the end you also fell completely for Keisha's scheme. Bastetts, it appears so. If all went according to schedule, the sanctum would have been near the southwestern cloud sea city of Meserair around this time. Just in what point in time was I blindsided? Vincent, your eyes appear closed. Blindsiding you must have been easy. Bastetts, they appear to be closed, but they are not. That is precisely why they are so effective in prevention, is just what a sore loser would say after they have actually been deceived. Shaking his head slowly, Bastetts muttered as if lamenting his blunder. However, Vincent did not consider it Bastetts's fault. As was often the case, Keisha simply exceeded Vincent and Bastetts's expectations. In addition to deceiving both the Emperor and the Prime Minister, Keisha had also made preparations to find out just what traps the forthcoming great disaster would set. Bastetts, if the stone has not been used, we could use the fortified city as a base and strengthen our defenses. If the stone has been compromised, then Vincent. In other words, it is being used for the great disaster's plan. It seems that that enormous fool had thought of many ways to destroy the Empire and had executed them in his mind. Hence, he was right on target. Bastetts, I did not know what measures to take against someone plotting usurpation, and I did not expect someone whose goal was to wreak havoc. From now on, I shall strive to be stricter. Vincent, then do that. Vincent was slightly taken aback by Bastet's voicing his vision for the future with that, from now on. After this case was settled, Bastet would resign from the Prime Minister's position, as he thought it was not impossible that he might try to martyr himself for Lamia. Bastet, since Her Excellency Lamia has refused to do so. Finding the question in that momentary void, Bastet answered it himself. Hearing this, Vincent said nothing, only a little snort. In response to Vincent's reaction, Bastet continued, "Nevertheless, Bastet, I was surprised to hear what Your Excellency said about the stone and the sanctum. It is hard to say that we have any hope of even separating the stone from the land. Vincent, as soon as this present matter is settled, we shall get to working on the national policy that we had put on hold. If we cannot produce results by the time the non-aggression pact with the kingdom expires in 2 years' time, there shall be no tomorrow to succeed today." Bastet, is that so? Incidentally, at that, Bastet paused a beat and opened his thread-like eyes slightly. Bastet, though I am sure you are aware, the method employed to detain the stone is not to be revealed. Not only is it a secret of the Empire, but it is also a matter of strong belief among our allies. Vincent, after all, Natsuki Subaru and the half-elf spiritual arts user are both utterly opposed to even the appearance of injustice. It would be troublesome if they knew that we have been using convicts sentenced to death as the stone's contractors, disposing of them upon their deaths. Bastet, Your Excellency, do not speak carelessly. As Bastet gave him such a warning, Vincent shrugged his shoulders. During the conference, Emilia had asked him whether the stone and the Empire had a contractual relationship, and Vincent answered that there was no contractual relationship of the sort she understood. That was not a lie. It was a simple statement of fact. The simplest way to detain the stone was through a contract between the spirit and a person. However, the stone did not have self-consciousness and had no room or window for negotiation regarding the contract. Therefore, the cost of contracting with the stone was consistently the burden of the enormous amount of nothingness that flowed into the contractor. The sensation of sharing one's body around the clock with a preposterously large entity with which mutual understanding was impossible would very easily break the human mind, driving it into a state where it could no longer retain its original form. In exchange for inescapable dehumanization, the stone's nature was to abide by the contractor's current location. Therefore, the Empire kept the stone and the forcibly contracted death row convicts in lands where the sanctum was required, and distributed the benefits of the sanctum to various regions. As it was a next to impossible task to track down the stone once its location had been lost, the replenishment of the death row convicts was a matter of utmost importance. And before the decisive battle for the imperial capital began, Kisha, disguised as the emperor, had moved the stone to the fortified city of Garkla in preparation for the great disaster. But there was no sign of the death row convict who had contracted with the stone in the city. Bastet, if it has been moved, it would be impossible to track it down without any leads. If so, the only thing that would be gained by divulging the particulars is the distrust of our allies. Vincent, though even if I did not deliberately say it out loud, there were some who have likely guessed it. Recalling the faces at the conference, Vincent closed one eye as a few pertinent individuals came to mind. Bastet was correct. They did not want to create internal discord in this situation. Surely the people who had guessed this and did not speak up had the same intention. In any case, once it had been stolen from the fortified city, the stone was no longer a usable pawn, but a pending catastrophe whose whereabouts were no longer known. If there was no better solution than to subdue the witch, Sphinx, then even if they deliberately concerned themselves with that existence, there would be no meaning. Vincent, Bastet, Your Excellency. Suspicious of Vincent's reaction, who had suddenly fallen silent, Bastet called out to the Emperor. At that call, Vincent shook his head with a no. For a moment, a certain thought crossed his mind, but it was too slim of a possibility to include in his future plans. Much less, with the one whose difficulty to handle was second only to the most difficult being in the Empire to reign in. Vincent, If there was any possibility of grasping the stone's whereabouts, it would be with someone akin to a hound with a keen nose for extraordinary prey. But that is too high of a hope. At the same time, somewhere in the imperial capital of Lupugana, in the darkness, lying on the damp and hard ground, it remained unmoving. It bore the weight of wounds. The exhaustion of its mind and body also played a large part. However, the greatest reason as to why it could not move was that a wound had been suffered to a part of itself, far more important than the heart a wound to the soul, was the reason. That which it had always continued to pray for and believe in since long ago had been denied and fell to the ground. From the time it was born until today, even though there was absolutely nothing that it had treasured more, it had been rejected by none other than that very treasured something. It had lost sight of its reason, its meaning for living. It had relinquished its own value, reason for being, and the things it could do. But while sprawled out on the dampened ground, its chest rose and fell in respiration, and it muttered, "Princess," to the person who had denied its meaning, as if clinging, as if praying in a feeble voice, it muttered, and it merely continued to weakly mutter. Arc 8, Chapter 32, Selection of Members. Human translated by Nejamize, Parts 1. 6. Machine translated by Archbishop Kilm Brusef Datchezem Archbishop proofread by Archbishop #750 Japanese to English checking by Rejasu Senkel Ice Vinike and Nejamize, Art Sources, Magician. A blitzkrieg operation to prevent the destruction of the Valatian Empire caused by the Great Disaster. Now that it was clear that a head-on confrontation with the ever-reviving army of the undead was a risk that would only hasten their demise, a swift strike settlement was required. Since they could not afford to pit large armies against each other in a decisive battle between the living and the dead, it was natural that they would choose to send a small number of elite troops for a mission to assault the enemy lines. If there was a problem, it was going to be about who will be raiding the enemy's base of operations. Arms crossed, Subaru surveyed the scene while sitting on the floor in the middle of the room. Inside a room in the fortified city of Garkla's great fortress, a spacious one perfect for a large group of people to assemble, Subaru's allies, excluding those affiliated with the Empire, were gathered together. Those who had missed the earlier meeting because they had been treating the wounded were present as well. Ram and Garfield, Petra and Frederica, and not to mention, Rem of course, Anastasia and Julius were also there, as they were not affiliated with the Empire Subaru. I'm glad Halibal-san is also back safe and sound. Halibal, or it's kind of your tar worry about me. Well, Lil, Anna's real tough on me, so I'm honestly glad you're appreciating my efforts like that. Halibal, with his back against the wall and a kaisru in his mouth, smiled as he replied to Subaru's words of encouragement. The city-state's strongest wolf person had confronted the black dragon that appeared before the undead attacked during the battle on the coupled dragon carriages. He was credited with the victory of keeping the dragon zombie at bay. Thanks to him keeping the dragon zombie from getting near the dragon carriages, the damage was kept to a minimum. He was an extraordinary shinobi, as evidenced by the fact that he had single-handedly slain a dragon. And at Halibal's comment, however, Anastasia looked dissatisfied by his teasing. Anastasia, what are you on bout? If you put it like that, it sounds like I'm a heartless employer. Didn't I tell you that you be paid properly for your work? Halibal, see, that's what I'm talking bout. She's become an uncute child, tryin' to settle everything by looking at gains and losses. Ricardo's permissive parenting policy made her a wily one, don't you think? Anastasia, Halibal, yeah, I'll take my loss. The exchange of Kararagi dialect between the two was settled with a light-hearted call from Anastasia. Although they had known each other for a long time, the ease with which they communicated was reminiscent of an older man and a little girl who were relatives. Anastasia was petite and had a baby face, but her personality was the opposite of childlike, so it was unusual to get this impression from her. Regardless of Subaru's impression, Halibal, who had lost in the argument with Anastasia, said, "Well, it's what it is to get the conversation back on track. Halibal, I found out through fighting that the zombies in Valatia are a lil different in how they work from the zombies in Kararagi. They're probably a terrible match for me." Subaru, the zombies are different between Valencia and Kararagi. What do you mean? Don't tell me there's another cause for a zombie panic arising at this stage. Halibal, nah, ain't no way. The impression I'm getting is the zombies in the Empire are tougher. I heard that the kid who set this up's causing mischief to the Empire's great spirit, so maybe it's a distance thing. Subaru, distance. As he bobbed the kaisru up and down between his teeth, Halibal revealed his opinions. The subtle difference in nuance was not clear to Subaru, who was not familiar with the undead in Kararagi. However, since someone as competent as Halibal had felt it, a difference certainly existed. He did not want to think that zombies were truly being used for separate reasons at the same time, though. Julius, I get the impression that this is more a matter of being complete than of distance. Anastasia, what you mean by that, Julius? Julius, since Halibal has described them as tough, it must be true that the zombies that have appeared in the Empire are superior in terms of ability. However, the zombies in the city-states have emerged at an earlier period. So, what we can infer from this is, Ram, that Kararagi's zombies were for practice, and Valesha's zombies are for the actual operation. Is that what Knight Julius is trying to say? Ram asked this of Julius, who, when questioned by Anastasia, had expanded upon his reasoning while touching the scar under his left eye. He straightened his back at Ram's words, then tucked his chin in with a yes, Julius. If my current thoughts are correct, that would explain Halibal's impression. In addition, Halibal, may I ask why you believe that you are not a good match for the zombies of the Empire? Halibal, I didn't see 'em myself, but I heard that the zombies in the dragon carriage were multiplying. That black dragon did the same thing. You see, the selling point of my attacks is the fact that they're death curses. Once they hit, it's lights out for good. So I ain't compatible with opponents who stick round even after they kick the bucket. Not at all. Subaru. Halibal, ha. What's with the silence? Subaru. No, I was just surprised by you casually saying killing curses are your selling point. Halibal revealing his hand, so easily had Subaru unable to believe his ears. However, the former seemed to nod his head in agreement with Subaru's point with a yeah, Halibal. It ain't like anything'll happen even if you know. And even if you knew, not many people get by without talking. A single hit from me, right? Subaru. Yeah, Tilda, you might seem modest, but you're not. It's the same with Reinhard and Sesai. Feels like the strongest people of each country have that in common. Subaru was deeply impressed by Halibal's confident, imposing statement. Needless to say, Cecilus, the manifestation of approval addiction, and Reinhard, who embodied humility and sincerity as if they were the very clothes he wore, had absolute confidence in their own abilities. In fact, if someone who was as strong as they were said, "I'm nothing special," it would not be very persuasive. It would be much more impressive if they said they were proud of that fact. In any case, Emilia, I know that Halibalson isn't that good at fighting those zombies, but what should we do about that? Who should be it to storm the imperial capital? Anastasia. Though Halibal ain't talking like the strongest in Kararagi, I can still guarantee his abilities. I'm thinking he should be in the assault team so he won't get spoiled. Halibal. Well, I ain't gonna cry and make a fuss saying, I don't like it though, right? Halibal gave a wry smile to Anastasia, who was harsh even without any arguing. In reality, even if his special assassin curse did not work on the zombies, Halibal's ability to single-handedly confront the Black Dragon was undeniable. While considering that it was a certainty that he should be a part of the assault team, Subaru wanted to cut to the chase, and with a "may I say something," raised his hand. Then, Subaru, first things first, I'm joining the assault team. Indeed, before anyone else came forward, Subaru asserted his position. Everyone, all eyes gathered on Subaru, who had nominated himself, and a momentary pause was created. Taking advantage of this void, Subaru seized the opportunity to explain why he should be a part of the mission. Subaru. First, it should be clear to everyone that Spiker's authority has the power to nullify their specialty, the resurrection of the zombies. However, currently, it's necessary for me to accompany her as her guardian so she can use it. If Halibal-san has such a hard time dealing with the resurrecting enemies, then Spiker's absolutely essential for the assault. During the attack on the coupled dragon carriages, Spiker had made a significant contribution to the defeat of a formidable foe, the Poison Princess, Lamia Godwin. If she could fully wield the authority of gluttony, she could cut off the endless escape, by death of the resurrecting undead. In terms of defeating Sphinx, there seemed to be no better strategy than utilizing Spiker. Subaru, both Spiker and I have irreplaceable roles, so inevitably, Biko will also have to come with me to the imperial capital. Beatrice. That's what was wished for, in fact. Betty doesn't want to be separated from Subaru anymore, I suppose. Subaru. I'm sorry. Thanks for your help. Seating herself comfortably beside Subaru after he had raised his hand, Beatrice firmly grasped his raised hand in hers, signifying her agreement to accompany the assault team. Feeling reassured by his partner's response, Subaru glanced at Spiker, the crucial part of the operation, and Rem, whom she was holding onto. Spiker, clinging onto Rem's waist as she hugged her, and Rem, supporting her shoulder, received Subaru's gaze. Rem, why are you looking at me with such anxious eyes? Subaru, well, I'll be bringing Spiker into danger again, and if that makes you dislike me, Rem, it'll make my heart shatter. Rem, it's not like you can't seek comfort from Emilia-san anyway, right? Subaru, huh? Upon hearing Subaru's timid response, Rem averted her gaze discontentedly, muttering under her breath. While Subaru struggled to fully grasp the meaning behind her words, Ram, standing beside her, narrowed her light crimson eyes and said, Ram, what are you going to do? Rip Barusu into pieces? Subaru, don't suddenly say something so disturbing, Ni-sama. Ram, just kidding. If you were to tear him to pieces now, he'd just come back to life, wouldn't he? A Barusu increasing atop corpses, a real nightmare. Disgusting. Subaru, don't kill me without permission and then find it disgusting when I'm multiplied. At Ram's ram-like remarks, Rem smirked as she shook her head. Then she thanked her sister with a thank you very much, Rem. I really appreciate your concern, Nisama. However, as Nisama rightly said, no matter what we do now, he will just come back to life, so let's set that aside for the moment. More importantly, Spiker, you, Rem, Speaker-chan, do you think you can work hard with that person? Her smirk fading away, Rem looked down at Spiker, who was clinging to her, and asked. Spiker widened her blue eyes at the inquiry, quickly adopting a resolute expression. Being questioned about her role and what she should do, the girl, recognizing her duty, repeatedly nodding her head, Spiker. Oh, and so, she nodded with such vigor. Taking that as a voiceless affirmation, Rem made a mixed expression of bitterness and desolation. In order to express her true feelings, her voice trembled as she continued. Rem, if that's true, then I also want to come with you, but if I were to follow you as I am, my understanding is that I will only be a burden. However, Emilia, then, you don't need to worry, Rem. Rem's earnest plea was interrupted by a reassuring voice. Unconsciously, Rem let out an A, and her pale blue eyes widened as she was told this by Emilia, who thumped her own chest. Her beautiful amethyst eyes were filled with determination as she nodded to Rem. Emilia, I also really understand your worries about that child, and about the others who are going alongside Subaru. So I'll protect them so that they'll be safe no matter what. Rem, Emilia. San, Emilia, leave it to me. I'm a really strong person. Flexing her biceps, Emilia smiled at Rem at the words of the overly reliable Emilia. The bewildered Rem became speechless, and her eyes began to wander around. However, Otto, no. What are you saying, Emilia-sama? Emilia-sama, you cannot go, and there is no way that I could approve of something like that. Emilia, why not? Otto, what do you mean, why not? Do you need someone to explain it to you? Emilia opened her eyes, full of surprise, but it was Otto who was even more surprised at her. Otto, who had seemed to be constantly frowning since joining forces with the Empire, finally revealed his typical flustered face. That would be a laughable way of putting it. In actuality, Otto's opinion this time was far more appropriate than that of Emilia's. Otto, no matter how much you may want to go, this is a mission to march into the most dangerous part of the Empire, right? I absolutely cannot send Emilia-sama out there. Garfield, haul up there, Artabro. If you want to talk about dangerous places, why didn't you just say that when we first entered Valatia? Otto, that may be hard to deny, but this is a matter concerning the magnitude of the danger. Natsuki, San is right. The imperial capital is the enemy's core, their stronghold. The protection of a village with no strategic value cannot have a similar sturdiness. Without a doubt, the imperial capital is the most dangerous place. Garfield, well, I guess you got a good point. After having his legitimate question rebuked by a sound argument, Garfield retracted his opinion. Driven by this momentum, Otto turned his gaze towards Subaru and Beatrice. Otto, truthfully speaking, I am also opposed to Natsuki-san and the others going. This is the Empire's problem, so it is absurd to risk our lives for the sake of a foreign country. Subaru, what an honest guy. But I've said it several times. Otto, I understand. You want to say that whether it be the kingdom or empire, it matters not where it happens. Since the witch's aim reaches Lugunica, that is also my opinion. If she were to appear near my hometown, however, then I would much rather that the empire become a wasteland. Subaru, you're not hiding your blatantly strong kinship anymore, are you? Otto usually had a serious face, but weighing the advantages and disadvantages of getting involved in the Valetian Empire's affairs seemed to not balance out in his mind. That was why he was constantly in disagreement. But just as Otto had understood, for Subaru, this was not a matter of which land was being affected. Even Subaru disliked the Valetian Empire, but there were people that he had grown to love in this empire which he despised. For their sake, he wanted to do everything he could for them. And it was for that reason that, Subaru, not just Spiker, but I also need to go to the imperial capital. Subaru's rush to volunteer for this was, of course, to ensure that Spiker's authority was fully realized by traveling with her as her guardian. However, his biggest reason for going to this largest battlefield, the imperial capital, was, as would be expected from that place, to overturn the inevitable death which someone might face, to paint over the tapestry of fate. To garner the support of all the gladiators from the Gladiator Island, Subaru had gone through a lot of trouble, but it was well worth it. Were there to be a promised reward, Subaru would not hesitate to take it. Betty also doesn't want Subaru doing anything dangerous, in fact. And there, Beatrice, who had spoken on Subaru's behalf, towards Otto, who looked at both Subaru and herself, began to express her thoughts. With that characteristic pattern in Beatrice's blue eyes, while making contact with Otto's eyes that looked towards her, Beatrice. But the strength of that girl will be useful in dismantling the sacrament of the immortal king, I suppose. And in the unlikely event that we need to seal Sphinx, Betty's strength will be needed, in fact. Subaru, seal her. Beatrice. If Spiker's authority does not work, there will be no choice but to use a method to seal her moves and stop her rampage, I suppose. If she commits suicide in order to escape, it'll be the start of a never-ending chase, in fact. In order to prevent that, it will be time for Betty's magic to come into play, I suppose. With one hand holding onto Subaru's, Beatrice stuck out her other free hand. As he looked at the round hands of the young girl, Subaru's mind was filled with a scene as Beatrice spoke about the seal, the successful capture of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford, at Pleiades Watchtower. Roy's entire body had been hardened like wax by yin magic, and he was restrained in a state where he could not move or even think. Subaru. That's right. The Witch of Envy was captured via the same seal. Betty, that's right, in fact. It's the reliable and proven witch seal, I suppose. If sealing Sphinx is essential to controlling this situation, sorry about you and Petra, but Betty and Subaru are indispensable, in fact. With Beatrice covering for him from a magical standpoint, Subaru sneaked a glance at Otto, as well as at Petra, who was standing with Frederica, opposite to him. Petra, who had grown more reliable and promising in the time since he last saw her, was understandably unwilling to let Subaru return to the imperial capital in his shrunken state. However, she was smart enough to understand the validity of Beatrice's opinion, that if the undead army was not stopped here, the damage would increase exponentially. For the sake of that, she sighed reluctantly, and then Petra. Of course, it'd turn out like this. Subaru, Petra. Just like Remsan, I'm not in a position to come along, at least it'll be a huge help that Beatrice Jan will go as a chaperone. Subaru's heart ached for the overly understanding girl, whose anxiety was caused by none other than himself. Beatrice nodded her head in assurance of Petra's trust. Beatrice, how Petra feels is certainly understandable, I suppose. As long as Betty is around, she won't allow harm near Subaru, in fact. Petra, yup, thank you, Beatrice Jan. Emilia, that's right. Beatrice being with Subaru makes me happy and relieved. But I would feel more at ease if the two of them and I were together. Otto, Emilia Sama, Emilia, Following the beautiful friendship between Beatrice and Petra, Emilia tried to stubbornly impose her opinion in a not at all successful way and was shot down by Otto's steely gaze. However, as mentioned before, Subaru also believed that Otto's opinion was correct on this matter. Subaru wanted to grant Emilia whatever she wished if he could, but granting this wish would take Emilia straight into the most dangerous place in the Empire. On the other hand, Garfield had a point. In the first place, there was no doubt that the Empire was dangerous when they had arrived, and even if she were to remain in Garkla, her personal safety would not be guaranteed. In that sense, the ideal situation would be to keep everyone Subaru knew close to himself. Roswell, I am in favor of adding Emilia Sama to the group that is going into the Imperial capital. Frederica, Master. But then, unexpectedly, an opinion arose that was 180 degrees different from the one that had come before. Frederica had been so startled by that opinion that she could not believe her ears as she raised her voice with a look of disbelief on her face. But while it was only Frederica who had voiced it first, most of the people present could not hide their surprise at that opinion Roswell's statement. Amidst the surprise that reigned, it was Anastasia who recovered relatively quickly. Frowning as she stroked her fox scarf, Anastasia, that's a Saprisan opinion. Surely, I would have thought that y'all were unanimously against it, except for Emilia-san. Roswell, being that Emilia Sama is the representative of the camp, it's a pity that her opinion isn't being listened to well, just tilde kidding. I didn't mean to be a prankster and goo tilde against the grain, either. Otto, allow us to hear it. Roswell shrugged his shoulders, and Otto urged him onward with his emotionless voice and expression. Both Subaru and the person being supported, Emilia, waited with bated breath for Roswell's thoughts. Roswell, under the scrutiny of those around him, closed an eye, leaving only the yellow one open. Roswell, it's not difficult. In this alliance with the Empire, Emilia Sama's ability is a powerful asset for us to propose. If it were Anastasia Sama who were to tell her to go ahead, we would all stop her, but Emilia Sama is nuot tilde like that. In fact, we all approved of Emilia Sama's involvement in the war before the zombies even showed up. Emilia, yeah, true. You know, I fought Madeline and Mesorea that time too, and I made it back without a hitch. Otto, this situation is different from that. What is required is a surprise attack by a small number of elites, and Emilia Sama's over-the-top, bold fighting style is not suited for that. Roswell, she has more than enough to make up for that. And if Emilia Sama is there, even if the operation fails, then rebuilding can be incorporated into the operation. She could freeze half of the city, wouldn't you agree? This was an outrageous statement by Roswell, who held up one finger, but it was not surprisingly over the top. Emilia's abilities as a unit were hard to replace. She had a ridiculous amount of mana that she could provide on her own, and super long-range skills that she could make full use of. In short, Emilia could turn the battlefield into a snowy landscape all by herself and run around in the extreme cold, all while being cute and energetic. In order to make ideal use of her overwhelming fighting ability, Subaru had devised Ice Brand Arts, which was also recognized by Roswell. In fact, there was no doubt that Emilia was one of the camp's strongest fighting assets. After being one of the major participants in the events surrounding Pleiades Watchtower and the decisive battle at the Imperial capital, keeping Emilia out of harm's way was not a convincing argument at the moment. In addition, Roswell had a conviction only he could possess. That was Roswell. Subaru-kun would be more motivated if Emilia Sama were with him, Riite Tilda. Subaru, you, with that clearly malevolent smile from Roswell, Subaru could not help but bite his lip. It was obvious that the tacked-on remark was making fun of Subaru's authority of return by death, which only Roswell knew about. Roswell had no idea that death was the trigger for Subaru to go back in time, but he knew that Subaru had a secret trick of the likes up his sleeve. For Emilia's sake, there was also the certainty that he would not let this trick go to waste. Roswell's calculations were correct. Subaru would use return by death if something happened to anyone, but if Emilia were to come along, Subaru's eagerness and desperation would be everything that Roswell wanted and more. However, only people like Roswell could be persuaded by such circumstances. Frederica, Master, I, like Otto-sama, am against Emilia Sama going. Despite this, the opposition was not swayed by hearing Roswell's viewpoint. Even Frederica, who was among the members of the camp who tended to side with Roswell, was opposed to Emilia joining the team, emphasizing the dangers of the situation. However, Frederica, of course, I am aware that Emilia Sama is stronger than Otto Sama, and I will ever be. But still, she is way too important, Roswell. So I will accompany them. Is that right to say, Tilda? Frederica, ha! Unable to find an agreement after all, Frederica's eyes widened upon hearing this refutation. Roswell made a brief but unmistakable declaration as he waved both of his lifted hands for all to see. Roswell, I will accompany Emilia Sama and the rest of the team to the imperial capital, Tilda. Fortunately, now that I no longer have to hide my true identity, I'll be able to show off my skills, both great and small. Emilia, ha, Roswell is coming. Are you coming with us? Roswell, are you surprised? Emilia, well, I always had the impression that you were always just relaxing in your mansion, Roswell. Roswell gave a wry smile at Emilia's genuinely astonished reaction. Although relaxing was a rather Emilia-like expression, Roswell was usually not there to solve problems since he was often the cause of them, and because he was an unreliable ally to begin with. However, it would make no sense for Roswell to betray their trust under these circumstances. Considering that there was no possibility of Roswell plotting some dark scheme within the Empire, in a sense, they could trust Roswell here much more than they could in the kingdom. Subaru. It makes you wonder what kind of ally is more trustworthy in another country. Upon hearing that Roswell would be accompanying them, it seemed to Subaru that the proposal had nothing but merits, except for the rather disgusted look on Beatrice's face. If one was talking about the strongest members of the camp, Roswell was undeniably one of them. Otto, I also, for a moment, Otto suddenly started to say something. Yet the words he was about to say were interrupted by grinding teeth, so Otto took a deep breath and exhaled. Otto, Garfield, please accompany Natsuki-san and the rest. Garfield, you're sure about that? A bit of the three knights are on their merry way going on here. All the strong ones are gonna be there. Otto, since we made it this far, it would be folly to do a half-baked effort. In that respect, I do not like the fact that it is in the hands of the Margrave. Roswell, Otto-kun is always thinking too much of me. He isn't Tildahy. Roswell put on a relaxed smile, and Otto put his hand on his forehead. Garfield, seeing his brother's distress, gnashed his fangs and put his fists together in front of his chest. With a dry thud, Garfield stomped the floor with gusto. Garfield, 8 then. I'll be talking Otto Bro's worries, Petra's worries, and also Sis's worries all together with my amazing self. Ram's worries are missing. Garfield, I don't want to bring your concern for Roswell with me. Ram, idiot. There's no need to worry about Roswell-sama. Ram is worried for you. Although Garfield had made his choice readily and determinedly, the singular jab he received from Ram had caused his momentum to shrivel up with a rower. After displaying her sinful tendency to lead Garfield on, Ram then glanced at Roswell, who had volunteered to be a part of the invading force. Ram, please, to your heart's content, kindly put on a show for the Empire with your powers. Roswell, sure thing. The Empire has too little respect for magic, after Owl Tilda. In response to his smile, Ram lifted the skirt of her traveling outfit to perform a curtsy. Staring at the interaction in which a certain amount of trust, neither excessive nor insufficient, had been exchanged, Emilia blinked her eyes, having been left behind by the flow of the conversation. Emilia, so Roswell and Garfield are coming with us, and I'm also going to invade the imperial capital with Subaru's group. Is that right? Subaru. Yeah, that should be all right. We put together the strongest team, just as Otto said. They would be bringing along Emilia, Garfield, and Roswell, the three most powerful people within the Emilia camp, so it could be said that they would be performing at their highest potential as an allied faction. Subaru was worried about the prospect that the trio of him, Beatrice, and Spiker would become a burden to them. Subaru. And then Hallibal-san also joins the team, huh? All that's left is Julius, Subaru. Just as Subaru was about to declare the team as one undoubtedly made up of their strongest members, he turned around upon hearing someone calling for him. The one who had called for him was a man who had not been included among the names that were mentioned. Moreover, if only the strongest were to be gathered, then he was unmistakably someone that Subaru wanted in such a team. However, the man in his traditional Japanese clothing, with his handsome face, had made an affirmation with a look of dignity in his eyes. Julius, I will stay by Anastasia-sama's side. Drawing the enemy's eyes towards the fortified city will assist your break-in, will it not? Subaru, Julius, of course, those whom His Excellency the Emperor places his trust in will bear the responsibility of defending the city, but I plan to be of assistance as well, most of all. There, Julius cut off his words for a moment and cast a glance at Anastasia, who was beside him. In order to search for the missing Subaru and company, Anastasia had pushed herself to come running all the way to Valatia. Along with Subaru's feelings of gratitude towards her, it was necessary for her to return safely without question. Therefore, Julius made an unequivocal statement. Julius, I am Anastasia-sama's one and only knight, after all. Subaru silently took in a breath at those self-assured words, cloudless and invigorated to the point that it was spectacular. It was because Subaru understood. That was a statement Julius had made to indicate where he stood, and at the same time, it was to light a fire under Subaru, who was also in the same position as him. A shove in the back to protect Emilia, just as Julius would protect Anastasia. Subaru, I'm telling you, just because you stay here doesn't mean you can take it easy. If you let your guard down, you're going to get humbled like you got humbled with Reed. Julius, how daunting. Even now I tremble in fear whenever I gaze at the wound on my face in the mirror. Subaru, the hell are you saying? Laughing off Julius's banter in that manner, Subaru practically jumped to his feet on the spot. Like that, he surveyed the entire group with his eyes and went on to reconfirm. Subaru, me, Biko, and Spiker are going. Emilia-tan, Garfield, and Raswal will be there, and Halibelsen's also gonna be a member of the team too. Emilia, MHM, let's do our best. Since Ram's group and Anastasia-sen's group are staying behind, please be very careful of the Zarmis. Anastasia, y'all are the ones breaking into the core of the castle, so I'm gonna lose face with you telling me that. But depending on how much we can be flashy with attracting our customers, the difficulty of your mission will change. It's our time to shine, ain't it? As if her merchant spirit had been stirred, Anastasia responded with an evil grin. Feeling reassured by that, Subaru clenched his fists at the imminent battle that would be decisive for the Empire. No matter what, they would dedicate their best effort to prevent the great disaster. For that reason, they had to hurry towards the imperial capital. If he were to be asked why, it was because Subaru. If at any time Sesai decides to slay 1,000 or even 10,000 people carelessly at the place he was left behind, and the Great Spirit's mana runs out, and the Empire gets destroyed because of it, that's gonna be absolutely terrible. In that case, it would be impossible to tell whether it was Subaru's fault for taking Cecilus along with him, or a price the Empire had to pay for leaving that guy unattended up until now. Arc 8, Chapter 33, Verdict on Love. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Eternitishak Art Sources. Selin, Governor of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, Gustav Morello. There was an immense significance in receiving that position from the almighty emperor of the sacred Valatian Empire. In Valatia, where the teaching that the people of the empire must be strong was lived and breathed, the role of the shows held on the island, utilizing the gladiators, was exceedingly important in these times of peace. Those were not simply for the purpose of amusement, but so that in the reign of the current emperor, who extinguished even the smallest fires of the live coals known as internal strife, the human nature of the imperial peoples would not be overly distanced from combat, so that their fangs would not be dulled. It was not as though the emperor had so plainly declared that, but when Gustav was appointed as governor by the Emperor Vincent Valatia, he grasped that such were the professional duties he must fulfill. In reality, following that through, Gustav had come to fulfill that better than any of his predecessors in the long line of governors of the island. Until today, Gustav Morello, accompanied by the gladiators of Jinnenhive, have successfully converged. Before the emperor who cast his gaze down upon him, before Vincent Valatia, Gustav placed all four of his arms as a multi-armed tribesman on the ground and spoke as he kneeled. The great civil war that shook the entire empire, its premise had completely collapsed with the interference of the dead. In order to escape the hosts of savage undead, the citizens of the imperial capital and the surrounding areas had been simultaneously evacuated, and without distinction, the warriors of the regular army and rebel army had been forced to cooperate in order to oppose the ruin. The evacuation of the excess refugees was still proceeding, but even so, the fortified city of Garkla was accommodating more than half of the total refugees. As a part of that large number of evacuees, right after they had entered Garkla, Gustav had been granted audience with Vincent. Gustav. In a room of the large fortress, next to the kneeling Gustav, Idra Misanga wore a puzzled expression. The group of outlaws that was the gladiator gang had changed their name to the Pleiades Battalion, and with Natsuki Schwartz as their head, Gustav had served the role of military advisor. And in that role of military advisor, Gustav had chosen Idra to assist him in jobs other than rampaging. Among the gladiators whom Schwartz had an especially close relationship with, Idra happened to have a suitable amount of prudence and composure, and was an exceedingly useful treasure in the group of ruffians. Be that as it may, when abruptly brought before His Excellency the Emperor, that composure could not be demonstrated. Vincent, in regards to your activities, I have received a report from Zikr Osman. That person, Natsuki Schwartz, was also chirpily boasting about your achievements. Idra, chirpily, perhaps because he was overly tense, Idra subconsciously voiced that, and his face went pale. Narrowing his sable eyes, Vincent was famous for the fierce nature on the other side of his handsome, delicate appearance. For the imperial citizens who only knew of the emperor through rumors, it was understandable that they would be prepared to die with just his gaze being turned to them. However, as Gustav looked up to Vincent while still kneeling, Gustav, Your Excellency the Emperor, this is Idra Misanga. He is a gladiator, but he assists myself, as the official, with work that others are incapable of. Please, depending on if the current conflict is resolved, your pardon would be Vincent. You are unusually talkative, Gustav Morello. But Idra, Vincent, if he says you are valuable, then it must be so. Endeavor to the utmost. If you are going to speak about what comes after the war, leave behind achievements and a life that can be discussed after the war. Idra, you understood. I am grateful and delighted. With so much excess momentum that his forehead slammed against the floor, Idra resolutely prostrated himself on the spot. Idra was so deeply moved by the feeling of narrowly escaping death that he could not see his surroundings, but as a mere son of a miller, he did not realize just how extraordinary the words Vincent had spoken to him were. Of course, Gustav thought that he had contributed enough to be deserving of that, but at the same time, he noticed a change in Vincent that was the tolerance he showed towards others. From the very start, Vincent was the wise emperor, perhaps even too wise an emperor. Therefore, when faced with someone who could not share in the exceptionally perceptive sight of the emperor, Vincent was rather cold-hearted. For that reason, the people around him were urged to stake their lives on the line in the endeavor to try and understand what the emperor saw. The emperor had deemed that acceptable. However, it seemed as if he had lost just that. Vincent, however, you have made quite the bold move, have you not? Suddenly, as if to sever Gustav's contemplation, Vincent spoke. At the emperor's sentence, Gustav, still kneeling, closed his mouth with his fangs still sticking out, and awaited Vincent's next words. As Vincent narrowed his sable eyes at Gustav's silence, Vincent, my order to you ought to have been the duty of the Gladiator Island's governor. To think that you have abandoned that duty during this emergency, spearheading the island's gladiators to advance far east to the imperial capital. How dare such a person bring their one and only head before the emperor, where it is natural to tremble? Sitting in a large chair, Vincent spoke these words with his chin resting in his hand atop the armrest. To the side, Idra could be heard making a noise with his throat. It was a situation in which the height of disrespect had been directed toward the emperor, in which any imperial citizen would be pessimistic that their life had been lost. Gustav, may I have the privilege of clarifying a few things? Vincent, I shall allow it. However, choose your words carefully. Even if you lose 2 arms, you would still be able to continue working as an ordinary person, correct? But Gustav did not succumb to such pessimism, and instead discourteously responded to the emperor. With a gaze that could be described as sadistic or inflammatory, Vincent allowed it. Before him, Gustav was astonished with how calm he was. Being inclined to act this way was likely the influence of the courageous boy who was more fearless than anybody else. Gustav, Your Excellency the Emperor, you have stated that in my capacity I have abandoned the duty of governor, but in reality that is not the case. And in addition, the one spearheading the gladiators is not me, as the official, but Vincent. It is not you, Gustav. It is the honorable son of Your Excellency the Emperor. Vincent's reaction at that moment was likely something that Gustav would never forget for the rest of his life. Vincent. In an instant, Vincent's sable eyes widened, and he made a wretchedly uncouth expression. That reaction could not be accurately described with any other words than being attacked in an unguarded moment. It was evidence that for Vincent, both the speaker and the content spoken went far beyond his expectations. Vincent placed his hand over his mouth and erased that rare expression. Then, Vincent, I had evaluated your devotion to your professional duties as having no leeway. Gustav, in my capacity, I am in agreement. But if things had proceeded in line with the thoughts of Your Excellency the Emperor and myself, as the official, I would be doing nothing but watching over this major crisis of the Empire from the far reaches of the West. Perhaps, if Schwartz had not outrageously seized control of the Gladiator Island, Gustav would still be remaining on the island during this major crisis of the Empire, fully immersed in his duty of managing the gladiators. Even if something had happened to Vincent in the imperial capital, he would have obediently performed the professional duties appointed to him. Perhaps he would have even thought of producing results that nobody would appraise as some sort of farewell gift. That such a thing had not come to pass, that such a version of himself had not been left behind, relieved him from the bottom of his heart. Instigated by Schwartz, he had interpreted the Emperor's order in a rather self-centered way that he could decide for himself whether this was the emergency, even if it was the result of perverting it to the fullest extent in order to hasten to the imperial capital. That was the case. Vincent. Then the Emperor would have perished along with the imperial capital, and he would have likely put you lot to good use. Gustav, Your Excellency the Emperor. Contrary to Gustav, who thought he could affirm his own judgment regardless of whether it was correct or not, Vincent's spoken words sounded pregnant with some other speculation. But Vincent did not try to touch upon the speculation that had shown itself. Instead, Vincent shook his head, and Vincent, that shall do fine, I shall go along with what you say. In the midst of this situation contending for the survival of the Empire, magnificently exert yourself to win pardon for the gladiators, and to keep your own position. Stand down. Gustav, yes, sir. As much as my arms allow, in my capacity, I shall work myself until my body is ruined. Between Gustav and Vincent, there was a mutual understanding that they were treating this as the emergency. Whether Gustav had deviated from the professional duties of governor of the Gladiator Island or not would be proved by the work done by Gustav himself and the Pleiades battalion from here on out. He did not have the confidence that they could definitely accomplish that. But at this moment, Gustav thought that he would at least finish things without regretting what Schwartz had instigated. Indeed, it was at the moment that Gustav slightly contorted the ends of his mouth and was about to excuse himself from before the Emperor. Idra, with all due respect, Your Excellency the Emperor, there's a question I'd like to HK. With his forehead rubbing against the floor, Idra suddenly began to speak, causing Gustav to reflexively gasp. With a quivering voice with discourtesy, Idra spoke so to Vincent, skillfully tilting his head upwards in his prostrated position, and directed his eyes, still on the verge of tears, to the Emperor. Idra, who had displayed his willpower in the sparker of the island, possessed admirable courage, but refusing to yield after being ordered to stand down by the Emperor was, as expected, an exceedingly outrageous action that did not value his own life. However, Vincent, what is it? Vincent's unthinkable response. Gustav was utterly flabbergasted once more. At that great opportunity, Idra extended his arms without hesitation, and he did not miss his chance. Like a gladiator making full use of their instincts during a critical moment on which their life was staked, Idra moved his parched lips and released the prompted question. That was, Idra, Your Excellency, after this battle, what do you intend to do to your honorable son, to Prince Schwartz? Gustav, Misanga. It was an inappropriate and ill-timed question that nobody except the bravest person in the whole empire would be able to ask. The rumor of the black-haired crown prince that had arisen all across the lands was inseparable from the great civil war that would be left in the history of the empire, at least before the circumstances were painted over with the battle between the living and the dead. Originally, the details behind the start of the Pleiades battalion were that Schwartz had expressed his determination to clash with Vincent, so that was the overall objective of the battalion. Therefore, it was natural for Idra to desire that answer from Vincent. The problem was, that was an ultimate disrespect that posed a very real threat to his life, but Idra was so overwhelmed by tension that he was unable to recognize that. Gustav, during the moment of silence that was yielded, Gustav became aware of the rare discomposure within himself. Thinking back on it, all of his discomposure in recent memory had been due to either Schwartz or Cecilus. For Idra to be added to that list was an event that made the world seem bleak. Unconsciously, even Gustav tried to escape from the reality unfolding before his eyes. Vincent, Idra Misanga. Vincent's lips called out Idra's name. Receiving that, not just Idra, but Gustav also gazed in wonder, and they both gulped down their saliva. Before the two of them, the Emperor rearranged his crossed legs and continued, Vincent, it is not my place to be concerned with the validity of his actions. Vincent's answer could not be said to have a comprehensible meaning. The notion that Vincent, who stood at the apex of this empire, did not have the right to make a decision regarding Schwartz's position. There was nobody who could be satisfied upon being told that. But more than that, Idra could not be permitted to continue persisting. Vincent, stand down while your head is still attached to your torso. Any more than this shall be disrespect. Having overlooked everything until now, the Emperor now explicitly drew a clear line. With that as a start, Gustav hurriedly hoisted up Idra with two of his arms, and used his other two arms to close his mouth. With Idra, who was likely the luckiest man in this fortified city, or perhaps even in this empire tonight, being carried in his arms, Gustav gave a very deep bow to Vincent. And then, Gustav, I sincerely beg for your honorable mercy on Prince Schwartz's honorable position. Sharing in Idra's good luck, Gustav used it to his advantage and left behind that final comment, and the curtain was closed on the act of explaining their departure from the Gladiator Island. So, he was even able to cause Gustav Morello to speak in such a manner. That man is someone I am incapable of fully reading. Gustav had carried Idra like a criminal and departed while adding a comment that would have been fine if left unsaid. Seeing off that back, Vincent quietly sighed. Not only had he been unexpectedly sent to the Gladiator Island, but he had twisted the thoughts of all the gladiators there, and of Gustav, who was honestly devoted to his professional duties. That fact deserved praise. To be honest, no matter how much the person in question may deny it, his actions were to the extent that him not being a stargazer seemed not to make any logical sense. Anyhow, Vincent, even if they are included in the city's defenses, it shall be far from stable. We must not cut corners in selecting the offense against the imperial capital, but Vincent had many thoughts on how they ought to be handled. The personnel from the kingdom's side were being selected by their own intelligent individuals, and in an alliance with them, this side also needed to turn over a suitable hand. Bastet's and Serena would remain in the fortress city, and regarding tactics, Gazi's presence would function more than well enough. In the sense of plain fighting strength, the shortage of the personnel joining the strike force would hurt, but Vincent, the personnel who triumph in large-scale tactics, are irreplaceable. That point likely has more value than if 10 Ceciluses were left behind. There being 10 of him would be nothing short of a nightmare. But I suppose the reason why he is still yet to converge is that something in the imperial capital has piqued his curiosity. Him causing the destruction of our country is something I would like to avoid. Everyone who was aware of the level of danger posed by the stone and Cecilus's nature harbored the same fear, that Cecilus would massacre the undead, sucking the mana of the Great Spirit dry. Similar to how Hannibal had suppressed the Black Dragon at the coupled dragon carriages, he did not think Cecilus would lag behind the undead even if his limbs were shorter. But the very fact that he would not lag behind was the very problem. Vincent, Supposing that causes the ruination of the country, I suppose it would be that damn Keisha's responsibility for picking him up that day. The very notion of his predictions being off the mark is a nice feeling. But he was not enough of a madman to laugh in delight because of that, and it was unclear if there was even enough time to be laughing in delight. Indeed, right as Vincent reaffirmed within himself the reason for hastening. Oi, hold on. I told you that I can't let you in, most honorable Empress Consort. Like, I said. I still haven't said that I'm okay with that. Hearing a sudden loud voice from beyond the door, an odd flavor was mixed into Vincent's contemplation. A hoarse, clamorous voice and an angry, shrill voice sounded, and as Vincent lifted his face, before him was the door being vigorously thrown open from the other side. Abelchin, gimme a minute. Vincent, I shall not. Having kicked open the door and marched in, it was a tall woman with fluttering, long, blonde hair. Stepping forth before the Emperor with two barbarian swords fastened to her waist, it was Medium O'Connell who brazenly performed that outrageous action which seemed to be devoid of sanity. Behind Medium, Jamal O'Reilly, who had been positioned in front of the door, wore a deplorable expression, and Vincent pierced him with a chilly gaze. Vincent, I ordered you to only let through the ones which I said to let through, did I not? Jamal, why yes, that's true. But when the person is the most honorable Empress Consort, a low-ranking soldier like me ain't got a clue on what to do. HK Vincent. In that case, if a general of higher rank were to appear bearing the spirit of rebellion, you would be powerless. Jamal. Yes. No. Since between your excellency and a general, I think your excellency is definitely higher. But I don't really understand the position of most honorable Empress Consort, that's all. While his vulgarity was always on display, Jamal showed that he was carefully selecting his words. At his response, Vincent decided to give up on it for now and looked at Medium, who stood in an imposing way. Medium, who had marched in with heavy breathing, gave a very different impression to what he had heard. Vincent, I had heard that you had confined yourself in a room and were whimpering to yourself. Medium, who said that I was whimpering? That's not like me at all, though just a little I may have cried just a little. Vincent, it was your brother, Flop O'Connell. Medium, big bro. Big bro, why did you say such a thing, Tilda? That is quite simple, dear sister. Of course, in anticipation of the forthcoming conflict between honorable consorts, it is so that His Excellency the Emperor Khan will have a strong concern and desire to protect Medium. Medium vigorously turned around, and prompted by her, Flop ungrudgingly confessed his plan with a foolish look on his face. Vincent no longer said anything to Jamal, who had just let Flop pass freely, but he did not have the time to go along with the sibling quarrel that was beginning here. Medium, I said it to Jamalchin as well, but I haven't agreed to that. It's not that I hate Abelchin, but I don't know what I would do as the most honorable Empress Consort. Flop, I see, I see. But dear sister, you're my little sister, but did you become my sister while knowing what a sister ought to do? Or did you become my sister without knowing anything in particular? Am I wrong? Medium, ha, now that you mention it, Flop. In that case, it isn't important whether you know how to become something or not. What matters is the feelings of trying to become that thing and the surrounding environment. You could even say that the foundations of a little sister and the most honorable Empress Consort are the same thing. Medium, oh, Tilda, I get it, you're incredible, big bro. You aren't deceiving me, right, big bro? After being tricked for just a moment, Medium furiously lashed out, and Flop said, I guess there's no helping it, Tilda, as he placed his hand on the forehead of his sodden face. Though it did not seem like a sudden occurrence of a quarrel between siblings. Vincent, come not before me with matters that you have not even settled amongst yourselves. I am busy. Jamal, take them away. Medium, wait. Right now it doesn't matter whether I'm the most honorable Empress Consort or not. Wanting Abelchin to give me a minute wasn't about that. Vincent, what is it? Medium, I also want to go to the imperial capital. With a firm sound, Medium struck her hand against her chest and clearly stated her request. Hearing that request, Vincent furrowed his brow. Then, next to Medium, who wore a brave expression, Flop raised a finger and said, May I? Flop, you might be surprised by such a sudden thing, but this isn't just an idea that my sister came up with. Right before we arrived at this town, the one we saw in that dragon carriage at the end, Vincent. Balleroy Temiglyph, was it? Flop. Yeah, that's right. As Flop nodded without surprise, Vincent recalled the final conflict on the coupled dragon carriages. Subaru had made the girl whom he had started to call Spiker do something, and as a result, the resurrection of the undead Lamia became defective, and Vincent stabbed her with his own hands. Then, controlling a deceased flying dragon, the one who had taken away Vincent's sister who was dying once again was the magical sharpshooter, Balaroy Temiglyph. Having laid eyes upon Balaroy there, Medium had certainly said something. Medium, Balebro, in a weak, feeble voice, Medium muttered so. Her voice quavering, she had called that out to the fleeing Balaroy many times over. Flop, Medium and I have an old fellowship with Balaroy. In the past, he helped us out a lot at High Countess Drakroy's place. For Balaroy to be there, there's no way we could have ever expected to reunite with him in such a way. Vincent, to call that a reunion would be perhaps a bit too ironic. In response to Vincent's words, Flop spoke, yeah, in a voice that was unusually somber for him. Medium and Flop, the two of them harbored complex feelings regarding the undead Balaroy. If someone they were very close with had appeared in a form completely different to when they were alive, the heartache incurred was something Vincent could understand. But Vincent would never disclose that he could sympathize with those emotions, no matter what. At the very least, he had given his resurrected sister her last rites by his own hand. Vincent, so how does the relationship between you siblings and Balaroy connect to your previous request? Medium, Abel Chin is smart, so you should know what I'm trying to say, right? But the way you just said that had a really unpleasant feeling, so it'd be better if you stopped with that. Vincent, Medium, I wanna meet Balebro and talk to him. Even if I have no clue what he's thinking having become like that, I wanna talk to him. After all. At first she was vigorous, however, gradually faltering. She chose words to try and accurately convey the feelings in her heart. As Medium did so, her words came to a pause. The most important words, in order to choose them in the most accurate way possible, she earnestly contemplated. And Medium, after all, I wanted to become Balebro's bride. Vincent, so it is not but an emotional argument. Responding so to the teary-eyed Medium's appeal, Vincent looked towards Flop. Flop was the one who had endorsed Medium, who was still on the verge of bursting out crying, to become one of his consorts. Rather than ambition, the true motivation was likely more strongly concerned for Medium's well-being. Vincent, is not stopping your sister from heading towards such a deadly place fine with you? Flop. Oi, Yaya, Your Excellency the Emperor Khan, it seems you don't understand just how much my sister and I treasure our everyday conversations. Of course, before coming here I did all I could to try and stop her, but she shook me off through sheer force, and I just finished reapplying all of my bandages. Vincent, in other words, she overcame you through brute force. It is unexpected that she's able to disregard her brother's recommendations. Medium, I love Big Bro, and what Big Bro says is generally always correct. But me and Big Bro are different people, so there are times when we want to do different things. Now is one of those times. As if she could not be stopped by force or by words, Medium regained the springiness in her voice. Witnessing her forceful appeal, Vincent pondered for a while. In the sense of plain strength, Medium's capabilities were just a little better than a rank-and-file Imperial soldier. Jamal, who could not even follow simple commands, likely had a higher level of ability with the sword. It was difficult to imagine she would make dramatic contributions to the progress of the battle were she to be brought along. However, on the contrary, that would mean her presence would not influence the war situation. Vincent, do as you please. Medium, really, Abelchin, Vincent, do not be doubtful that your request has been accepted. Whether you are present or not shan't impact the martial situation. But that is exactly why you shall need to take that responsibility upon yourself. Medium, that means. Medium was astonished by his initial response, but Vincent's following words made her blink her eyes. Seeing Medium in such a state, Flop interjected with, in other words, Flop, you will need to defend yourself. They don't have the strength to spare in order to protect Medium, that's what he means. Vincent, indeed. Without that resolve, throwing yourself into the maelstrom of battle would be, Medium. What, in that case, it'll be okay. Needing to defend myself is something that I've been doing all along when I was traveling with Big Bro. Vincent, as he tried to convey that she was mistaken if she intended to receive protection because she was a candidate for Empress Consort, Vincent's expectations were swiftly betrayed by Medium herself. Medium had been anxious about what she was being told, but she patted her chest in relief, as if she had just been given a trivial condition. Medium, geez, Tilda, I was so nervous about what exactly you were telling me, Tilda. But I'm glad that Abelchin isn't as ill-natured as I had feared. Being told something roughly in line with his expectations, Vincent contorted his lips into a slightly dejected expression. At any rate, that was Medium's declaration after having spoken her request and comprehending the danger that would come in that situation. If that was the case, Vincent had nothing else to add. Vincent, tomorrow morning. Medium, A. Vincent, tomorrow morning the selected personnel shall head for the imperial capital. Make your preparations. Informing her curtly, Vincent then looked towards Flop. Vincent, you are not going to say that even you shall come along, are you? I shall say this now, but I have no intention of discussing whether it is right or wrong for someone who is unable to protect themselves to volunteer for suicide in such a manner. Flop, thanks for your concern. As one would expect, I don't intend to willingly go to my death. I don't want to be an impediment to my sister either. The matter of Balleroy, I'm entrusting it to Medium. Medium, big bro, Vincent, though there is no way to be confident that they shall meet. Without commenting on Flop's determination, Vincent touched on the possibility that their desire might not be fulfilled. However, at Vincent's words, Flop gave a smile. Flop, don't worry, they'll definitely meet. Vincent, for what reason do you think so? Flop, I have faith in fate. It may be ill-natured, but it shouldn't be so tactless. That baseless appeal had the same persuasiveness as Medium's earlier emotional argument, but Vincent avoided referring to this and that for now. If he said something, these siblings would each reply to Vincent with twice the amount he had spoken. Besides, they would probably understand without him needing to tell them. Medium. Well then, Abelchin, see you tomorrow. I'll get bags under my eyes if I don't get a good night's sleep. With a big wave of her hand, Medium gallantly turned around. In her bolt-upright back, there was not a single trace of the fact that she had tears in her eyes just moments before. If those were not fake tears, he could only feel that she was a girl of hectic emotions. Then Flop, who ought to have been following Medium out, suddenly halted his step, and Flop, Your Excellency the Emperor Kun, thank you. Vincent, this gratitude is in regards to what exactly? Flop, for taking Medium's no, for taking both of our feelings into consideration. Also, for not rebuking Medium, even though she liked Balleroy. You know, since she's a candidate to be your honorable consort. With a pleased look on his face, Flop touched his forehead. For that reason, Vincent responded by snorting his nose, as if to question what Flop was saying. Medium's feelings of wanting to meet Balleroy, the very notion of gratitude for having not rebuked such a thing. Vincent, to punish love. Anyone who performs such a boorish deed must be miserable. Giving an awfully delighted smile at that reply, Flop was an eyesore to Vincent. Arc 8, Chapter 34. Won't forgive you until you explain. Human translated by Archbishop, Part 2, Machine translated by Archbishop Datchezem, Archbishop proofread by Archbishop hash 750 seal, Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Bell Ice Vinnicayan Art sources. Merihan Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The morning of departure for the imperial capital of Lupugana had arrived. At the entrance to the fortified city of Garkla, refugees from the imperial capital and surrounding areas continued to arrive in droves throughout the morning, swelling to a number that even the cities which could accommodate the greatest numbers of people could not hold. Everyone was busy dealing with and responding to the situation. But unfortunately, it was not a matter that anyone unaffiliated with the empire could do or say anything about. That was why the tasks entrusted to them needed to be accomplished properly. If they were not done properly, though it really, really pains me, I cannot really be of any help to you. The pink-haired boy's small shoulders scrunched up in frustration, and as if feeling the same pain he was, Emilia clenched her fists. Emilia understood all too well the pain of not being able to do what one desired to do because one was not strong enough. Moreover, this boy Schult was a young child. Emilia, too, had been unable to be there for her loved ones when she was a child, so she was painfully aware of Schult's feelings. Schult, Emily Sama, I entreat you, Please, I'd like you to save Priscilla Sama, Al Sama, and Heinkel Sama. With round eyes filled with tears, Schult begged Emilia for help. It took a lot of courage for such a small child to hold back his tears and beg someone to help the people he loved. It was something Emilia could not have done. So she respected Schult's bravery. That was why Emilia would bring home to Schult a different ending than hers back then. Emilia, yeah, leave it to me. I appreciate you asking me to do this. Schult, Emily Sama, Emilia, because with this, no matter what Priscilla says to try to keep me away, I can say back to her that you asked with a please properly. With a thump on her own chest, Emilia reassured Schult with those words. As Schult heard this, his round eyes widened even more, and his expression quickly brightened. Schult, yes, ma'am. Priscilla Sama is not being honest with herself, so I hope you will talk back to her. Schult's voice regained some of its energy, even if it was a bit hollow, and Emilia, trying to match Schult's words, nodded back firmly with a yes. M is reliable, but it's dangerous. It's better if Bay watches over you. Don't need to say anything, since that was already the intention, I suppose. As Emilia and Schultz spoke, two little girls exchanged words with each other. Beatrice, Emilia's escort, and Utakata, Schultz's escort, watched Emilia and Schultz exchange with satisfaction, then exchanged glances with each other. Beatrice, it's probably not completely safe here either, in fact. It would be a good idea to stay hidden here with your head in your hands, along with that Schultz boy, so you won't be seen, I suppose. Utakata, when push comes to shove, U will protect Shu and fight, and Bay will also do her best with Sue and the others. Beatrice. Good grief, what an encouraging thing to say, in fact. Despite their outward physical appearances, as the two girls had a difference in age on the inside, they pledged to fight well and exchanged their resolve for the battle that would foretell the fate of the Valetian Empire. And then, somewhere a little further away, well, I'm off now, big bro, big sis Serena. Declaring in a lively and loud voice, Medium veered a courageous smile to the two people seeing her off. Medium was included in the group storming the imperial capital, and seeing her off was her brother Flop, of course, along with the nostalgic person to whom she was greatly indebted, Serena Drakrai, whom she had reunited with on this battlefront. Flop and Medium had been under Serena's care for a long time at the time they had been children, and with the white scar on her face included among her beautiful features, she was bidding Medium farewell as the latter headed for the warfront. Exactly alike to the time over 5 years prior, when the siblings of Flop and Medium had left her hands, departing on a journey all by themselves. Serena, to think that not only did Medium surpass me in height, but even in position. If you settle into the position of His Excellency's consort with no issues, remember that you are indebted to me in plenty. Medium, geez Tilda, I'm trying not to think about that right now. From here on out, I'm going to meet Balebro, so I don't need to be doing things like thinking about Abelchin. Serena, yeah, you aren't that clever of a girl. That's exactly why, stepping up to Medium, Serena gently caressed the former's cheek. Serena was quite tall for a woman, but Medium was even taller than that. However, when Medium was before Serena being touched like this, she felt like she had returned to when she was still a little girl. In the past, on their day of departure, Serena had also brushed Medium's face like this. Touching the same place as where her own white scar was located, she gently traced it with her finger. Serena, I envy you being able to so unwaveringly desire a dialogue with him. Medium, big sis Serena, Serena. With both Balleroy and Miles, I was unable to exchange any final words. On this occasion, too, it seems like I won't be granted the opportunity to speak with Balleroy, whether that's painful or if that's a relief I myself don't know. Though there is nothing to be afraid of. Fearless was the impression Medium had of Serena. When she had usurped the household from her father, even when he was screaming out complaints, even when he carved a lifelong wound into her face, Serena did not even change her expression, or so Medium had heard. Serena, that is a lie. It was painful, as were my father's words. I simply shed blood instead of tears. Flop, I wonder about that. In times that are really painful, aren't tears something that are shed even when blood is also being shed? With that in mind, there's no way that Countess Drakroy didn't. Serena, be quiet, shut up. Silencing Flop with a chilly voice as he racked his brain, Serena, still touching Medium's face, narrowed her eyes and looked at the latter in a loving way. Serena, The scar on my face was something I needed to gain in order to be born anew. I don't wish for you to similarly bear a wound, but I do wish for you to gain something. Medium. Yes. Big sis Serena, is there something you want to tell Balebro? I'll definitely deliver the message. Serena. Yeah. At Medium's determination, Serena had the resolve to give a message, and pausing for a moment, she deliberated. But being quite a wise woman, she immediately returned an answer to Medium's question. That which she wished to tell Balaroy, that would be, Serena, hurry up and sleep. Miles is complaining that it's getting boring without you. In a manner truly characteristic of Serena, stern but with certain love, it was a message filled with heartfelt emotion towards someone who could neither be called her subordinate nor her sworn younger brother. Schwartz, in the worst-case scenario, I won't blame you if you don't come back. Subaru. Oi oi. Idra said that with a serious face, and Subaru reflexively opened his eyes wide. He quickly tried to retort with, I can't believe you're making jokes at a time like this. But Idra's serious expression did not collapse, so he ended up missing the chance. In place of Subaru, it was Hein who said with his voice raised, Don't be saying stupid shit. The lizardman glared at Idra, and blinking his round eyes in surprise, Hein. Tell me, bastard, the fuck do ya think you're saying? What do ya mean it's okay if he doesn't come back? Don't tell me you're telling bro to go die, are ya? Idra, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Hein, ha, I didn't get nothing wrong. You're a traitor. There's a traitor among us. Bro, what the hell, this is real bad. Subaru, wait, calm down, Hein. Isn't it strange for Idra to say such a thing suddenly? There's no way. Idra's face fell as Hein lunged at him. Although he was in a very serious mood, Subaru was not so dim-witted as to take his words at face value. Rather, his relationship with Idra was not something of that sort. Subaru, so why did you say something like that? Come on, tell me why. Idra, together with Governor Gustav, I had an audience with His Excellency the Emperor. During that audience, I asked something. I asked His Excellency the Emperor what he was planning to do to you, Schwartz. Idra clenched his fist tightly and said this bitterly, to which Subaru responded with an O. He had heard that Gustav was going to talk to Abel the night before, but not that Idra would also be present there, and that he would drop quite the bombshell. However, if Idra was indeed there, then that was a natural question to ask. Originally, the members of the Pleiades Battalion were a group centered around Subaru, created with the objective of him delivering a wallop to the face of the Emperor, Vincent Valatia. It was because of the zombie panic that the situation had remained unsettled. But once that issue was resolved, there would once again be a need to give a conclusion to the civil war. That said, it took a lot of courage to directly question Abel about the matter. Hein, ah really, then did the Emperor say what he's gonna do with bro? Idra, His Excellency the Emperor said, whether Schwartz lives or dies depends on his own performance. Hein, he's got the damn nerve to fucking mess around. Ain't that just mean? It depends on how the Emperor feels. Upon hearing the information Idra had brought back, Hein's voice trembled with anger. In Subaru's mind, he could see Abel saying that and roughly guess his intention, but to them, who did not know Abel's personality, it would sound like an excuse to provide a reason to get rid of Subaru after the war. Subaru, so is that why you told me to die? Hein, ah, so you're betraying bro and joining the Emperor. Subaru, that's not it. He did that to tell me to run away, right? Subaru interrupted Hein, who was extrapolating way too much, and Idra nodded at his words. And as Idra cast down his eyes in frustration, Idra, it was His Excellency the Emperor who brought the citizens of the Empire together amidst the chaos that was spreading as the dead were being revived in droves. The seeds of discontent that led to the Civil War will be uprooted once this situation is under control. If he survives, Emperor Vincent's throne will be secured. Hein, what if bro achieves something huge? Like talking down the enemy's boss with one punch, Idra. Even then, it's tricky. He will be recognized by His Excellency the Emperor for his deeds, kept for a while, and then once the dust settles, he might be assassinated somewhere. Subaru. Once again, the Valatian Empire is too cruel. The fact that this was not overthinking for Idra and Hein showed that this was a national custom in the Empire. At the very least, he hoped that Abel would mellow out once his position was restored, but at this present moment, it would be hard to completely change Idra and the others' opinion. But he felt sorry for Idra and Hyain, who were worrying and trying to find a way to overcome this. Subaru, I won't pretend to be dead. Of course, I won't actually die either. I'll be sure to return. When I do, there's something I need to tell everyone. Idra, Schwartz, Subaru, don't make such a grave expression. The result of all of this, I don't know if it'll be resolved peacefully, but I think that the worst-case scenario can be avoided. In any case, the struggle for the imperial throne that both of them were most concerned about would crumble at the initial premise. He was worried about what would become of his relationship with his comrades in the battalion, but Subaru would have no other option but to convey his sincere and heartfelt apology to them. Subaru, I'll definitely come back. That's why you can stop stowing away on the dragon carriage, Whites. Gah, Subaru called that out, and a muffled voice could be heard. As Idra and Hyain looked all around, wondering where it had come from, Subaru sighed and crouched down. Behind where Subaru and the others were conversing, there was a dragon carriage scheduled to depart with the assault team on board. Beneath the carriage, clinging to the shaft of the running wheels, was the figure of a tattooed man. The image of a skull etched onto his body, Whites reluctantly emerged from there. Subaru, no matter how much the shaking is stopped by the divine protection of wind evasion, if you cling there for a whole day, you naturally just fall to your death. Whites, I've entrusted my life to you. If I died for your sake, I'd be satisfied. Subaru, if you fell to your death quietly without anyone knowing, that wouldn't be dying for my sake. Whites, whose sense of camaraderie was directed in the wrong way, fell silent with an NGH upon Subaru's remark. Then, as both Hyain and Idra stepped forward, Hyain, listen here, didn't you fucking promise to obediently protect this place till bro returned? This ain't the time for you to try and rush ahead, you traitorous bastard. Whites, shut up. Don't lump me together with that disgusting bearded fucker over there. Idra, stop treating me as a traitor. You should know by now that it's not like that. Subaru, hey, calm down. Stop making a fuss. Get along. Seeing the three start their usual banter, Subaru intervened and placed a hand on his hip. Indeed, these were members whom he had become so familiar with that he could sense that this was their usual behavior. But they had to remain in the fortified city, preparing for the forthcoming battle against the horde of zombies. With their strength and resilience, the group whose resistance to death was now the best in the Empire in the battle against the zombies that would not die even if killed, there was not a force as reliable as the Pleiades battalion. Subaru, I'm counting on everyone here. A lot of my precious allies are staying here. Unlike you guys, these allies can't fight. They can't fight, in relative terms. Hyain, be precise with your words. Ram, and the others remaining in the city flashed in his mind. It would be a lie to say that they were completely unable to fight, yet he could also not confidently say that he had no worries about those members joining the battle, leading Subaru's answer to be quite ambiguous. Hearing Hyain raise his voice significantly, Subaru made a wry smile. Subaru, yeah, it's not about whether they can fight or not. It's that I don't want to let all those people fight. That's where you guys differ. Fight to your heart's content. Idra, that is genuine trust, and we can take it as such, correct? Subaru, that's right. Whites, please understand that too. Whites. He looked at Hyain and Idra, then finally at Whites and spoke to them. Whites crossed his arms, closing his intense, intimidating eyes that were accented by the skull-like tattoo. After a moment of contemplation, Whites slowly uncrossed his arms, and Whites, Subaru, please understand that too. Whites, understood. HK, with an overwhelming sense of a bitter decision, Whites agreed to Subaru's plan. Whites then slowly extended his hand towards Subaru and placed it on his shoulder. And in an unusual, gentle voice, Whites, now that I've said it, make sure you come back, bro, Subaru. He was slightly taken aback. However, Subaru quickly returned a smile. And as he nodded, Subaru, got it, bro. With this, he felt compelled not only to respond to the outstretched hand, but to live up to their trust as well. Upon hearing that, White smiled with satisfaction. However, Hyain, or Yoy, don't fucking copy my way of calling people, you thieving bastard. White, you just call him that on your own. Schwartz actually said it back to me. Idra, don't get into a pointless argument. I thought we were all on the same page. Subaru, hey, stop it. Bros. Once again, diffusing the bickering that began for different reasons, Subaru regretted the coming parting with these troublesome brothers. You ought to be aware of the role you must play. Do not neglect to remember that whether or not your life shall outlast the war depends on your work. Ah, as the girl nodded with an obedient look on her face, presumably with the intention of doing so, Vincent closed a single eye. The very power possessed by the girl carried around by Natsuki Subaru, outrageously professed as a Sin Archbishop, was a silver bullet against the undead, arising one after the other. Even if that were true, operating a plan which incorporated the cooperation of a Sin Archbishop would be an impossibility for the Valatian Empire, which was said to be eccentric by other nations. To begin with, it would be an impossible prerequisite to have a situation in which a Sin Archbishop's cooperation could be obtained. Your Excellency, the preparations for the dragon carriage are complete. If everything proceeds without a hitch, it will not be long before you reach the imperial capital, even if it is not with the coupled dragon carriages. Gaz's voice reached Vincent, who was facing the girl Spiker, with a voice that could have been heard from over the mountain. Of course, since he was beside Vincent, and not on the other side of the mountain, the volume of his voice was excessive. At any rate, Vincent, if the stone were to have run out of energy by the time we arrive already, there will be nothing to be done. You have strict orders, too. Do not kill the undead needlessly. Gaz, a war without death or killing is something so unfamiliar, but I will endeavor to ensure that all officers and men receive your venerable orders. But Gaz paused and clenched his fist, which was as big as a child's head. Even without looking at his profile, one could see that he was contorting the sword scars on his face in frustration. And sure enough, Gaz's stern, earth-shaking voice, trembling with frustration, Gaz, please, would I be able to accompany you? Spiker. Oh, Gaz's appeal was too vigorous and forceful to be contained, and Spiker recoiled as if she felt the wind in her face. Vincent even felt the sound quaver on his skin. Not only could he rampage with his favored mace, but even without it, Gaz's vocal volume made the world quake. Vincent, but no matter how much you lament, the decision shall not be reversed. Gaz, your excellency. Vincent, discounting you, the only two who can serve as commanders are High Countess Drakroy and General Second-Class Zikr Osman. Even if both of them can be entrusted with a battlefield, a whole war is a separate matter. Gaz, that is. Vincent, now with that damned Keisha gone, I cannot entrust the entire army to anyone but you. You must understand the significance of that. Gaz's eyes widened, and his entire body stiffened at Vincent's statement. Bastet's was a civil officer, and Serena was competent as a high countess, but not as military personnel. Zikr had no experience commanding such a large army, so there was no personnel but Gaz who could take overall command. It was Vincent's evaluation, devoid of conjecture. Vincent, I entrust you with all of my officers and men. Consider that the very survival of the Empire rests upon your strong shoulders. Such was Vincent's comment, looking directly at Gaz. In response, Gaz closed his eyes tightly and shook off his hesitation with that one act of meditation. With a ferocity in his eyes worthy of being called the Lion Knight, Gaz clasped his fists and palms together in front of his chest and vowed to Vincent. Gaz, I, Gaz Ralphon, will obey the venerable instruction of His Excellency. Vincent, it is a great deed. Gaz, yes, sir. With a brief statement, Gaz bowed deeply to Vincent, who tucked his chin back. He would have loved to accompany Vincent and serve as his guard, using his own strong arms to carry out the difficult task. However, Gaz held his feelings in check, and instead, Gaz, I am counting on you, General Third Class Aurelie. Honorably ensure the protection of His Excellency. Jamal, yeah, leave it to me, General First Class Ralphon. Since I was specially selected, I'll fulfill my duty without fail. So Gaz entrusted Jamal with this task, and the latter pounded his chest with vigor. Designated by Vincent for the role of his guard, and even entrusted with that duty by Gaz, he made a vulgar smile as his breathing grew heavy. For one thing, the Aurelie household was a family of low counts, but they had none of the trappings of nobility. But Gaz, well stated. Precisely what one would expect from a soldier of the Valatian Empire. As Gaz proudly threw out his strong chest and saw him off, this attitude was absolutely the way of Valatia. Considering that, Subaru and the people of the kingdom, who were still difficult to handle, would have to be considered inappropriate personnel to use, even though they could understand and sympathize with each other. Vincent, once again, Do not become a useless tool in the 11th hour. Spiker. Ooh, oh. With Gaz and Jamal exchanging loudly, Vincent looked at Spiker, who was covering her ears, and told her so. At Vincent's words, Spiker's lips pouted in a frown. For some reason, Vincent felt like it coincided with the look on Medium's face last night when she had been cautious about Vincent's words and conduct, and he sighed. And then, the 3 dragon carriages departed, a far cry from the number of people who had arrived at the fortified city by beast carriage or on foot. But it was undeniably a glimmer of hope sent out to prevent the great disaster that had struck the Valatian Empire, or rather, the great disaster that was about to destroy it. Each of them, with their strong resolve and many hopes on their shoulders, would return to the imperial capital, now turned into a city of the undead, and there they would strike their leader, the witch known as Sphinx. That was why. It's unbelievable that Nixon is joining them. Katia mumbled as she wheeled her wheelchair to the window and gazed at the scene below. Hearing this, Rem stood by her side, the corners of her eyes lowering. Katia's brother, Jamal, was one of the people heading to the imperial capital as Abel's escort. Rem did not have fond memories of her encounters with him, but as Katia's older brother, she could not be overly antagonistic, as he was a difficult person to deal with. However, it seemed that Abel trusted him enough to choose him as an escort in this last phase. Katia, Nixon is simple, easy to handle and easy to discard, so that's why. Rem, no matter how able some may be, I don't think he's that callous. Katia, I don't know. At least Nixon seems to want to come across that way. Why, you heard what he said yesterday, didn't you? Rem, about that, yes. Katia looked at Rem with an upward glance, and as Rem could not excuse herself, she nodded her head. When Jamal had visited Katia last night, he reported that he had been chosen to accompany Abel to imperial capital, and then laughingly told Katia, Jamal, don't worry, Katia. I'm gonna die in style serving His Excellency, and then you won't need to suffer for the rest of your life because of the reward, even if that bastard Todd ain't around. Rem, it didn't seem as if there was any malice in it. Katia, some things can be bad even without any malice to them. Why is it that both Nuksan and Todd behave like that, even though it's their lives? It's really selfish. Perhaps, in his own way, Jamal was concerned about his sister Katia's life as her brother, but Rem sincerely hoped that he would be more considerate of Katia's feelings than her livelihood. With the loss of Todd, her fiancé, if she were to lose her brother Jamal, Katia would truly be all alone. That was not a void able to be filled even if Rem were by her side as a friend. Rem, I felt so too when I was reunited with Nisama. Since she had no memories, it was a new experience for Rem to meet Ram again. However, even though Rem had no memories of Ram, her soul remembered her, and her presence made her realize that she was not alone in this world. For Katia, Jamal must also be like that, and yet that Jamal thought otherwise was a failure of imperial culture. Rem, no matter what kind of emperor Abelsan is, I don't like the empire very much, Katia. What a coincidence. I don't have a favorite country or place either. Rem, at this point, I would agree. According to Subaru and Ram, Rem's home was a place called the Kingdom of Lugunica, a neighboring country. Since Subaru so often criticized the Empire, the kingdom must have been a more comfortable place to live compared to the Empire. Nevertheless, Rem, when this battle is over, will I go to the kingdom? It would be hard to leave Ram, and she did not doubt that the kingdom was her hometown. However, Rem now knew more things and people in the Empire than in the kingdom. She could not adequately imagine herself in the kingdom, so unfamiliar it was to her. Katia, Rem, it looks like they're leaving. Suddenly, Katia called out to Rem, who was lost in thought. When called, she looked out the window as well and saw 3 dragon carriages about to depart for the imperial capital. Spiker, Abel, and Subaru were all on board. Katia, did you see him off properly? Rem, we spoke at breakfast. You too, Katia-san, did you talk to your brother? Katia, I said all I had to say. There was no point in getting angry, but I did get angry. Katia turned her face away, making a bitter expression as she recalled the argument she had exchanged with Jamal. But in her own way, the words she had said to her brother, who was heading off to a dangerous place, were probably meant to convey her deepest feelings. That was why Katia turned her gaze back toward Rem. Katia, did you say what you wanted to say? Rem, what I wanted to say, huh? Katia, you seem to be kind of bummed out. Rem blinked with surprise at this very unexpected assessment. Bummed out gave the impression of a child sulking. First of all, Rem was not sulking, as Katia was insinuating. Rem, there's not even a reason to sulk, Katia. If that's true, then that's fine, I guess. Rem. When poked and prodded, Rem closed her lips at Katia's words. When she put it that way, it sounded like Rem was lying. Rem was not sulking, and there was no need for Rem to devote any more words to it. Subaru was accompanied by both Emilia and Beatrice. Spiker and Abel were also accompanying him, as was Halibal, that very strong wolf person. Surrounded by such reliable people, he must have felt completely at ease. That was why Katia, Rem, Katia, I regret it. With her face turned away, directing only her gaze to Rem, Katia hesitantly moved her lips. There was no need to ask what it meant or what thoughts it would lead to. Closing her eyes tightly, Rem, together with Katia, reached for the window where they had been watching the scene down below and opened it as wide as they could. Immediately after, a cool morning breeze flowed into the room of the fortress, caressing Rem's blue hair. Mixed in with that breeze was a smell that could hardly be described as refreshing. The dragon carriages were on their way back to the place where this all began. Rem, you better explain yourself when you get back. With a shout, Rem cast her wish toward the dragon carriages that were growing distant. She could not say that she wished him a safe return, nor that she wished them good luck. But Katia had pushed her on, and she could not choose to not say anything. As it was, this was the voice of the troubled Rem's heart. Who the heck was Natsuki Subaru to Rem? He was so desperate for Rem, and yet he already had Emilia and Beatrice. He risked his life for the Empire, and he watched over Spiker for everyone's sake, but who was he? Rem, until you tell me, I won't forgive you. It was not because of his sinister, nose-curling stench. A Rem without memories. She wanted an answer as to how to think of him, who was around every corner in her newly created memories. Rem's loud voice was swallowed by the wind, and she was not sure if it had reached. However, there was a small hand, a child's small hand, waving back at her through the open window at the tail end of the 3 departing dragon carriages. Katia, you look foolish, with that happy look on your face. As Rem saw that, she thought she could hear Katia sigh those words. Arc 8, Chapter 35, Life-Threatening Work. Human translated by Nejamizer, Parts 1. 214 Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop #750 Seal Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Senkel Nejamizer Bell Ice Vinikayan Art Sources Magician Ha! What did you say? I shan't say it thrice. As far as I can ascertain since I took the seat of the Emperor, I can match the faces and names of all of the imperial citizens. Are you an idiot? With folded arms and a mysterious look, Abel's absurd answer caused Subaru's voice to crack. The setting took place within a dragon carriage, en route from the fortified city of Garkla towards the imperial capital of Lupugana, now turned into the stronghold of the undead. There were 3 dragon carriages, consisting of the kingdom affiliates, empire affiliates, necessary provisions, etc. This was the division of the assault team called the Rescue, the Valatian Empire from Destruction Squad. At present, Subaru had purposefully boarded the dragon carriage designated for the affiliates of the Empire. His reason for doing so was not an act of betrayal towards the kingdom, but rather was driven by his desire to know the reason the Emperor, Abel, had joined the assault team. Naturally, considering the important fight for the survival of Valatia, it was only natural for Abel to take a prominent position on the battlefield. However, having experienced numerous unfavorable situations alongside Abel, it could be said that while he had wisdom, he lacked combat prowess. There was no compelling reason for him to accompany them when only pure military power would be called upon in the future. Subaru never would have thought that even Abel would be under Valatia's influence, so if he was going along with them, there must have been a reason to overturn that. However, there was a possibility that he did not want to disclose the reason in front of the kingdom's people, so Subaru had taken the initiative to board this carriage. Without beating around the bush, Subaru asked, "What will your role be?" Subaru, matching the faces and names of all of the citizens. Subaru's mouth was left wide open at such an absurd and aberrant statement. Seeing how outrageously surprised Subaru was, Abel furrowed his brows in displeasure. Vincent, do not misunderstand me. I do not mean every single citizen of the Empire. Just like the people of Shadrach who continue to dwell in the forest, the identities of those who remain discreet and unexposed are impossible to grasp. As such, it is futile to try to fully grasp all of the citizens in the Empire. Subaru, what are you angry at? That's already dumb enough. Because essentially, that means you remember all your subordinates, the Imperial soldiers, right? Vincent, it is necessary. He put it concisely, but it was not the typical way an ordinary person would think. Of course, one would not consider Abel to be an ordinary person, and the fact that he could match the faces and names of all the Imperial citizens was meaningful in the current situation. Because, Vincent, for that girl to remove the yoke of the undead, their names are required. With Abel's indifferent words, Subaru became concerned for Spiker, who was seated at the edge of the dragon carriage. Due to her situation, Spiker could not be left unattended, hence why she, like Subaru, had boarded this dragon carriage. At the moment, she was sitting quietly, being comforted by both Medium as well as Beatrice, who steadfastly stayed by Subaru's side. In order to fully utilize Spiker's authority, Abel's abnormality, his remarkable memory, came in handy. Star eating had too many unclear aspects regarding its manifestation. When she had succeeded in using her star eating on the Imperial family member named Lamia Godwin, it seemed Spiker did not eat her name, as no one had forgotten her. Nevertheless, the alignment of face and name appeared to be the key to that authority. Therefore, they had no choice but to rely on the method that had worked once. Subaru, still, it pisses me off that your excessively foolish memory is useful for that purpose. Schwarzsama, that is a false accusation, is it not? Even if the person you are dealing with is the ruthless emperor who often treats Yorna-sama coldly. Subaru, is that your advice for this guy, or your dissatisfaction towards my facade? Of course, my advice to Schwarzsama, is it not? Tanza, the girl clad in a kimono, answered calmly and turned her face away from Abel's gaze. She was part of the assault team, and it appeared that she had some thoughts regarding Abel that revolved around Yorna, the main reason for her involvement in this battle. From what he had heard, Abel had been persistently rejecting Yorna's proposals of marriage. Hence, Tanza had no reason to have any favorable opinions regarding Abel, but rather negative ones, considering his cold treatment towards the demon city. Vincent, I shall tell you this, what Yorna Mishigya desired was not me, but instead a former emperor. Subaru, oh, is that so? Like your father or something? Vincent, farther back than that. If you wish to know more, you should question that person directly. The opportunity for that is still available, at least for now. Am I not correct, girl? Tanza, yes. Even now, I can still feel the presence of Yorna-sama. Upon Abel's words, Tanza gently placed her hand over her own eye and quietly replied. Her words were not wishful thinking, but rather a clear conviction derived from the benefit of Yorna's power, which she had been entrusted with. As long as that power was present, Yorna's survival was assured. However, the uncertainty of the situation in the imperial capital made it frustrating. Not only about Yorna, but also regarding Priscilla, whose whereabouts were unknown, and Al, who had stayed behind to help her, along with the concerns about Cecilis, who had wandered off on his own. Subaru. Even so, thinking about it that way, doesn't it show an excessive imbalance in strength? Struggling to contain his overflowing feelings, Subaru voiced what he had been concerned about, once again recalling the composition of the Rescue from Destruction Squad. Abel closed an eye at what he said, and Tanza tilted her head to the side instead. Tanza, an imbalance in fighting strength. Subaru, yeah, because we have myself, Biko, Emiliatan, Spiker, and Roswell, and also our up-and-coming Garfield, don't we? Beatrice, did you just brag about Betty, I suppose? Subaru, yep, I did. Love you, lovely Biko. Beatrice, Betty loves you too, in fact. After confirming their love for one another with Beatrice, who had chipped into the conversation, Subaru raised a finger. Outside of this dragon carriage, the carriage running behind them had Emilia and the others boarded on it. Subaru, Halibal-sen over there is also the secret weapon that Anastasia-sen sent with us. This is supposed to be a battle for the Empire, but the room's full of external collaborators. Obviously, it was not as if the assault team had been formed without any of the Empire's people. However, on the head of the list was Abel, who had made it clear in detail that his smartassery transcended the limits of any human, and then Medium, who came along as a companion after negotiating with him. Adding on, there was also Jamal, who had been promoted to a general for some reason, triumphantly taking on the job of the driver, having also been selected to be a bodyguard. The citizens from the Empire on the team consisted of these three. The two of Medium and Jamal were unmistakably categorized as those with a high power level even among the people of the Empire, but it could not be said that they were stronger than Garfield. Subaru. Tanza's also mine, so it's like she's basically on our side, right? Tanza. Subaru. Ha! I thought you were gonna get mad and hit me right away, but this is a letdown, the time lag. Tanza. Please do not say such self-centered things. Subaru shouted as he paid the price for the joke he uttered, having been slapped with a force that exceeded his preparedness in accepting the outcome. He instinctively squatted down with teary eyes, but Tanza simply looked down on him with a cold stare. He knew he went too far, but she seemed way too angry even for that. Kaka kaka. They're the ones saying it, Your Excellency, that they can't see how serious the Empire's bout it. If they put it that way, it can't really be helped, can it? Subaru. Yeah, it can't be helped even if we ubia. Beatrice. Subaru. What's wrong, I suppose? Just as he was about to nod to the unexpected raspy voice, a scream ripped itself out of Subaru's throat. As Beatrice rushed to his side in a hurry, Subaru jumped back in a tumble and clung on to her. Within the sights of Beatrice and Subaru, wrapped up in each other's embrace, stood a small shadow that was hunched over. Appearing out of nowhere was the elusive, vicious old man, Albert Dunkelken. Beatrice. Subaru, calm down, in fact. It's just a tiny elderly man that suddenly appeared, I suppose. Subaru. If a tiny elderly man suddenly appeared, that's either Albert-san or a Japanese horror movie. Things they have in common are that they're both scary, dangerous, and crazy. Albert. Whoa, you're yapping. Quite the stuff there. Boy, seems like you're Lil as always, but how have you been? Subaru. Whose fault do you think it is that I'm little? I'm doing great. How about you? Albert. I'm just peachy, too. Kinda lost my right hand, though. Waving his right arm as the folded part of his sleeve flapped about, thus spoke Albert. Having been shown his fluttering sleeve, Subaru fell silent, feeling as if he would not be able to say anything without making the situation awkward. What a devious trick it was, coming from this insane old man, trying to garner sympathy by showing his injury. Subaru, but I fell into his trap just like that. Vincent, stow away your inner conflict for another time. So you have heard the details, Albert Dunkelken. Ignoring Subaru, who had Beatrice caressing his head that he gripped in his hands while he agonized over his thoughts, Abel called for Albert. The fiendish elder gave a nod to the call with a well, Albert, the spellcaster that's controlling dead folkses in the imperial capital, so we're gonna go and kill right. I can imagine that Gar's crying, like a lil kid after Bane left behind by Your Excellency. Ain't he a poor sod? Vincent, there is a role that only he is able to fulfill. Of course, that is equally true for you. Albert, I'm an old geezer who's over 90, you know. Working me tar the bone despite all that. You don't have enough kindness. Vincent, if you wish for a discussion regarding your retirement, you may request for one after this emergency has been expedited. Furthermore, I shall tell you this. Albert's easygoing attitude did not waver even in the face of Abel, the Emperor. Overlooking the eerie elder's terrifically irreverent behavior, Abel added on one more thing to the end of his sentence. As Albert raised his brows with a ham, at the prefatory note, Vincent, I expect to not bear witness to any more of your bad habits for the rest of your lifespan. Albert. Vincent. Therefore, I command you. Do your duty without pretense, Albert Dunkelken. Albert's lips pursed in response to Abel's brief but clearly intended words. Rather, it was a reference to Subaru's considerable concerns about Albert and a preemptive gamble to check them. If Albert were to become agitated here, there was no one in their dragon carriage who could stop him. However, Albert went silent for a moment, then tapping his lower back with his remaining left hand, Albert. Good grief, I don't like young'uns, cause they got a lot of potential for growth. I can't believe the world ain't kind to old geezer, Your Excellency included. Vincent, I am quite magnanimous. Albert, kaka. Albert laughed as if he had just heard the biggest joke of the century. Subaru's shoulders finally relaxed as he sensed that this was the end of the quiet contest between Abel and Albert. Regardless of the humor of Abel's joke, they avoided a confrontation between the two. Tanza, then, will Albert-sama be joining us at the imperial capital? Tanza was apparently experiencing the same nervousness as Subaru. Her voice hardened slightly, and as Albert's eyes narrowed under his bushy eyebrows in response to her question, Albert, it's a request from His Excellency, and I don't like thar idea of Bane told what tar do by a kid. A country that doesn't play its cards right when in danger's nothing tar be laughing about. Besides, Tanza, besides, Albert, those other guys are still in the Empire too. At least Meguro and that bastard Sese are. Tanza, Yorna-sama too. The temporary partnership in the Demon City, although he did not know the finer details, it had been sealed between Albert, who had infantilized him, and some of the others, and Tanza, the two working together due to a mutual interest. The two had a complicated relationship, but they put their differences aside for the time being. Of those named, the being called Meguro and Subaru were not acquainted with each other, but at least Yorna was someone who could be trusted in terms of ability and personality, and Cecilus was competent enough to make up for his personality. If Albert were to join them, the Empire's capabilities would certainly be enhanced. Subaru. But we also have Halibal-san here, so even with Sesai and the others, we have a slight advantage, or rather, Sesai is also one of my comrades. Vincent, you think you can put a collar on that thing? If so, your understanding of him is limited. Albert, oh, that Halibal guy's here. He's Thar only shinobi in Thar world stronger than me, really hate that guy. They each respectively had something they wanted to say about the two strongest people who were held as cards in their arsenal. In any case, Abel's reasons for coming along and his stance, as well as the Imperial side's military strength, were settled with Albert joining the group. Subaru's doubts were also resolved for the time being, although there were still some topics to be explored, such as the matter of Medium's nomination as a candidate for Empress Consort. Subaru, I'll leave the subject of Medium-san for when I get back. Also, what Rem said. As Subaru felt Beatrice's soft hand in his, he remembered Rem's parting words to him from inside the fortress as they were about to depart. Her statement could be taken, in the most positive way possible, as a wish for Subaru's safe return. Subaru, I'll probably get really chastised when I get back, but until that happens, I'll take it as a positive that Rem is worried about me. Beatrice, Betty thinks she has shown worry for you without the need for such a debasing mentality, has she not in fact? Tanza, I also took it that way, Subaru. Oi, it can't be helped, but you two don't know Rem well. There's a little bit of that to it because Rem is kind, but the majority of it is anger at me. No, stay positive, positive. Subaru almost inadvertently undid the suggestion he placed on himself and had to reassert the positive thought spell he had cast on himself. Beatrice and Tanza looked at Subaru with apparent pity, but the expression of their gazes had no effect on Subaru as he had reapplied his magic. Bam! He bounced back. Jamal, Your Excellency, we are almost at the relay point, and the dragon carriage will stop for a while. Just as Subaru was mentally regrouping, the small window of the dragon carriage opened, and Jamal's report came in as he peeked inside the car from the driver's bench. Jamal, who was on watch around the moving dragon carriage, was startled to see Albert, who was not supposed to be there, beside Abel, who was nodding in agreement with the report. Albert waved his hand back pleasantly in response, in the worst way possible. Anyway, once he arrived at the reported relay point, Subaru, having his doubts resolved, would return to the dragon carriage with Emilia and the others on the kingdom side. But first, Subaru decided to call out Oi to Jamal through the small window. Subaru, I just happened to hear about it, but you said you're gonna die for Katia-sen. Jamal, what about it, brat? Subaru, no, I'm just saying it makes no sense. Katia-sen's been really sad after her fiancé died. Can't you imagine how she's gonna feel if her family also dies? Hearing that Jamal had confidently told Katia he would go and die a courageous, splendid death, it made Subaru question his sanity, and he also felt lightheaded from the severe problem that was the Valetian way of thinking. It was why he wanted to make Jamal retract his announcement, and he also planned to make him swear and reaffirmed that he would return alive to Katia's side. However, Jamal blew out a disgruntled snort at Subaru's words. Jamal, look here, brat, quit talking rubbish. Subaru, rubbish? What's so rubbish about it? Jamal, Katia crying 'cause of my death. I don't care about that. What's important is how useful I am to His Excellency in the country when I die, and whether there'll be a reward for it. Subaru, see, you guys disregard your lives because of honor and all that stuff. Jamal, what a thick-headed brat. She can't even stand up or bear any children. If that guy, Todd, ain't here, then there's no man that would take her as a wife. Katia needs the money to live. As Subaru attempted to stand his ground, Jamal spat at him with a raised voice. Just like that, Jamal's gaze skipped over Subaru and was aimed towards Abel, who was behind him. Jamal, right now, I'm a general third class. If I can be of use to His Excellency in this, then I can look forward to being treated as a general second class when I die. That way, Katia can live in peace. I'm able to do my job as her big brother if I'm dead, more than if I stay alive. Subaru, HK. Subaru's breath involuntarily caught in his throat at the intensity of Jamal's line of thought. Medium. Subaru chin. Medium lowered the corners of her eyebrows out of worry, glancing at the silent Subaru. However, her actions ended there, and she did not object to Jamal's logic. Such a thing did not only extend to Medium. It was the same for Abel and Albert. Jamal's opinion made sense. From the viewpoint of the people of the Empire, it was a shared belief. It was only Beatrice who had the consideration to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, moving half a step to cuddle up with him. Spiker, you. No, Spiker had also gently placed her hand on his back, making an effort to support him. Subaru. Subaru's words were ignorant of the Empire's realities, making up an emotionally charged argument against Jamal's logic. But the things that Jamal had said, and the fact that Abel and the others would not say anything, was wrong. If a reward would be granted for his death, and it would ensure Katia's livelihood, Jamal could instead live, survive, achieve a successful career, and then guarantee Katia's livelihood with his pay. Subaru, it's possible if the salary Abel pays to his generals isn't itty-bitty peanuts. I've decided, Jamal. Jamal, what? You got anything else to Subaru? That future plan of yours, I'm definitely going to stop it from happening. You won't die, ever. Biting down hard on his molars, Subaru made a declaration in that manner, as if he was also stating a challenge. The moment Subaru's surroundings heard his words, Abel let out a brief sniff, and Albert bared a gleeful grin along with a snickering laugh. Tanza hugged her own arms around herself, and Medium widened her eyes before nodding. And then Beatrice and Spiker lined up next to Subaru, gazing at Jamal. As the line of 3 kids stared at him, Jamal narrowed his left eye that was not under his eye patch. Jamal, you know, you're one freaky brat. Subaru, your friend also told me that. I won't quit, though. One last interaction was exchanged between them before the small window was closed, and Jamal returned to his role of staying vigilant of his surroundings in order to stop the dragon carriage at the waypoint. Subaru shut his eyes after seeing him out, then came to an honest face-to-face with his own heart. He understood that Jamal had his own ideas, and that it was one way of thinking considered to be correct in the Empire. Bearing that in mind, such a mindset can go and eat shit, was what Subaru thought. Subaru, trying to save something else by dying, that's just nothing more than a heart-wrenching method, one that even Abel could not endure. That was why Natsuki Subaru had to continue rejecting such a method, no matter what. Contrary to the speed of the hurried dragon carriage, the imperial capital in question was far away, and it was terribly frustrating. The more he thought about what was transpiring over there, the more he felt a burning need to arrive there as soon as possible. Hurry up, Subaru continued to yearn, his patience smoldering away. The scene abruptly shifted to an unsettling situation under the same sky. Dark clouds loomed, almost like the weather were foreshadowing the Empire's impending demise. Because of the vast amount of water gushing from the destroyed retaining wall, the inside of its star-shaped defense barriers was flooded and forced the inhabitants to flee, turning the imperial capital of Lupugana truly into a city of the undead. With the resurrected dead roaming around, the survivors continued to struggle trying to hide their breath in fear of being found. Among them were not only those who hid and cowered, but also fierce individuals who sought to secure their lives by fighting. However, many who wielded weapons would soon regret their careless decisions. Once the battle began, it meant an unending competition against the undead resurrecting without end, comparing their dwindling life force to those who had already exhausted theirs, so they should not have any prospect of winning. Ironically, the bravest would end up losing their lives, joining the ranks of the undead in search of the next living being. The imperial capital had now become a spiraling city of the dead, where the undead beckoned more of the undead, becoming a manifestation of hell, where the despair of this world reached an impasse. However, as rare as this situation is to behold, it is not so much interesting, but rather troublesome once you get used to the sight. If only there was a bit more competition to return to the stage once more, then perhaps one could anticipate a few more highlights. While saying that, the boy's tied-back blue hair swayed in the moist breeze steeped in a foul smell. The boy with a distinctive appearance in his traditional Japanese outfit, and Zori looked around, and made such remarks while shading the tops of his eyes with his hands. His lively complexion and blue eyes were those of the living, deviating notably from the most evident features of the undead. However, his perspective, taking in the chaos of the drastically changed imperial capital, was in some ways an opinion that was more detached from the living than the typical undead. Depending on the person, a true transcendent being might be defined as being allowed to have the selfishness to render the distinction between the living and the dead meaningless. In any case, the boy's eyes gleamed with a certain brightness that seemed cheerful, and yet insane, not insanity born from a complete lack of fear regarding the current situation, however. Rather, because he had never experienced fear once since his birth, he harbored a gleam that could be described as insane. Boy. Well, repainting the battlefield by single-handedly and systematically cutting down any visible enemies, all by myself, seems like a legendary display of supremacy only I could achieve. But, with a gaze that would instill fear in others, the young man lowered his hand, stopped gazing into the distance, and twisted his head. Boy, I wonder why. It doesn't feel like it would lead to a very favorable outcome. Throwing his hands up, extending them to the sky, the boy openly admitted his feelings. With his abilities, the boy could single-handedly cut down the majority of the undead infesting the imperial capital without exaggeration. Yet, the boy refrained from doing so. And so he was agonizing over his inability to put the reason why this decision eluded him into words. To the multitude of people suffering in the imperial capital, it was a concern that veered far off course, a luxury so off course that might lead to exasperation. A concern that only the boy could comprehend, one that held no meaning to anyone else, yet carried significant weight for him. Groaning in acknowledgement of this, the boy, then sighing in a troubled manner, "Boy, I can't seem to explain it well. What do you think about that?" "Well, I don't quite understand, but, boy, eh? Is this really a conversation we should be having before you drag me up?" The boy squatted down, peering below. Within his sight was a man in an iron helmet, holding onto the edge of a tall rooftop building he had chosen as his perch, trying desperately not to fall off. He supported his entire body weight with one hand, but there was no other option. He was one-armed, rendering it impossible for him to support himself with both hands. Nevertheless, looking down at the man in such a perilous situation, the boy Cecilus smiled. "Cecilus, that's no good, Alsan. Since I've got no clue who or what you are, I can't decide whether or not I should let you be a part of my future history." Beneath the smiling Cecilus, the dangling man Al let out a strained sound from his throat. The imperial capital had now become a spiraling city of the dead, where the undead beckoned more of the undead, becoming a manifestation of hell. Al. Oh, damn it. This is seriously the worst. At the very least, in this moment, this singular scene had devolved into a situation where the living, without any need for conflict, questioned the whereabouts of life. Arc 8, Chapter 36, Undead Capital Lupugana. Machine translated by Archbishop Datchesum Punibaba, proofread by Archbishop #750 seal Archbishop Japanese to English, checking by Senkel Archbishop Rejasu art sources. Im Sorgashi Magician. The imperial capital of Lupugana was occupied by the undead. In Lupugana, a city that was now best described as the undead capital rather than the imperial capital. Al was searching and struggling alone for Priscilla, who had gone missing. Nevertheless, it could not be said that the search for his master was going well. The basic method of searching for people was to ask for eyewitness testimony. However, there was no one here to ask, not for conclusive testimony or even for useless gossip. The only people who were around were either undead, who approached the living with a sinister purpose, or survivors who had survived by keeping their heads down, holding their breath, and not taking any action. Either way, they were useless for Al's purposes. Although, the absurdity of the world is that just because you meet a living person, it doesn't mean that your objective is going forward, right, Alsan? The very absurdity of the world itself, Cecilus exclaimed such. While he was in complete agreement with that assessment, there was no room for Al now to quibble with this and that, as it were. Al was hanging over the edge of the roof of a 5-story building. Al, shit. Swearing inside his iron helmet, Al turned his gaze away from Cecilus's smirking face. It would be useless to say anything to Cecilus in this situation. In the first place, the reason why Al was hanging like this was because he had been kicked off the rooftop by none other than Cecilus. Moreover, he had kicked Al from behind after calling him over to the edge of the rooftop and making him think that there was something in the distance. And if that was not a sign of malicious intent, then what was? Cecilus, whether you call it a test or a check, the objective is ascertainment. Your reaction seems to be better than boss's, as you didn't fall head first. Al, yeah, I got no idea what you mean. Cecilus, it's fine if you don't understand, for I know what I think and what I want. Also, I'll go ahead and tell you that I won't be helping in pulling you up, Alsan. Giving an undesired reply to Al's question, Cecilus nonchalantly clapped his hands. Al did not know the reason for the murderous behavior until Cecilus spoke. Actually, he still had no idea what the reason was, even after hearing the answer. Even if he would talk about hostility or murderous intent, Al had not had much of a conversation with Cecilus before this in the first place. After he had been rescued from a powerful undead enemy, they briefly introduced themselves to each other. Al talked about his movements up to this point and his future goals, and then he was kicked off the rooftop. Although it might have seemed like a stroke of bad luck running into him, his answer was not particularly discouraging to Al because, Al, I've heard that plenty of times, so I don't expect you to. With that, Al released his grip from the edge and let himself enter into a free fall. Cecilus, oh. Cecilus's voice sounded surprised and distant, and Al began to think amidst the floating sensation. The distance to the ground was about 15 meters, a height that superhumans could have landed from easily, but Al was an ordinary person and could die normally, thus completing the crushed tomato. The ground approaching him was wet cobblestone, with not enough water to soften the impact of the fall, and the muddy soil would offer no cushioning, making this an overly harsh method. Therefore, in order to save himself, an action other than falling was needed here. Al, oh! With a guttural sound from the back of his throat, Al extended his bent knees and kicked the wall as hard as he could. Al's body, which should have fallen straight down, was propelled diagonally instead, shortening the distance to the opposite building, which was the same height as the one he had been holding on to. The timing of the kick was between 1 and 2 seconds after the start of the fall, and if it was early or late, he would hit the wall, and becoming a crushed tomato with an injured neck would be unavoidable. But supposing the timing was right a moment later, Al's body would smash through the window of the building. Al, you. The window broken as collateral damage, Al rolled on his back into a deserted room. His shoulder and back were cut by the glass as he struck the floor, receiving some serious damage. Al, but I survived. After rolling backward into the room he had flown into, Al jumped up and confirmed that he was alive. Next, he checked for fatal wounds and broken limbs, and only after passing this check was he allowed to declare himself a survivor. Any injuries that were unrecoverable at this point needed to be recovered. Al, whoa, my left hand is gone. I mean, that's been like that for almost 20 years now. After a pause with a bout of momentary senility, Al immediately hid beside the door facing the corridor and quickly drew the dowel from behind his waist. He had escaped falling to his death. However, his escape did cause him to jump into the building with a loud crash. Naturally, the sound drew the attention of everyone in the surrounding area. Around here. Yeah. Together with a flurry of rushing footsteps, the undead broke down the door and stormed into the room. The undead vigorously charged towards him, but as their pale visage passed in front of him, Al swung his dao and decapitated them. The foremost attacker was killed instantly, and using the headless body as a shield, he ascertained the number of enemies that had rushed over here. There were two behind the broken door, and the sound of one set of footsteps coming up the stairs, for a total of three, beyond the dead body of the first. The second, recovering from their state of astonishment, thrust the short spear they held in their hands forward. They were quick to recover. It made him sick. While thinking that, Al forced the headless corpse into the trajectory of his opponent's spear. Al, I messed up. As the body of the undead received a fatal blow, it instantly shattered like pottery that had lost its will. Therefore, the familiar tactic of using a dead body as a shield would not work. Al realized this as he tasted the enemy's short spear fatally digging into his chest. Times. Around here. Yeah. Together with a flurry of rushing footsteps, the undead who kicked down the door was decapitated. Kicking the hindering headless corpse to the side, Al leapt out of the way to the back of the room. Chasing him down, the second enemy rushed in with a thrust of the short spear in its hand. Al, Donor. The tip of the short spear was engulfed by the earthen wall that rose up from the floor, forcibly seizing it. As soon as Al saw that it had caught his opponent's attention, he placed the sole of his foot on the earthen wall, and Al, Donor. Pillar of earth flew out sideways from the earthen wall against which he had placed his foot, striking the undead on the other side squarely in the face and blowing them backward. The pillar of earth pushed back both the second attacker and the third attacker who was trying to follow behind. From the tip of the pillar, he launched another pillar of earth, and yet another one from that tip, stamping the two undead together with the vigor of a multi-stage rocket and crushing them to death against the wall of the corridor. Al, one left. Hearing the large sound of pottery shattering between the pillar and the wall, Al thought on how he had taken out three enemies in a single breath, and remained on guard for the enemy's movement with his foot still on the earthen wall. He had defeated the first attacker with a surprise attack, and the second and third attackers with a delicate technique. Only the fourth or final attacker remained, so Al would be safe if he could exchange his bad prospects for good ones. But Al, well, things aren't gonna work out so smoothly. The entire wall of earthen pillars blocking the entrance was pulverized, and the final undead invaded the room by forceful means. Wielding a massive battle axe, it was an undead of the Cyclops tribe with a giant eye of golden hue in the center of its face. Upon seeing that, and judging that they were far more dangerously powerful than the other three up until then, Al turned his back to them and intently focused all his energy to getting to the window of the room. Al, can I make it? Just when he was about to make it in time, his shouting back was struck by the destructive force of the battle axe, utterly mowing him down and leaving the interior of the building to be grotesquely redecorated with Al's scattered entrails. Times. Around here. Yeah. Together with a flurry of rushing footsteps, the first undead attacker who kicked down the door was decapitated. Next, he knew that there were two in the corridor, and the most horrible enemy coming up the stairs. Then Al took a big leap backwards. Al, Donor. Dealing with the second and third attackers in front of him, he had no choice but to open up a strategic avenue of escape from the final monster. Whoa, amazing. When that Cyclops tribe guy came flying in at the end, I thought there would be no way Alsan would win, but you really did it. What a gigantic piece of shit. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he was an extremely formidable opponent, but I wouldn't say that's a likable attitude to have towards a foe with whom you have fought so hard. Of course, foul language and abusive insults tend to make an impression, but I'm not fond of the idea that notoriety is better than anonymity. I was talking about you. His entire body covered by innumerable wounds, Al was greeted upon exiting the building, and as he breathed deeply, he lethargically slumped his back against the wall and sat down. Then, Cecilus opened his eyes wide as he was simultaneously greeted by and rebuked by Al. Al, I seriously don't understand how you can be so surprised being spoken to like that. You almost killed me, and that's in two senses. Even a psychopath bastard would at least have a memory of being resented. Cecilus. Oh, as expected, I didn't learn all of Boss's words in a short period of time, so there are still some words that I don't know. By the way, what does psychopath mean? Al, it's kinda like being a deranged person. They go around killing people but still have the nerve to be calm about it. Cecilus, is that so? But in that case, I don't think I'm a psychopath. I mean, Alsan doesn't die for some reason, right? Foolishly laughing, Cecilus then vocalized a twisted self-defense. At Cecilus's answer, Al crouched in place and concentrated on regulating his breathing. While Al remained silent, Cecilus held up one finger and continued. Cecilus, the Cyclops tribe guy from earlier was quite skilled. Unfortunately, he's far from reaching me, but were it you up against him, Alsan, you'd lose 100 times out of 100. That's the truth that I saw with my own eyes. Al, but I'm alive, aren't I? Or are you saying I'm dead? Cecilus, no, I'm sure you're alive. I had a suspicion that perhaps you were an undead posing as the living, but that doesn't seem to be the case. In that case, there's only one thing that I can think of. Alsan, you drew the 101st possibility. With one finger raised on one hand and another finger raised on the opposite one, Cecilus displayed two fingers. Counting those two fingers would not result in anything more than two, and if one was being generous, it could be seen as 11. But instead of focusing on the gesture that did not really reflect his intentions, Al gulped down a breath at his words. Cecilus, I'm not particular over the number 101. 102, 103, or even 200 would be fine. You'd lose 100 times out of 100 to that Cyclops tribe guy. But what if you did it 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times? Quite literally, you might draw a 1 in 10,000 chance. You drew that right at the start. Am I wrong? Al, HK. The deception that he was remaining silent as he focused on catching his breath had reached its limit. Within Al's steel helmet, the expression that Cecilus could not see had warped. He feared Cecilus from the bottom of his heart. That insight, speech, and conduct, even Al could not comprehend what in the world they were. By the way Cecilus was speaking, he had mostly correctly guessed the authority that Al possessed. And that was not through logic, but rather an understanding through guesswork, so to speak. The boy who called himself Cecilus Segment not only shared the same name as the Blue Lightning, the strongest in the Valatian Empire, but was clearly an extraordinary being of the world. Al, his height, maybe it's due to the same reason as me and Bro, just like how Al and Subaru had been infantilized by Albert's technique. It was quite possible that Cecilus had also been shrunken. The person in question did not regard himself as the first of the 9 divine generals, but when Al's infantilization had gotten more severe, he had felt his consciousness being pulled back to match his outward appearance. The same was likely to be true for Cecilus. In Al's case, he was forced to optimize his mind, but that drastic measure could only be done by himself and Subaru. Therefore, Cecilus could be considered to have shrunken in mind. If that was what had turned Cecilus into such a juvenile monster, the repercussions of Albert's actions were grave. Cecilus, is your lack of an answer because you're unable to answer, or because you don't want to answer? Which one is it? At Cecilus's quiet question, Al sat up, relying upon the wall he was leaning against. Within that silence, Cecilus harbored a tint of danger, and that was a sign that a pendulum was swinging within him. It was a pendulum that would determine whether Al was his enemy or his ally. Utterly unconcerned with the unprecedented disaster assailing this undead capital, it was a fixation over a trifling matter. Cecilus, I wonder, you know. Let's suppose that you've got something that can draw a 1 in 10,000 possibility on the first shot. I wonder if you'd be able to draw that possibility with me as an opponent. In that case, rather than 1 in 10,000, there would be a 1 in a billion, no, quite possibly a 1 in a trillion chance of that happening. However, if it was not zero. Al, I'll say this now, but that's as far as you should go with digging into my allure. Otherwise, you'll have an unwanted party keeping an eye on you, and you're really gonna regret it. Cecilus, unbelievable, to speak to me in such a manner. I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. Al sighed at Cecilus's reaction, who seemed to be that of someone getting more and more amused. He wanted to find the words to dampen Cecilus's fascination, but by the looks of things, he did not have the time. He had finally survived the rush of undead that had come after his plunge to the death. The burden was heavy, but he needed to advance to the next stage. Al. Release territory, re-expand subsequently, reinitiate thought experiment. Before Cecilus could make any unnecessary movements, Al redefined the matrix he had once established. The recoil was far too great due to the frequency and scope, but at the very least, Al had decided to continue ignoring the consequences until he made it out of the Valatian Empire. Recovering Priscilla was his top priority. Al, if it's for that purpose, then no matter how many times it takes, I'll do. It happened at the very moment that he was about to utter his resolute declaration. Quicker than he could finish, the figure of Cecilus in front of him blurred, and immediately afterward, Al was flipped sideways, taking a hit from Azori to his flank. In response to such outrageous conduct, Al screamed while sliding across the ground. Al, what the hell? After all that talk about making a grand impression on a stage, you attack someone while they're in the middle of talking. Cecilus, no, 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 you've got it all wrong. It's utterly unthinkable for me to commit such rudeness. That would be an offense warranting seppuku. So it's not that, but rather take a look. One Al. Look at what? As Al finished sliding and began to rise to his feet, Cecilus gestured towards the wall to justify himself. There at chest height of where Al had been standing just moments before was a fist-sized hole. It had not been there a moment ago. However, the hole had suddenly appeared. That meant Al, Sniper, Jaya, Cecilus, forgive my rudeness for a moment. In that instant his eyes widened, Cecilus's form blurred once more, and immediately after, Al felt G-forces of acceleration throughout his body as he was thrust straight backwards. Cecilus, running furiously, had hooked his hand around Al's waist and was dragging him along in a swift sprint. And hot on their heels as they became one with the wind, Al, or Yo-Yo, what the hell, what in the actual hell? Amidst the illusion of being flung backward, Al's vision was filled with city streets and building walls being pierced one after the other, as something tremendous pursued them with reckless abandon. If his initial impression was correct, it was sniper fire. A sniper was chasing after Al and Cecilus. Al, though if we're being sniped, it's an ironclad rule that snipers are supposed to stay put. They were supposed to patiently lie in wait, take aim once their target was in their sights, and strike with a fatal shot. Those were the fundamentals of sniping, and ought to have been an ironclad rule. Yet this sniper was defying all that, accurately pursuing the fleeing pair, and was even anticipating their moves to find cover and firing accordingly. It was as if they were surrounded by 100 snipers, or being targeted by a single sniper with the complete freedom to move around at rapid speeds. Cecilus, whoa there, whoopsie. Al, biwa, oof, bit my tongue. While being targeted by this terrifyingly precise and agile sniper, Cecilus, while carrying Al, moved his body right, left, up and down, all the while continuously evading the assault. However, he did not seem to be looking at his surroundings at all. Then Al realized. It was guesswork. Cecilus was dodging this top-class sniping by sheer guesswork alone. Cecilus, it's not quite to that extent, but don't you just feel a certain thrill during moments the opponent deems critical? That's it. Al, you can ignore my suspicions. More importantly, focus on what you're doing. Cecilus, very well. But our opponent is of remarkable ability. I've encountered them a few times before, but they've never allowed me to close in on them. The ground erupted with an explosive sound that seemed impossible to be caused by a kick from his Zori, and as he gained propulsive force, Cecilus began to accelerate. Feeling the proximity of the unseen sharpshooter pursuing them with sniper fire, Al received a twofold shock from Cecilus's statement. The first shock was that Cecilus had already encountered this enemy several times before and still continued to survive. The second shock was that even Cecilus had been unable to defeat this enemy, which meant they were an abnormally formidable adversary. Cecilus, I believe they're flying, but for some reason other than their speed, they can't be seen. Al, an enemy who can't be seen, HK. Upon the words of Cecilus, who seemed to lack a proper sense of danger, Al gained the keyword of invisible enemy. If only they could unravel the mechanism behind this invisibility, or at least find some way to counteract it. Cecilus, whoa there, my. Once more, Cecilus spoke without a sense of danger, and a tremendous crashing sound followed, prompting Al to look back, that is, toward the direction they were heading. Then, within Al's field of vision, three buildings along their path came crashing down. From the front of the street, and on each side, buildings began to descend upon them. Each had its foundation targeted and hollowed out by the sniper, causing them to tilt and collapse inwards. If they collided with that, there would be no escaping from being crushed to death. Upon grasping that, Al clenched his molars and territory redefinition. Cecilis, I'm rushing straight ahead. Immediately after resetting the territory in time, Cecilis, kicking off the ground while holding Al, broke through the window of the frontmost collapsing building and plunged inside. As they slanted, and he heard the gentle cascade of shattering window glass in conjunction with the flexing of the walls, Cecilis kicked the floor of the collapsing building, smashed through the ceiling, and sprinted upwards, forcibly creating a direct route from the lower floor to the upper floor. Cecilis, go, 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 go. Given how the building was collapsing, it was a fact it would be crushed by contact with the street at the lower floors first. On the other hand, the outrageous feat of escaping from being crushed in such a manner could not have been said to be a sane course of action. It should not be said. However, thanks to that eccentric judgment, Al and Cecilis managed to kick through the ceiling of the top floor and escape to the outside, faster than the building could fully collapse. Al, no, this won't work out. Bursting through the ceiling, Al and Cecilis soared into the sky. Below them, they witnessed the three collapsing buildings collide with one another, their colossal mass causing a tremendous earthquake as they crumbled. One of the fallen buildings seemed to have contained flammable liquor, or perhaps stored magic stones, as an inferno was extending across the street. However, Cecilis, now this is a formidable enemy. Both Cecilis's cheerful exclamation and Al's body shaking from the impact happened simultaneously. But Al was not the one who was directly affected by the impact. Having leaped into the sky alongside Al, it was Cecilis struck by the sniper fire. The impact had blown off one of his legs. The young boy's small left leg had been blown off from the knee down, scattering blood into the air as he gnashed his teeth. Having experienced similar situations, Al understood what it was like, that the pain would come immediately, causing the throat to scream, "Cecilis, over there." Instead of screaming, Cecilis shouted that out, likely having pinpointed the enemy beyond the sky. He then placed his remaining leg against Al's body, which he was still holding, using it as leverage to propel himself towards something that he had spotted. Being propelled by just one leg, his momentum was fierce, seemingly sufficient to catch the enemy. All of that while in a state of having lost one leg. Al, this won't do. Even with one leg missing, Cecilis was still probably 100 times stronger than Al, but that was no good. It was necessary for him to be in perfect condition. Thus, Al drew his dao and pressed it against his own neck. Then, without hesitation, he forcefully exerted the blade. Times, Cecilis. I'm rushing straw, Al. No, the building on the right. As the buildings were collapsing from three different directions, the moment Cecilis was preparing to rush inside of the frontmost one, Al shouted in a voice that would not lose out to the volume of the collapsing structures, and issued a change in their path. The instant he heard Al's appeal, Cecilis smiled, and the fact that he licked his lips was already known. In that instant, Cecilis forcefully altered their direction, and while carrying Al, he lunged towards the collapsing building on the right. Hearing the cascade of shattering window glass, Al pointed towards the interior of the room they jumped into. Al, the room over there. Secure the box inside. Cecilis. Aye, sir. At Al's confident directions, Cecilis did not ask any questions whatsoever. Forcefully smashing through the wall into the adjacent room, there was an iron chest, a part of the fortune kept by the owner of the building, intended for emergency situations. Unfortunately, it seemed like the owner had been unprepared, and had thus been unable to take it out with him, but thanks to that, Al and Cecilis were able to secure it. Al, upwards. Immediately after securing the box, the escape from the slanted building reverted the route to one that employed Cecilis's extraordinary leg strength and innovative thinking. Carrying Al, who carried the box, Cecilis's sprint pierced through the ceiling of the lower floor and the floor of the upper one, and repeating that in quick succession, they dashed all the way up to the top floor in one go. Then, the moment Cecilis kicked open the ceiling of the top floor and they flew out, Al was faced with a scenery that he had already seen countless times, and dropped the box from his hands. And just before the sniper could blow off any of Cecilus's limbs from afar, Donor. Inside the box that was dropped, Al's shardy magic sparked a fire that ignited a high-purity magic stone belonging to an individual within the Empire. And then, at once, the blast swelled up, and flames engulfed them from directly below. Al, while savoring the sensation of the scorching heat roasting their skin, the created curtain of flames also concealed Al and Cecilus from their surroundings. However, even if the flames hid them only for this moment, if there truly was a sniper, he would shoot through them now. He would shoot through Cecilus without losing sight of him. Therefore, the aim was not to disrupt the sniper's eyes. Cecilus, over there. Cecilus muttered this while smiling with bared teeth. Blood was spouting from Cecilus's cheek, and his long blue hair burst and spread apart as his hair clip was snatched by the sniper. However, all of Cecilus's limbs were unscathed. The flame curtain had not been to hide Cecilus from the enemy, but to allow him to spot the bullets approaching him before they reached him. Before reaching Cecilus, the bullet had to pass through the flame curtain. As foolish as it sounded, but he believed enough to bet on Cecilus of all people to not miss the momentaneous change in the flames before the bullet would reach him. He had won that gamble. Hence, across the flame curtain, Cecilus's and the sniper's gazes intersected. Cecilus. In an instant, the pupils of Cecilus's eyes narrowed, and the soles of his Zori sandals were placed against Al's hip. As before, Cecilus intended to leap down to the shooter's location. The difference was that all of Cecilus's limbs were stuck to his small torso. All that was left from now was, Al, don't you let your guard down. Muttering that, Al established preparations for the next re-expansion of his territory. Each time it happened, he felt a sense of loss in his head, as if something was being shredded to pieces, but Cecilus was right. One could say a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was a chance one could not afford to pass by once it happened. If somebody wanted to obtain it twice, then they could not afford to compromise. That was why Al was going to reset the next matrix. Cloud cutting. Just before that, a remarkable change flashed into Al's vision. It was behind the flame curtain, in the direction Cecilus surmised the sniper to be, in the sky where Al still could not see the enemy. There was an unusual change in his vision. Simply put, the clouds had been severed. The thick black clouds that covered the sky of the undead capital of Lupugana had been cut open, unexpectedly. The cumulus clouds received not one, but 2 to 3 cuts in succession. It was as if they were chasing an invisible enemy in the sky, no, not as if. The slashes were chasing the enemy, their aftermath the tears through the black clouds. Cecilus, they're getting away, they're escaping. The screeching voice belonged to Cecilus, who kept his foot on Al's back. His eyes widened, and the reason for his scream was probably in response to the sniper running away from the slash that tore through the clouds, abandoning the battle and disengaging. From Al's point of view, this could only be described as a favorable turn of events, but not for Cecilus. He stared at the view below with eyes brimming with frustration. And there, ha 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 ha, run in fear of my swordsmanship. Al and Cecilus jumped out, away from the 3 collapsing buildings. A lone figure could be seen on the roof of the building. It was a figure with sword in hand, seeing off the enemy in the distance, pointing the blade that had sliced the clouds towards the heavens as he smiled broadly. Al frowned, wondering who or what this stranger was. Behind Al, Cecilus said, as he looked at the sudden intruder. Cecilus, looks like you've grown old in the while I haven't seen you, Dad. Al, you're old man. Al was stunned by Cecilus uttering this with completely feigned ignorance. Meeting up with this person in the distance Cecilus called his father would probably be a good thing, but the problem was, Al, you ain't gonna die after this, are you? After the formidable sniper was gone, Al, while looking directly down at the 3 buildings that were still vehemently collapsing, muttered to Cecilus about what was ahead, feeling a floating kind of sensation. Translation notes. 1. Kappuku, Chinese letter, means to disembowel oneself as a form of punishment. Harakiri, seppuku. Arc 8, Chapter 37. Time for foreshadowing. Translated by Nejamizo, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Art Sources, Oshi Suka 1. With a sword in one hand and carrying baggage under his other arm, he slowly opened the door in front of him. He would never foolishly kick open a door, nor cut it down. Thoughtlessly making noise and provoking the undead that could be potentially lurking around was something he wanted to avoid. The same applied to attracting attention from his surroundings. It would still be manageable if it were only a bunch of ordinary Imperial soldiers that had been transformed into undead fighters, but he preferred to not find himself in a fight against skilled opponents. His reluctance was amplified by the fact that he was carrying something that he could not simply abandon. He took a whiff of the air around him with a sniff, then grimaced at the stench of rusty iron wafting from the inside of the room. It was the smell of blood. Once one became used to it, distinguishing its freshness became easier, more or less. The aforementioned odor had been induced by recently spilt blood, coming not from just a single individual at that. As expected, upon investigating the furthermost room, there were two bodies piled up atop each other. Left behind in the single house facing the main street were the corpses of an old woman and a man. The perpetrator must have been the undead that he had chopped down in front of the house right before this. It was none other than because these corpses were freshly made that the sword in the undead's hand had been drenched in blood. The victims were presumably parent and child. Unfortunately, their expressions during their last moments could not be described as serene, so he was unable to compare their facial features. The old woman was lying on the bed, and the man seemed to have fallen on top of her as if he were placing himself over her, a broken sword lying beside him. They couldn't escape in time. No, it's something else. The composition of the scene was not that of two people who failed to escape in time, but of a son who had stayed behind to protect his mother because she was unable to run. To intuitively perceive the display as such was far too ironic for it to have occurred in the imperial capital, which stood at the heart of the Valatian Empire, a place where it was only natural for the weak to be trampled upon. Nevertheless, he could not laugh at the irony. If only he had arrived a few minutes earlier. Placing his drawn sword back into its sheath, he silently gazed upon the corpse of the man who had decided how he would use his own life in the midst of a visit from an inevitable tragedy. Had he been placed in the same situation, would he have been able to fight until his life was depleted like this man, with his back to the bed where his dearest family laid upon? It's pointless. The answer's obvious. He spat irritatedly, ridding himself of the bitter glob of saliva with a lingering revulsion that did not disappear. Yes, it was a question for himself with an obvious answer. It was self-evident that he would turn tail and run off, regardless. And the moment he ridiculed himself in that manner, redhead, where you're at? I got my business done. Suddenly, he heard a tremendously loud voice coming from outside of the building, and his head shot up to look at the window. The ruddy face that he had gone separate ways with surfaced in his memory, and he felt himself sober up as the blood drained from his face at the recklessness of raising one's voice in this undead-infested city. His head clobbered by the weight of reality, which he was not able to brush off with the drunkenness he had inflicted upon himself by drinking and drinking on and on. He clicked his tongue as he peered out of the window he had approached. Just then, at the bottom of his line of sight, on the street, there was a single blue-haired man in a Wasu outfit searching for him while waving his hand no. Next to him was a small silhouette in similar clothing. One. Where might you be, Dad's companion? This area isn't suitable for having a nice and long talk, so why don't we move somewhere else where it's easier to do so? That is, only if what Dad told me about having a companion isn't a drunken illusion or a joke of the sort, of course. Whoa now, how could you say that? Saying those sorts of things after grabbing your parent with you, my child has grown into an ungrateful son. I wonder, what went wrong with my parenting? No. It's not your fault, Dad. You hardly ever raised me after all. With those two noisy fellows bunched together, describing the ruckus as twice as loud would be a massive understatement. Although there was a difference between being drunk on alcohol or drunk on oneself. Upon hearing the voice that he knew belonged to an equally drunken man, the companion whom the two were on the search for Heinkel held his head in his free hand. As the throbbing headache from his hangover kicked up a fuss about a pain caused by something other than the influence of alcohol, he adjusted his grip on the emergency food, on the Hyanapperson, who had stirred in his grasp, and then let loose a deep sigh that reeked of liquor. The two idiots continued to make a racket on the main street, unmindful of the fact they were out in public. If he left them behind, and they were consumed by the surging crowd of undead as a result, it could be chalked up as them reaping the consequences of their actions. However, since Heinkel did not want to be dragged into that process, he called out for them right away. As the two were invited into the house in that fashion, an unexpected plus one had come along with them. "I didn't expect you to be staying in the imperial capital, Heinkel-san. I thought you'd have already ran away, or if not, then." "Heinkel died, were you about to say? I'm going to say the same exact thing back to you, Aldebaran. Al, please." Al, the man in the steel helmet, responded upon their unanticipated reunion while using a finger to fiddle with the metallic parts of his helmet. During the all-out battle that had encompassed the imperial capital between the regular army and the revolutionaries, Heinkel, as a part of the rebel faction, had been deployed to a battlefield different from Priscilla's and Al's, so he was not aware of the outcome of the battle, nor their well-being. An answer he had no means of knowing even if he wanted to. By chance, it had been brought to him. In addition to it, Heinkel, "So Miss Priscilla's been captured, huh? It's a bit hard to believe." Al, well, charging headfirst into unexpected developments is a part of Princess's troublesome charm, but this time, even I feel like I shouldn't leave her on her own. So I ended up staying in the imperial capital, but, Heinkel, then you came across that bunch. Al nodded at Heinkel's words with a yeah. He was covered by his steel helmet, rendering both his expression and facial complexion unknown, but Heinkel could infer the extent of the hardship that Al had been wrung through from the tiredness in his tone and his overall mood. Al was someone who could get along with Priscilla, the living embodiment of outrageous and haphazard behavior. If he had been reduced to such a state, then Heinkel could easily guess the dreadfulness of who he had been dealing with. Regardless, meeting the person who had made Al utterly exhausted was also a strange turn of fate. Well, I didn't expect to have a reunion with you in a place like this, Dad. I thought I hadn't seen you around for a while, but could it possibly be you who threw me into the Gladiator Island and plotted for me to play a role in a story about the legend of the island, or something like that? Chattering away and lining up one sentence after another at breakneck speed, the boy who munched down on the dried meat he had arbitrarily brought out from the house's storage cabinet, Cecilus, as he called himself, the son of Rowan, who had been tagging along with Heinkel, much to his astonishment. On top of that, it might as well be some sort of joke, but Cecilus's full name, including his family name, was Heinkel Cecilus Segmund, the Blue Lightning of Valatia, the Valatian Empire's strongest swordsman, and the immovable first of the Imperial Nine divine generals. No matter how far he had fallen, Heinkel was still the deputy commander of the kingdom of Lugunica's royal guards. He at least knew the names of famous figures from their insidious neighboring country. Peerless even within the blood-soaked history of the Empire, he was the individual who had taken the most lives in this world, and was also said to be someone so powerful he was a rival to the kingdom's sword saint. Heinkel. Heinkel narrowed his eyes at Cecilus, who looked roughly around 11 or 12 years of age, and scorned himself for even thinking about making light of his capabilities just because of his youth. For the truly powerful beings, topics such as their appearance and age were simply nonsensical and would leave one with nothing but misery. When Heinkel had first lost to his son, Reinhard, with the sword, it was before the latter had turned 6 years old. In this world, those kinds of entities existed. If anything, Heinkel had to admit that someone like Rowan was a rarity for him. Similarly to Heinkel, if he was also the father of someone proclaimed to be the strongest, then having his own reservations regarding the sword skills and fame of his son, Cecilus, would be Rowan. Ha ha ha, you're making me laugh. The battles to the death on the Gladiator Island are just exhibitions in the end, so you won't learn anything for your sword or technique no matter who or how many people you cut down in that place. Dumping you in that kinda place be nothing more than a detour in your path to reaching the heavenly sword. Indifferent to the thoughts rearing their ugly head within Heinkel, the ruddy-faced Rowan shrugged his shoulders as he brought the booze-filled gourd to his mouth, seemingly in high spirits as he conversed with his son. Cecilus replied with an, "Oh, I see then." not appearing the slightest bit worked up by it, tilting his head as he bit off a piece of the dried meat. Cecilis, well, I did suspect that wasn't the case because the direction of that sort of method wasn't clear at all for someone like you. But then, it becomes more of a strange mystery because I don't understand why I was on the island at all. Rowan. Now, that's gotta be another odd, bizarre, and unusual way to put it. Anyway, it wasn't arranged by me, Rowan took a pause in the middle of his sentence, then gave Cecilis a long stare from head to toe. Noticing his father's gaze, Cecilis caused the sleeves of his Wasu outfit to sway back and forth, performing a twirl that made his long, untied blue hair spread out. Cecilis, what's the matter? Even if it's been a long time, I would think it's difficult to forget the brilliance of the leading actor that I am. Rowan, apart from that, wait a minute, son. Where'd you put Murasama and Masume? Such fine blades aren't meant to be removed so carelessly from your waist. Cecilis, fin braids. Do you mean katana by that? What are you saying? There's an unspoken agreement between you and me where I won't hold a katana, and also that you won't let me hold one either until I obtain a blade worthy of me. Woefully, my waist remains light because I still haven't come across an exceptional katana I've been looking for. Shaky shake. 2. Rowan. HMMMMM. Rowan's eyes became increasingly cloudy with suspicion as Cecilis continued shaking his weaponless hips. Eventually, his eyes widened with an "ah," as if he had made sense out of the situation. And then, Rowan, upon giving you a careful look, cause of this feeling of strangeness, what do you have here? Cecilis, you shrunk down in height. Al, you realize that now. Al raised his voice at the surprised Rowan, having been hit with a feeling of bewilderment that went beyond surprise. Next to him, the Cecilis in question echoed, shrunk, with a clueless expression. Needless to say, Heinkel also had no idea of what was going on. In his place, Al, who looked like he had an idea, closed the distance between himself and Rowan with brisk steps. Al, I want to make this clear, so you're Cecilis's dad, and the Cecilis you know was really an adult. That's correct, right? Cecilis, please wait, Alsan. I'm not sure about that. In the first place, I wonder when and at what kind of timing are humans able to say that they became an adult? For example, if someone cut down another person for the first time, and if you don't consider them as full-fledged, then it would make it so that the person who had been cut down was killed by someone who is only half-baked, so I feel as if this is a meaningless discussion. Al, you shut it for now. So, what about it, old man? Rowan, you don't have to press me that hard, helmeted gentleman. Firstly, from the eyes of a parent, even if their kid's grown somewhat taller, they'll always stay in the kid category, you know. Besides, when it comes to Cecilis, that one's words and actions never matured a bit from when he was a kid, no matter how much time passed. Al, I've heard enough of the fact that you two are parent and child. Bombarded with responses comparable to an avalanche by Rowan, who he had drawn closer to, and Cecilis, who was next to him, Al stomped the ground as if he was venting out his pent-up anger. Heinkel felt sorry for him, scratching his own red hair roughly. Heinkel, so, Aldebaran, is this what you want to say? Cecilis' segment over there shrunk down and became a child for some reason. Al, it's Al. Well, I know everything about how it happened and how to undo it, but yeah. Heinkel, you know how to undo it too. It sounded absurd to just nod with a, I see, upon being told that a person had shrunk in size, but thinking back to the scene akin to the truest of hells he had seen during the decisive battle at the imperial capital, he could accept that most things he saw were not entirely out of the question. If they could expect Cecilis to turn back, then it probably was not too much of a setback. Heinkel, well, why don't we start talking after turning him back? Al, as much as I want to do that, we need a certain old shinobi to return him to normal. So for now, we need to go on while he stays at that size. Hey, why didn't you notice that your son's become tiny the moment you saw him? Al slowly shook his head sideways, then pointed the subject of the matter towards Rowan. However, Rowan traced his noticeably stubbly chin with a finger at Al's query. Rowan, of course, whether my son's big or small ain't important to me. Al, oi, is this a contest to decide who's the shittiest dad? Are the dads of the strongest in each country all something like this? Heinkel, how about you? Do you know you've shrunk? Al let out an exasperated grumble at Rowan's answer, given abashedly by someone who was far from an exemplary father. Reluctant to react to Al's grumbling, Heinkel brought up the subject with Cecilis. At his words, Cecilis, who was starting on his third piece of dried meat, laughed out. Well, Cecilis, if you're asking me whether I'm aware or not, then I'm not. Shrinking or growing, I've already gone on stage as myself. Heinkel, all right. Cecilis, however, the things said by Boss, Gustavsen, the others on the island, and the rest of the side characters are falling into place. I believe the foreshadowing has come together. Cecilis hit the surface of a desk that was close at hand, his voice bubbling with enthusiasm. The look on his face said that something about it had made sense to him, but it all sounded like gibberish to Heinkel, having only followed after the words spoken during their conversation. A shrinking body should be a grave matter, but all Heinkel knew was that neither father nor child took it too seriously. Rowan, though, it all adds up now. No wonder I thought he was so calm even when he faced me. You see, we had quite the parting. Cecilis, oh, I don't recall anything about it, but I'm curious as to how we part. Cecilis tipped his head sideways at Rowan's revelation, keenly stroking his chin. A parting with a father which the son had forgotten. For all that, taking their interactions thus far into account, Heinkel imagined that it could not be anything but awful. At that moment, the fucker over there's the motherfucker that planned a fucking assassination of His Excellency and got sliced up for it. A sharp voice cut in, capturing Heinkel and the others' gazes in its direction. And there was the petite Hyanapperson that had been fast asleep until now, picking himself up from the floor he had been left aside on. Sitting up in a cross-legged position, he glared at Rowan with a sour look on his face. I'm also real fucking surprised to see this shithead alive when he should be dead, especially because I can't imagine that even the fucking dumbass Cecilis would fuck it up. Cecilis, oh, you're awake, doggy. Woof, woof. I'm glad you're looking very well. You're being fucking stupid as always, you piece of shit. Cecilis pouted with a sulky expression at the shouting Hyanapperson. Judging from his reaction, the Hyanapperson seemed to be acquainted with Cecilis. However, it must be said that it was Cecilis who did not remember such a fact. No, from the current flow of the conversation, perhaps saying that he had forgotten about what happened before he shrunk would be the correct way to phrase it. It was a ridiculous story, but it could be because he did not recall anything from his adulthood that he, Rowan, and the Hyanapperson were all on different pages, talking past each other. Al, by the way, who's this guy that was knocked out earlier? He seems pretty energetic, Rowan. Mr. Furball over here is General First Class Groovy. He's one of the Empire's 9 divine generals, and Cecilis's colleague. Al, by Groovy. Oh, you mean Groovy Gumlet. Perplexed by the unpredicted identity of the stranger, Al's voice rose a pitch higher, but Heinkel was just as surprised as him. After all, Rowan had only told him that the person was someone important without giving him any further information, so he had been carrying him along as a lump of baggage. Depending on the situation, he might have treated the luggage that was the Hyanapperson as a shield against the undead's attacks. Al, which means, even though one of them's shrunken down, there's 2 general first classes here. I want to say it's giving me some unexpected hope, but, Rowan, what could it be? Al, didn't General First Class Son just say something crazy, plan the Emperor's assassination? Once Al brought the topic back on track, Rowan was once again at the center of attention. For a moment, the Hyanapperson's Groovy's awakening and his exchange with Cecilis had stolen Heinkel's focus, but he had indeed said that. Faced with everyone's distrustful looks, Rowan placed a hand on his forehead with an, oopsie, Rowan. That's a misunderstanding, you see. I haven't planned to assassinate His Excellency the Great Emperor. I only tried to have my son do it. Heinkel, that's no excuse. So, as parent and child, you guys are both guilty of an attempted assassination of the Emperor. Heinkel stared at the blue-haired parent and child, stunned by the explanation that failed to serve its purpose as one. He had never heard of the Emperor being killed, so it was probably just handled as an attempt, but that was quite an egregious rumor to have floating around. However, Groovy shook his head with a, "You're wrong," to Heinkel's question. Groovy, this fucker told His Excellency that his shitty dad was planning it. After that, the story goes that he went to put an end to the nasty fucking plot along with his shitty dad. Al, but isn't he alive because Cecilis didn't put an end to it? Groovy, I dunno about it either, fucking hell. Oi, Cecilis, you fucker, the hell were you thinking, letting your shit for a father live? Cecilus, who knows? Even if you told me it was something I did, between the me of yesterday, the me of today, and the me of tomorrow, the quotes and exceptional directions of the sort that flash across my mind during the moment will also change. However, it's hard to imagine that I failed to do it, so perhaps it could be that I purposefully didn't do it. Groovy shot up to his feet, edging in on Cecilus, but the boy with a similar stature waved his hand with an unapologetic look, as if he were saying that the answer was lost together with his missing height. In reality, asking Cecilus about this when he presumably could not recall his own reasons would be fruitless. Instead of clinging on to an unknown answer, Heinkel, blue hair, why did you plot the Emperor's assassination? Is your goal to overthrow the government? Rowan, ha ha ha, you say such silly, silly things, Redhead. My goal's mighty simple. If my son were to do away with His Excellency the Emperor, the whole of the Empire'd become his enemy. Heinkel, that's pretty obvious, though. Rowan, that's my goal. A situation where those Imperial soldiers are gonna keep on attacking without sparing any time to eat or sleep. There's no better environment than that to polish his sword skills between life and death. Heinkel, acting as if he had come up with a wonderful idea, Rowan gave a good-humored, resounding slap to his knee. Heinkel could only widen his eyes while frozen in place, unable to comprehend the logic he was voicing out. On the other hand, Cecilus spoke up, chiming in, "Ah, ah, ah." After hearing those words, Cecilus, I see, so that's why. I have no recollection of it, but if it's Dad, then he'd make me do something like that. He'd stop at nothing to reach the heavenly sword. Rowan, your talent with the sword's the real deal, but when it comes to you, you hit the ceiling right in front of the heavenly sword. If that's the case, I thought, why not use a somewhat heavy-handed method to let you break out of your shell out of parental love? Cecilus, haha, parental love. That's really unlike you. If you had human emotions like that left in you, Dad, then you wouldn't have killed 5 or 6 of your own children until one with talent me was born. Rowan, oh dear. No way I can argue against that. Their biggest doubts having been dispelled, the eccentric laughter from the giggling father and son reverberated loudly, while Groovy regarded their words with a scowl, and Al listened to them with a hand to his neck. Heinkel's vision began to sway in a bout of dizziness, and he bumped his shoulder against the wall. Their parent-child relationship was unfathomable. He struggled to understand what was driving him to go that far. Suddenly, the faint hope he had harbored towards Rowan until just a moment ago, a type of shared feeling he had for the person who stood on the same foot, the father of someone considered as the strongest, had faded away rapidly before vanishing completely. He had plotted the assassination of the Valatian emperor, been betrayed by his own child, and fell short of his goal in addition, was considered long dead, and in a position where he would be well known for his appalling notoriety. With all that in mind, Heinkel could not comprehend why he was able to laugh so nonchalantly. Heinkel was in a similar position in his home country. Even so, it was terribly suffocating. Even if he had been only suspected of a crime he had no memory of committing, such as being involved with the kidnapping of a member of the royal family, it was still unbearably suffocating. Al. Right. I got the idea that each of us have our own circumstances. Al spoke out quietly, ignoring Heinkel, who was in the midst of a spell of dizziness. He, too, might have his own thoughts concerning the previous conversation between the father and son, as well as Groovy's status, in his mind. However, he gulped down the entirety of those emotions and placed a lid over them. That was because Al had already decided what to prioritize in this place, over the doubts laying about in front of him. Al, we're all members that have something we're looking for or have some objective at the imperial capital. The lineup might be full of talented people who don't really need anyone to lend a hand to them, but they have no reason to go out of their way to reject willing collaborators. Isn't that right? He asked, surveying the roster in the room with a glance. Groovy crossed his short arms, puffing out his chest at Al's question. Groovy, I just woke up, so I only know the imperial capital's got this shitty-ass earthy smell to it. Plus, I don't want to be left behind with this fucking dumbass, and the fucking dumbass's dad. I dunno what his fucking clever excellency's planning either. Al, the primary goal's to fight off the undead, regardless of whether we're enemies or allies. At least, I can believe that you've got the same idea as us, right? Groovy, you don't have to be worried for shit. It's the same for me. Groovy asserted with a bullish tone, showing his agreement with Al's opinion rather aggressively. Subsequently, after receiving his response, Al looked over to Cecilis. Al, I understand that you and your dad have got a unique parent-child relationship. I dunno why you're able to get along and laugh together considering what happened, but the topic of parents is also a touchy subject for me. I won't elaborate. But instead of Cecilis, there's no need to worry, Alsan. You don't have to choose your words so anxiously. There were a few occasions where your decision saved me during the previous battle with the archer. So, for now, I believe it's unnecessary to have a clash in our objectives just for us to part ways. Al, that's great. That's great, but also please don't try to kill me on a whim. I can't deal with it no matter how many lives I have. Cecilis, ha ha ha, no matter how many lives you have. Nice joke, Al. It's not a joke, though. Al breathed a sigh as Cecilis let out a cheerful cackle while making a thumbs up. Finally, he gathered both Heinkel and Rowan within his field of view. Al, how about you, old man? What you gonna do? Rowan, whoa, a helmeted gentleman. Compared to my son and Mr. Furball, the way you talk when you invite us is as if you're being forced to speak. That wounds me, you know. Al, I mean, I kinda have the worst impression of you right now. Shrugging his shoulders and his one arm, Al let Rowan know about his impression of him in a blunt manner, and then craned his neck in Heinkel's direction. Al, you might. Vi had nothing to show for during the all-out battle, but you can make up for it if you go and rescue Princess. Without her, your wish won't come true. Right, Heinkel-san. Heinkel. Aye. Upon being told that by Al, Heinkel clenched the back of his teeth together as he dropped his gaze. Just as Al said, Heinkel was a part of the Priscilla camp because there was something he wanted, a reward that he could obtain should she win her way through the royal selection. Essentially, no expectations had been placed on the contributions and capabilities of Heinkel himself. The only thing he was expected to do was to act as a constraint against Reinhard, who was allied with another candidate. If he thought about it in this way, no matter how much he was able to contribute to Priscilla in this situation, he would only be achieving results that deviated from his original role. Adding on to that, Heinkel. Heinkel had already fallen to his knees once on the battlefield, giving up on fighting back. Upon witnessing a sight that appeared otherworldly, as if the world had been flipped upside down on its head, he had lost heart. Heinkel had tried to give up. That was why he had left the battlefield, drowned himself in liquor as Rowan dragged him away, and closed the lid on top of everything. And yet he thought, Heinkel, Luana. Within his heart, having been told that he had an opportunity to redeem himself, a certain regret showed its shameful face. If Priscilla had not seen him when he had run away, nor his state of mind when he had given up, if he could pretend everything was going well, he wanted to turn a blind eye to the fear that had once gripped his throat and continue reaching out a hand. Heinkel, but what can we do? Even if we band together, we're just 5 people. Are you saying we can save an empire on the brink of destruction with this group of 5? Cecilis, that's certainly one upsetting, offensive opinion. Of course, we seem like a group of 5 people if you only look at the numbers, but the strength that lies within me alone is over and above the equivalent of 100 others, so you'd opt to reword it as 1,000,004 piopmgmgmg groovy. Shut your fucking trap. Locked in a battle with his inner worries, Heinkel sought for their chances of succeeding and outlooks on what awaited them. As one would expect, General First Class Groovy had made use of his own hand to cover the mouth of Cecilis's meaningless banter aimed at Heinkel's words. Keeping Cecilis's mouth covered, he glanced at Al with a "though, Groovy. It's just as the red old fart fucking said. Even though we have me and this fucking dumbass, it's not easy to kill the shit out of those motherfuckers outside. Cecilis, by ye tilde the way, I think we shouldn't do that. Why? Because of a hunch the leading actors got. Groovy, shut your fucking trap. Leaving aside the two, who began squabbling over whether they should cover Cecilis's mouth or not, Heinkel's doubts remained suspended in the air, unresolved. Truthfully, Heinkel had already made up his mind to an extent. If he could settle it without giving in, then he could not afford to give in. All that was left was the reason he was seeking. Al flicked the metal fittings on his helmet with a finger at Heinkel, who continued to look for the reason he sought. Al, just as Heinkelsen said, we're being way too ambitious if we think we can turn around the situation with just us 5. That said, What we need to do isn't something as grand as saving the empire. We gotta pave the road. Rowan, the road, you said. Rowan licked up the alcohol in his gourd, then wiped his mouth with a sleeve. Al nodded at his query with a, yeah. He turned his head, gazing ahead at the closed window. The imperial capital could be seen behind it, reduced to a city of corpses. And then, Al, saving the empire's a job for a hero. We're gonna create a starting point for it. As many points as we can, and anywhere we can get our hands on, because there's no knowing what's gonna come in handy. Heinkel blinked his eyes at Al's words, which gave him the impression of sounding oddly confident. It was as if he were implying that he had an idea of someone who could pull it off, but Heinkel had no idea of who that someone was, nor did Rowan or Groovy. However, as the one unbounded regarded those words with gleaming eyes, Cecilis. In other words, it's foreshadowing. In high spirits and highly enthusiastic, the young blue lightning declared as such, welcoming Al's aim with open arms. In terms of the power dynamic in this place, it did not take long for it to be expressed as the collective opinion of the 5 people taking part in this meeting. Translator's note. 1. Wasu, traditional Japanese outfit, in the language of this world. 2. Rowan refers to those 2 swords as Chinese letter, which is somewhat unconventional, and Cecilis's reply is written using the katakana spelling of the expression, which is rendered here as a bastardized pronunciation of the term. Arc 8, Chapter 38, Rowan segment. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop Seal Art Sources. Rokumama. Rowan's segment was a stargazer. Stargazer, in a sense different to the official position of the Valetian Empire, to which Ubilk, who was one among them, had been appointed by Vincent Valetia for the first time. He was a stargazer in the original sense of the expression. Stowed with a commandment that ought to be prioritized more than anything else in their lives, a being that would relinquish anything and everything in order to fulfill their grand purpose. That was a stargazer. One could surmise that Vincent's act of deliberately conferring the title of stargazer upon the official position held by Ubilk held not only the purpose of bestowing meaning unto the aforementioned post, but even possessed the intention to reduce the very existence of stargazers to a formality. The wise emperor's true motives may be ignored for the time being, however. What was important was the fact that Rowan's segment was one of those bestowed with a commandment. The compulsive force that acted on a person vested in a commandment, thus becoming a stargazer, was quite strong. It was endowed with power to interfere with human life, such that it could provide a mere male prostitute the influential voice to frequent the palace, as to provide the emperor with his opinion, that it could cause a frail mother to forget the love she felt for the daughter to whom she had given birth while on the verge of death, that it could easily make someone abandon the objective they had devoted their entire life to. Upon receiving their commandment, many stargazers would have the lives they had been leading till that point distorted, coerced, being forced to alter the principles of their way of life, and they did not consider that as a tragedy. Rather, having been granted a great ambition, one they needed to accomplish even if it took them their entire lifetime, doubtlessly believing that fulfilling it was the purpose of their very birth, they even felt great happiness. No matter how abnormal, how pitiful it might seem to those around them, that was how it was. But in regards to that tragedy shared by the stargazers, the position Rowan had been placed in was an exception when compared to his fellow stargazers. After all, the commandment bestowed upon Rowan segment was to reach the heavenly sword. And that was none other than the great ambition Rowan himself had harbored even before the commandment had been bestowed upon him. To master the way of the swordsman, many months and years spent with steel in hand, rocking his head from left to right, his face flushed red with a scent of liquor, Rowan sang in good humor. There was no particular melody to it, but since he was in such high spirits, he could not help but sing. Happily staggering back and forth, his footwork would appear to be that of a dance. A while prior, slightly before the uproar of the black-haired crown prince had begun, the nostalgic fragrance of blood had hung in the air across the entire empire. An omen of war it had been. As the reign of Vincent had been so ridiculously docile, Rowan had had a hunch that its backlash would cause an extremely large disturbance in the world. That hunch of his had been right on the mark. The Empire was now facing a moment of disaster, one in which even the boundary between the living and the dead was unclear. Rowan. Ah, really, this is the kind of world I like. The world was estranged from peace, and the more chaotic the state of the world got, the more the way of steel would be refined. He did not mean that more diligent efforts ought to be applied in that case, just that there should be more enemies who were worth slaying. But generally, it was quite difficult for astonishingly powerful beings to come into being amidst peace. Even if souls did know where they would arrive, their frame of mind seemed to be harmonized with their vessels of flesh before inhabiting them. Those born into turbulent times would come into being bestowed with the aptitude to live in those turbulent times. Therefore, expecting those same souls to be dwelling within people born outside of turbulent times was a bet with really poor odds. Rowan had lost that gamble many a time, and was only blessed with Cecilus after killing 8 of his own children with his own hands. Upon seeing a drawn blade during their first bath after being born, Cecilus had been the only one to laugh at it as something he would come to love for his entire life. Rowan, to think that Cecilus is also hit his ceiling, and yet the heavenly sword's far off still. Really, really, I really was born in the wrong era. Using his palm against his forehead as a visor, Rowan grumbled out his lamentations many times. The more chaotic the world got, the more ruined that peace fell, the more the era would demand the overwhelming might of the strong. With the path to reach the heavenly sword having become so distant and steep, he wondered just how good it would have been to live in the era of 400 years ago, when all living things feared the witch. Had he been born in that epoch, there would be no fear of the path to reach the heavenly sword being cut short. Much less would Rowan have Cecilus. Oi, do you intend on doing this seriously, you? Rowan, A voice called out to his tottering back from behind him, and Rowan turned around inquisitively. With both legs firmly planted on the stone pavement, the glinting eyes glaring at him from above belonged to a red-haired swordsman of tall stature, to a person bearing the name of Heinkel. That man had ought to have been binge-drinking together with Rowan till a moment prior, yet he now wore a completely sober expression in stark contrast. Though expectations were that he would don a tidier appearance compared to the time Rowan had initially found him on a plain, he looked even more haggard than before, strangely so. Rowan, your spirit's still kinda down. Come on, redhead, let's just drink. The town's a lil lacking, but fortunately those undead folk are leaving the food and booze untouched. Heinkel, fortunately, HK. Rowan, oh, looks like that rubbed you the wrong way. As Rowan raised his alcohol-filled gourd up high, Heinkel grinded his teeth, his cheeks stiffening. Since that response indicated refusal, Rowan reluctantly allowed that destinationless alcohol to pass through his own gullet. As he had informed Heinkel, without paying much attention to the noticeable restaurants and residences, the undead were prowling around in search of the living, but their objective was neither food nor alcohol, it was blood. That was to say, they were free to satisfy their hunger and drunkenness as much as they pleased. Rowan, what's not to like about that? If stuff's just gonna spoil if we leave it be, the rational thing for us to do'd be to have our fill. Heinkel, food and alcohol and whatnot, those things don't matter in the slightest. I have no hopes for your sense of duty, for the sense of duty of both you and your kid. More importantly, answer me, do you intend on doing this seriously? Rowan. As Heinkel raised his voice, Rowan closed a single eye at those words and kept silent. The red-haired swordsman seemed to have grown irritated simply because he was unable to wait for those few seconds. Unable to guess what his problem was, Rowan went without knowing what the answer to that question was in earnest. Guessing the thoughts and feelings of others was something Rowan was not very good at. That same defect seemed to have been inherited by Cecilus, but he would overcome that problem by force, making use of a different point of view. Rowan could not do the same thing. In any case, Rowan, redhead, are you worried about whether or not I'm gonna take part in that helmeted gentleman's plan? Heinkel, that's right. The flow of events brought me back here, but as Aldebaran said, this is a chance for redemption. I won't screw this up. With a nod, Heinkel pointed over yonder no far beyond that. He indicated the sturdy ramparts that forbade one from seeing the outside of the imperial capital from within. to the star-shaped ramparts used to protect the citizens from the rebel army in the decisive battle for the imperial capital. And thus, Heinkel, it's one of the 5 bastions we've got to capture. His voice leaden and tense, Heinkel spoke of the target of their tactics. The man in the steel helmet, the person known as Al, had spoken of the path they ought to pave, foreshadowing for the sake of a hero who would come after Rowan and the others who were currently in the imperial capital. Presently, the only living people at this place were Rowan and Heinkel, and luckily, they had not come across a single dead person. Cecilis, Groovy, and Al had gone off in a separate group. All of them were taking action to open holes in the strong bulwark that safeguarded the imperial capital. The method that Rowan, Heinkel, and Groovy had employed to enter the imperial capital had been quite illogical, so it would likely be difficult for others to replicate. In that case, the notion that they had to create passages was a proposal that made sense. Then, after parting ways with his son, who was boisterous even after being shrunken, the middle-aged duo began a carefree journey. Preventing them from doing so was the heat Heinkel was filled with. Wondering what to do, Rowan scratched his cheek. Ignoring Rowan's sentiment, Heinkel clicked his tongue, and Heinkel, to be honest, I don't get what your son meant by foreshadowing. But Rowan, well, you really shouldn't worry too much about the way he speaks. Anyhow, there ain't no doubt about the fact that things won't be able to proceed as long as those ramparts are in use. Heinkel, if you understand that. Rowan, why would I choose not to take part? As Heinkel bared his teeth and shouted, Rowan interrupted the words of the former and shrugged his shoulders. His daunted face was actually hilarious, and Rowan wished to say that it would be delicious to drink alcohol while gazing at it, but going too hard on the booze would be a mistake. It would be a hassle to procure alcohol at this place, and there was no guarantee that the man in front of him would not carelessly draw his sword. Rowan, nah, Redhead here ain't drawing his sword against me. Heinkel, HK. Rowan, you really don't need to feel any shame. At the very least, I'm the type who doesn't think it's very brave to draw your blade on anyone and everyone without distinction, since I don't get the difference between what's scary or not in the slightest. Tapping the side of his head with his finger, he touched upon a shortcoming unrelated to his intoxication. Seeing Heinkel widen his eyes upon hearing that, Rowan looked towards the ramparts. Rowan, the reason why I'm not going along with the helmeted gentleman's offer's exceedingly simple. His objective's to retake the imperial capital from the dead people, right? That ain't something I really desire. Therefore, he had no reason to cooperate with the plan to get rid of the imperial capital's defenses. Those were Rowan's honest feelings, but Heinkel still darted his eyes about in bewilderment. Rowan believed himself to have given a relatively clear answer, so he titled his head in confusion. Heinkel, so, in other words, you're taking the side of those undead guys. Rowan, why'd you think that? That's an entirely different thing, innit? For me, the country's falling to ruin courtesy of the undead rampaging about. It's just that a situation of this sort's convenient. I ain't taking the side of the undead. Heinkel, it's no use. I don't understand what you're thinking in the slightest. To begin with, Rowan, HM. Heinkel, even if you don't feel like doing it, your son, the Blue Lightning, is eager to. Are you just going to overlook that knowingly? Putting his hand over his mouth, Heinkel tried to chew through the information it had been forcibly stuffed with. However, the next thing he spoke was also irrelevant to Rowan. While it was true that Cecilis was eager to go along with Al's plan, Rowan, me and my son's my son, that's all there is to it. Besides, Heinkel, besides, Rowan, for Cecilis in his current state, the summit of the heavenly swords become distant once again. By being shrunken, his skill with the sword's been dulled. With how he is, he won't be able to fulfill the promise we made when he slayed me. Heinkel, with a light stroke of his chest, Rowan reflected on the slash that had been engraved there. Groovy had loathsomely spoken of the case of the attempted assassination of the Emperor. Rowan's involvement in it was in trying to get Cecilis to do it, so he could be considered as having instigated an assassination. Either way, after that attempt of his ended in failure, he experienced the stroke of a sword as punishment, and even now he did not forget the scorching heat of that instant. Then, upon thinking that much, Rowan suddenly cocked his head. Rowan, however, Redhead, you seem to be awfully hung up on the matter of me and my son. Thinking back on it, your reaction was the most intense, Redhead. Anything wrong about it? at the fact that the shrunken Cecilus was Cecilus, and that Rowan was Cecilus's father no matter if he was big or small. Heinkel's reaction had been weighty and thick-headed. Upon being inquired of the true meaning behind that by Rowan, Heinkel returned an unexpected answer. That was Heinkel. I'm Heinkel Astrea. Rowan, Astrea, 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 Astrea. Oh, putting on more than enough airs. Heinkel gave his name, and Rowan gazed at him in wonder. At first, placing the sound he had heard on his tongue, the conviction did not sink into his brain until he had ruminated on it a few times. However, the very moment it clearly sunk in, his blood boiled at its significance. Rowan, so that means, Redhead. You belong to the Sword Saint's lineage. The Astrea family of the kingdom of Lugunica. That was the title of the being said to be the strongest within the dragon kingdom of Lugunica, or perhaps the strongest across the entirety of the lands of the four great countries, not just the kingdom. A special mention went to the sword saint of the current generation, Reinhard van Astrea, whose existence he had heard to be exceptional across all the generations of the Astrea family until now. Rowan. No way, Redhead. You didn't pretend your name was Heinkel while actually being this generation's sword saint, did you? So that means you're a blood relative. No, is it your son? Your son's Reinhard, the father of the sword saint. Now this is quite the unexpected coincidence. What a bizarre turn of fate. He had heard that Reinhard was of the same age as Cecilus, the same age that Cecilus was originally. If that was the case, Rowan could fathom a rough guess of the relationship between Reinhard and Heinkel, as the latter resembled himself in age. At the same time, Heinkel, having finished processing his bitter hang-ups, wore an expression of reaching comprehension. Rowan and Heinkel were the fathers of the Blue Lightning and the Sword Saint. Rowan, more importantly, this means that you're a descendant of an ancestor who reached the heavenly sword, right? Heinkel. Ah. Rowan, the reputation of the first-generation sword saint, Reed Astrea, is true to the memory and the ears. In that case, as a fellow swordsman, I hold respect for those who have arrived at the summit that we all ought to aim for. The title of Sword Saint was proof of the extraordinary nature of the Astrea family, and the first generation was considered to be the first to have reached the concept of the heavenly sword, a transcendent being who stood at the apex of all swordsmen. The instant he thought that, it seemed as though his attitude towards Heinkel until now had been rude. Hence, a wish to apologize began to rise. Just how rude had he been to a descendant of someone who had reached the heavenly sword? Rowan, sorry, Redhead. I apologize for all my impoliteness until now. I'd never even thought that a family member of Reed Astrea who reached the heavenly sword would be fallen so low. Heinkel, Rowan, Redhead. There was no response from Heinkel as Rowan placed his hand on the katana on his waist and deeply bowed. Suspicious of that, Rowan looked with an upward glance and saw Heinkel covering his face with his palm, shaking his head. Then, as he let out a long, frustrated breath, Heinkel, got it. I finally got it. Down to our very roots, I'm completely different to you. Rowan, no matter what's up, don't let it get you down too much. I'm me and my son's my son. And so, you're you, Redhead. Regardless, you won't be able to cut deep unless you persist with steel. Heinkel, I have you to thank for not letting me die back there. For that alone, I'm grateful. As if refusing to entertain the back and forth any further, Heinkel turned his back to Rowan. For a moment, Rowan raised his head with the desire to cut deep into that upright back, but Heinkel was not the type to draw his weapon were his life to be in danger, so he decided to refrain himself from killing in futility. Killing without any gain would merely dull the steel. Then, Heinkel headed for the bastion he had pointed to, and would likely work hard to sabotage it. If there happened to be a skillful individual there, it was unclear whether Heinkel had factored the possibility that he might become unable to do anything into his calculations. But if he intended on depending on Rowan in that possibility, Rowan was sorry. But Rowan had his own objective, and his relationship with Heinkel did not take priority over that in the slightest. So, though he felt a bit lonely to be parting with his drinking buddy, they would just be briefly separating here. Heinkel, what do you want to do by neglecting your son? Oi. Before running off, Heinkel called out with his back still turned, to which Rowan raised a wry smile. This also went for his face and expression, but Heinkel really did not betray the impression that he was an unmanly personage. Anyhow, Rowan had no hesitation at that question, and while patting the sword wound on his chest, Rowan, of course, it's for the sake of my own dearest wish. Redhead, I'm the same as ye. If he was referring to the matter of neglecting his son, then they were the same in that regard. Without any interest whatsoever in how Heinkel would respond to that, Rowan headed for his own objective and broke into a light sprint through the imperial capital, where no living people remained. Well then, Rowan Segmont was a stargazer. Vowing on his honor, Rowan also had a personality, desires, and a life before becoming a stargazer, before becoming fully absorbed in fulfilling the commandment granted to him. Of course, just like the majority of stargazers, Rowan was bestowed with a commandment and was compelled to change the way he lived upon becoming a stargazer. But to those around him, there was no noticeable change that could be perceived from Rowan. That was because before he had even been bestowed with a commandment, Rowan Segmont's dearest wish had been to reach the heavenly sword, and he was obsessed with doing everything that could possibly further that purpose. Strong individuals who strive to master their techniques, just like Rowan, fearsome witch-beasts that attacked villages, people of the villages destroyed by those witch-beasts, scoundrels who tyrannized others, saints who donated to others. He had systematically slain everything that could be useful for tempering his steel with reckless abandon, but he had not produced many results. In various schools, he had studied, acquired techniques, then went on to cut down the heads of the schools. He had tried to unify the many techniques he had absorbed, but when he understood that it only led to the equilibrium of his own skills crumbling, he abandoned that as well. Quite literally, he had continued to walk and walk and walk a path of blood, but the path to the heavenly sword was still unreachable. Craving that from the bottom of his heart, he had even considered ending his own life, and it was at that moment. That was when Rowan was bestowed with a commandment and became a stargazer. The heavenly sword must be reached no matter what. Such had become Rowan's destiny. That did not mean that he himself was to reach the heavenly sword, but that he was to pursue trial and error in order to produce a being qualified to reach the heavenly sword. But he did not know the correct interpretation. Fundamentally, Rowan's methods always remained the same. At first, he could do nothing else but try and do everything systemically. He immediately gave up on the path of finding those who had talent and fostering them to reach it. He could always perform more skillfully when he did things himself. If they could not perform more skillfully than him, then the heavenly sword was just a dream within a dream, so it was better for him to cut down and discard that ephemeral hope. While he was doing that, he realized it. There ought to have been meaning in the fact that he had expected himself to be the one who should reach the heavenly sword. Thinking that, he tried to aim for the heavenly sword on his own once again, but when it remained an unreachable path even after recklessly endeavoring and recklessly slaying people, he relinquished it. That was not it. For Rowan himself, it was not meant to be. Rowan's lineage ought to reach it instead. Thus, through Rowan Segmont's diligent efforts, a vessel to reach the heavenly sword, Cecilus Segmont, was born, and Rowan's duty was fulfilled. Seeing his child soaking in his first bath, giggling as he gazed upon the drawn blade pressed against his neck, Rowan was released from the binds that had tied him down for a long, long time. When a stargazer ascertained that their commandment had been fulfilled, they would be liberated from the role bestowed upon them. Afterwards, what would overcome the mind was a loss of understanding for the sense of values that they had calmly obeyed, until then for no reason at all, even distorting their beliefs and convictions. Of course, the same thing happened to Rowan. In order to fulfill his commandment, he had been desperate to create a child with the talent to reach the heavenly sword. Upon seeing the child born at the end of all of it, the moment he realized he had accomplished it, it did not matter to him anymore. As a result, what remained was his son who was recognized for his potential to reach the heavenly sword, and his very self, who had lost sight of his goal to reach the heavenly sword, and had squandered the prime years of his life for the sake of others. Faced with that immensely unbearable truth, this time, Rowan headed towards the decision to end his own life, which he had been unable to carry out in the past. But Cecilus, laughing at the drawn blade which threatened his life, the son, having been promised to tread the path to reach the heavenly sword from birth, clutched the finger of the despairing Rowan and those thoughts vanished without a trace. For Rowan, who had cut down so many lives and basked in enough blood to form an entire lake, the shock that this feeble life brought him had been unfathomable. He had realized it. At this moment, a being so weak that it could not hold even a single chopstick would acquire ability with a sword worthy of eventually reaching the heavenly sword. In that case, where was the reason to assume that his future prospects would only decline after passing his prime? If a baby could reach the heavenly sword, then a path still remained for an old swordsman. Ergo, Rowan forgot about his sorrow over the path being closed, and vowed once again to strive towards his own desire. Bestowed with a commandment, fulfilling his commandment, having a child capable of reaching the heavenly sword born into this world, Rowan Segmund was released from his duty as a stargazer. Even now, he did not give up on the path to reach the heavenly sword, and continued to move forward. Having separated from Heinkel, Rowan sprinted towards the north side of the imperial capital with vigilance. Ahead of his route was the building that stood out the most within the imperial capital, the Crystal Palace, and there was no room to doubt that it had currently been transformed into the base of the undead. Likely, the ringleader who was resurrecting the dead, with whom Groovy and Al were having issues with, was also present in the palace, but that was no reason for Rowan to halt his legs. Storming the palace and beheading the ringleader of the enemy faster than anyone else let it be known that he was not heading for the Crystal Palace in order to bring the situation under his control. That which he had told Heinkel was no lie. It really did not matter to Rowan in the slightest whether the Empire was saved or not. His perception was that it was better for chaos and disaster to be widespread. There was a reason why Rowan was possessed of a single-minded focus on hastening to the Crystal Palace. That reason was, of course, his biological son, Cecilus Segmund. However, even if the reason was stated to be Cecilus, it was not due to any parental love or affection. Rowan, that damn dullard, it's absolutely outrageous that he parted ways with the dream sword and fiend sword. In Rowan's mind, as he gnawed his teeth, two katanas that concealed tremendous power were pictured, though there were many magic and holy swords in the world. Only 10 were swords of absolute power. 2 among them were Cecilus's beloved katanas, which he had parted with after being shrunken, the dream sword Masium and the fiend sword Murasame. Even if things were to take a turn for the worst, it would be troubling if those 2 katanas were to be lost. It went without saying that, to reach the heavenly sword, the person in question was required to possess masterful swordsmanship and talent. But in order to prove to the world that they were the real deal, they must not yield in the aspect of using worthy steel. And undoubtedly, Masium and Murasame were 2 worthy blades. Rowan. I dunno when he'll return to normal, but without his katanas, he ain't gonna be able to fully take form. When the shrunken Cecilus returned to his original size, him being without his swords was out of the question. It was possible that, during a moment of this exceedingly massive disaster, Cecilus would reach the heavenly sword. If Cecilus were to not possess his katanas when that came to pass, it would be absolutely outrageous. Even if Cecilus were to reach the heavenly sword, were he to go without wielding his perfect katanas at the moment Rowan cut him down, then the latter would have no proof that he himself had reached the heavenly sword. In order to secure that proof, he had no choice but to recover Cecilus's swords. Rowan, that bastard, what an imbecile to shrink and forget the promise he made with his father. In the past, Rowan and Cecilus had made a promise as parent and child. At the time, Rowan attempted to quickly make the entirety of the Empire into an enemy, so that he could have Cecilus reach the heavenly sword. Cecilus had refused it because that's typical of a crude villain of all things, taking Vincent's side as he tried to slay Rowan. Then, in order to have Cecilus turn a blind eye, Rowan had made a promise that eventually, once Cecilus reached the heavenly sword, Rowan would definitely come to kill him. Accepting that, Cecilus dropped a gravely injured Rowan into a river, allowing him to escape. Having survived through the verge of death, Rowan continued to improve his skills as he awaited the promised time. And now, that moment was imminent, constantly drawing closer. Rowan. If the location hasn't changed while vested with the seat of first, Cecilus had spent nearly the entirety of his earnings on swords. Therefore, he did not have a mansion befitting a general first class, instead living his life in a small hut constructed in the field north of the Crystal Palace. If that had not changed, there was a high chance that both the Dream Sword and the Fiend Sword were being stored in that small hut. In order to retrieve those and deliver them to Cecilus, Rowan headed for the hinterland of the Crystal, Rowan, HK. He evaded the eyes of the undead. He passed by the Crystal Palace, and when he tried to proceed to the base of the destroyed reservoir wall, Rowan took a great leap sideways due to a sudden presence. And that had been the right thing to do. A tremendous impact crashed down from overhead, its vehement, destructive force generating a circular crater in the main street. The walls surrounding the Crystal Palace that faced the street warped and crumbled, and as a plume of smoke akin to an explosion filled his vision, Rowan clicked his tongue and unsheathed his blade. Utilizing the cloud-cutting technique, he released a strike to sever the eruption of smoke. He was then able to lay eyes on the being present beyond it, on the culprit that had produced the impact. Standing there was a lone woman of tall, slender stature. With long, flowing white hair, the woman was adorned in a blue dress and stood with an elegant posture. Though Rowan was completely ignorant in concepts of beauty and ugliness, his values would evaluate her graceful physique as quite beautiful. Her long-slitted blue eyes were pregnant with a hue of sorrow, which brought suspicion to Rowan. Unlike the undead, she did not possess black eyeballs of golden irises. Blood coursed through her white skin, so the woman fixing her gaze on him was likely a living person. However, this was the palace of the dead, the capital of the undead. That conduct should be that of an enemy to the living. Rowan, over there you'd be woman, Iris. Rowan, didn't think you'd introduce yourself so suddenly. His katana poised by his waist, Rowan moistened his lips and narrowed his eyes. She was a woman, but that was no reason to underestimate her. More than anything else, she was clad in the air of an unbelievably powerful individual. She did not seem to have a positive expression about wielding that power, but that was a matter trivial for Rowan. With an expression that seemed to be extremely concerned over that trivial matter, as the fox ears hidden within her white hair trembled, the woman who called herself Iris, return to where you came from. There is no need for anyone to die within the reach of my eyes. Rowan. My goodness, awfully sorry about this. Closing a single eye before the woman who was earnestly appealing to him before Iris, Rowan adjusted his grip on his katana. No matter what his opponent's intentions may be, if they were obstructing his way, there was no helping it. And above all else, to move aside when faced with this powerful of an individual was something impossible for a swordsman. That was to say, Rowan, the path to the heavenly sword is still steep. I'm gonna cut you down, then further down the path I shall proceed. Translation note. 1. Though she is now identifying as Iris, one thing to note is that her speaking style is still Yorna's unique Arinsu Kotoba.